This is Dirt Store. We're your one-stop shop for everything off-road. Find all of the latest products from the top off-road brands. Whether it's gear, parts, protection or accessories, Dirt Store has everything you need to hit the track. Shop fast, ride fast.
So I make it harder. Don't hold back. If you think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter. Don't hold back. And you shouldn't even care about those roses in the air and the crooked stairs. Don't hold back. Cause there's a party over here, so you might as well be here with the people care. Don't hold back.
Trajectory and balance look good. You're confirmed to go for orbit. Over.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
Welcome everybody, happy Easter. Here we are, round 2 of the Motul British Championship, ACU British Championship at the incredible Preston Docks. My name is Jeff Perrott. I'm joined once again by my cohort Phil G. Phil, we're loving life. We just love doing these events, coming to British Championship Motocross. It's looking good out there.
It is looking good, and if you were here last night, we had an absolute hoolie of a wind blowing through everywhere, and the fact that we've got an event on it all here today is absolute testament to all of the crew here at MXGB and the people at Preston Docks. Track is looking absolutely fantastic. We've already had qualifying this morning, which has been brilliant. Good crowd coming in, Jeff. Really looking forward to the day's action.
Yeah, well, you saw it there before they turned to us. The track looks far better than me and Phil here, but the track out there, riding it looking brilliant. Like you said, the wind, though, has caused mayhem. So we're saying that right now. Credit to our cameramen out there and camera women out there, because, honestly, it doesn't show it so much there at the minute. It's starting to tame down. But it will affect the races in some way, shape or form, because there's quite a few big jumps here. But the actual ground conditions, Phil, yeah, I would say are bordering on perfect.
Yeah, they are. And obviously this live stream brought to you by Dirt Store, MXGB-TV. Don't forget to like and subscribe. All those little clicks help us with our algorithm to get us further out there. We had massive views on our first round coverage from Hawkston, Jeff, and some really good feedback on that. So don't forget to follow us on Facebook at MXGB-TV. Instagram is the same, MXGB-TV, and then mxgb-tv.uk for our website.
But it's not just that we're on, Phil. Explain more. We are going worldwide in other ways.
FIM-moto.tv. We are on that platform as well, all across the planet on FIM-moto.tv. So lots and lots of places to watch the action here from Preston Docks. Don't forget, jump into the live chat and tell us where you are watching from. We have got people watching all of that stuff. Some great feedback on that. I read some of that afterwards, Jeff.
Yeah, it was
really, really cool. And great to see that, we're getting some reach. People are interested. We had lots of people from South Africa watching for Tristan Purden. We had Canadians in for Tanner Ward, loads of Americans, lots of Germans. Been really,
Asia,
really
we've had Indonesia, we've had Australia, we've had that kind of thing. By the way, I just want to highlight, sometimes when we've come back after the event and we've read through them, there's some people asking me and Phil a question. Just like to say, at this stage, we can't see your comments to the event's finished, okay? We'll try and work on, maybe we can start getting some of those comments if they're directed directly to me and Phil. But please don't think we're deliberately ignoring you because the question's too difficult or anything like that. But yeah, but keep those comments coming in. We want to hear what you think about British motocross. You know, let's have some really good constructive criticism as well, because we're trying to grow this thing. And of course, round two, we've got a bit of a big name. Well, I say a bit of a big name. It's more than a bit of a big name.
He
Phil?
is the big name in World Motocross. Jeffrey Hurling's here this weekend at Preston Docks. A man changing manufacturers from KTM to Honda, and hopefully we're going to get him in for a chat a little bit later on today. But he was out there in practice looking exceedingly fast, as you would expect. So, brilliant day. Look at the view there on the camera, Jeff. Everything is, looking tickety-boo. We've got a decent crowd in.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the track's really good. Lee McGarry and all his team here have done a great job since they've taken over Preston Docks. They've added to the facilities. There's a couple of beginners, learners tracks now. Down the far end there's a practice track that's open quite regularly. So this isn't just the only track here. There's more than one track. And particularly there's even been a little arena cross track being built down the far end now, I noticed.
Yeah, great facility.
And a lot of riders, particularly northern riders, use this facility a lot in the winter, because behind us, that view you're seeing at home, behind us is another deeper sand track. In fact, we use a little part of that track for the Nationals. This is where we extend this regular track to make it a longer lap. So you'll see a little bit of that. Last year, coming out of that, there was an amazing section that Conrad Muse was just making look stupidly easy. And that's that rolling section that comes back in. It's a beautiful flowing track, well designed. The only issue I can see today is going to hamper the riders is the wind and the gust of wind. That's about it.
Yeah.
Because the track's in absolute great condition.
Talking to the riders on my walk back through the paddock back to the camper, all the guys that I spoke to said, yeah, the wind's it is a bit iffy, but it's nowhere near as bad as you would expect. And the track is actually a lot more sheltered than the paddock. So we're for round two of the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship, celebrating 75 years of the British Championship. And like I say, we're into our second of our kind of the rebirth of the British Championship, the new format. And yeah, it's been a really good thing. But obviously, when we celebrated the 75 years of the British Championship, and I gave you the question,
yes, you did, and I forgot. And do you know what? I forgot already.
Who won the first World Championship?
It wasn't Jeff Smith. That's who I said I thought it might be as a wild guess.
Jeff Ward.
It was Jeff Ward, wasn't it? That was it. Yeah.
And sadly, we heard in the week after Hawkston Park that Jeff Smith has sadly passed away. He's home in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
He as a legend of a racer. His history as Palmar is absolutely unbelievable. British Trials champion in 53 and 54 after taking an apprenticeship at BSA. He won the British Scramble Championship from 1955, 1967 9 times. He was world champion the year I was born, 1965, making that his second world championship. Motocross of Nations, he rode 9 times.
Yeah, he went on a run.
And won 7 of them. And then obviously after that he emigrated to Canada to work with Can-Am, retired to Wisconsin, where he was a massive part of the American Historic Motorcycle Association and everything that they did, and a life well lived. So rest in peace to Jeff Smith.
Absolutely, proper ledge. You know, there's no two ways about it. I remember I had a Brad Lackey book that was like training in motocross techniques, and it used to list all the world championship. And because his name was Jeff, and obviously so I was like, oh, who's this dude? Wow, look at that. And so he was like a bit of an early hero. Obviously never got to see him ride, but a real pioneer of British motocross, no two ways about it.
Yeah, and whilst we're on the subject of remembering people, a good friend to both Jeff and myself, Rick Davis, sadly passed away last weekend. And I'm sure lots and lots of people around British motocross were stunned to hear that news. He was a man that lit up every room and every paddock that he walked into, and a sad loss to British motocross. Certainly something that hit me and my close family quite hard, and our thoughts and good wishes go out to Chuck and Mandy and all the rest of the Davis family at what is a difficult time for them, but hopefully things will get a little bit easier. But remembering Rick, who a fantastic man, who will be sadly missed around the British motocross paddock.
Just beaming. Just Rick was always, no matter what the weather conditions, where you were or whatever, just always smiling. That's the thing that I remember, obviously, mostly about Rick. I got to know him a little bit because, ironically, somehow he had a family member that lived in my hometown, and I actually first met him not at a motocross meeting, bizarrely in our local social club is when I first met Rick. But yeah, great guy.
Right, so there's our schedule for today. MX1 125 going off at 12:40. The MX2 at 13:25. MX1 race 1 at 2:15. And then MX125 at 3:15. MX2 at 4 o'clock. And our final race of the day at 10:05. And we've got massive entries. We've had to run LCQs for our MX125 and our MX2.
Well, that's actually what you're seeing on track right now. That is live. That is not a practice session. That is the LCQ for the MX2 category, where obviously the last few will get into the main race, and that just goes to show where we're at with entries. We're actually having to have LCQs for the 125 class and MX2, and the numbers are also up on MX1.
Yes, no, MX1 I think we're at like mid-30s or something.
Yep. Obviously
you were here last night trying to hold down the tents, doing the stuff for our youth academy and all of that kind of stuff. Here is our Preston Docks track map. Obviously that's the extended bit out there to the left. MX1 fastest lap Charlie Richmond, MX2 Kyder Wolf, and MX1 Conrad Mews. I don't think the track has changed significantly, so it will be interesting to see what we
Phil,
get.
I don't know who's been doing it. We need to have words with who's rating the technicality of these circuits, because it was quite low at Hawkstone, which is obviously a proper legendary brutal track. I definitely give it more than 6, particularly with the conditions that we've had now, with a bit of rain. I'd at least get her up to about like an 8 or something like that, because it is going to cut up throughout the day. Yes, we're keeping an eye on it. We might do a little bit of track maintenance, but let's not forget, this is an ACU British Championship. We're one of the most demanding sports in the world. It's not meant to be easy. It'll be a tough old go of it out there today.
And you can see obviously on the map we're there kind of up in what you would say is the middle of England, but that is what is called this is the frozen north. We're in the northwest of England, and we are probably about 20 miles from Blackpool, home of the Blackpool Tower. And literally just that is downtown Preston. Can you imagine ever saying downtown Preston on a live stream?
Downtown, like it.
In the background. So let's have a chat about everything that went on at round 1, Jeff. I mean, I would say that probably the least surprising thing was the RFX 125 Championship, because Drew Stock on the form from last year. He was the guy that you would have expected to win, and he did.
Yeah.
Harley Marjak second, and Joel Stanley Dawson third after a bit of a mare.
Yeah.
Good solid racing.
It was brilliant. For me, yes, you're right. No surprise to see Drew Stock win. He had a brilliant off-season. Obviously did really well at the Blue Crew Master Class Super Finale, winning that in Sweden, and then got invited to America, finished third, then raced the Mini O's. Just had a real strong season. Got that ride with JK racing, so he looked really good. The surprise for me was Harley Marzak. I knew he'd be good, but I kind of had him I reckon he'd be somewhere in the top 5. But he was, for a kid of his age, 13, he was physically strong, and he was. It wasn't like he got a good start and hung in there. Like he absolutely earned that ride. So yeah, he was really good.
Yeah. So really.
So that was it. Win Stanley came in third. Archie Stapley had a solid ride for his debut as well. Moving, of course, some of these riders have all moved up from the 85cc class. So Stapley being one of them, although he did jump in at the end of last year. Arthur Moore came in fifth in the 125s. RFX 125. He's also carrying a little injury as well, so we need to find out more on that.
And Drew Stock is carrying an injury as well.
Yeah, broken wrist, scaphoid, which obviously motocrossers hate that term because it can be a problematic injury.
Yeah, Joel Winstanley Dawson also has an injury as well that he's carrying, so we'll have to see how that goes. But yeah, really, really interesting RFX 125, and that was kind of like really also the least interesting. But we were absolutely blown away by our MX2.
Yes.
See Jamie Keith come out the blocks, first pro rise on the Goswell Honda, bang, race win, unbelievable.
I mean, listen, most people in British motocross would know of Jamie's talent, certainly coming off the back of his Blue Crew victory and his performance at Matley, racing Levi Townley, etc., etc. But I don't think any of us would have ever predicted that. I don't think even Jamie himself. He was literally lost for words, wasn't he? When we got him in the winner's circle, he couldn't actually really believe what he'd done. I don't think he even believed he could do it, and he just came out and he went wire to wire, and he rode immaculately. Again, that wasn't just like he got a start and the others made mistakes. He won that first moto absolutely straight up. Yeah,
and these guys getting ready to go to the gate for the RFX 125 race, which will be coming up. Our first on-track action, but our MX2 then overall was Ian Doonson. He took his first race win in the British Championships, which I would say is long overdue. We expected that last year and it didn't happen. And also the overall. Charlie Heyman rode a solid day for second, and Joe Rizzi, in a return to MX2, he took third overall on the day. So good stuff from them.
Well, the whole class is just going to be, I think that's going to set a precedent. That's going to be all year. And of course, incorporated into that, we also have the Jude Morris Under-21 Championship. So there you go. That was just briefly shown on your screen.
Yeah.
So that's a championship that obviously only riders 21 and under can register for. Obviously rules out the likes of Tommy Searle, etc. So, but Doonson is obviously young enough to be in that. Heyman, but Joel Rizzi isn't. So it was Ben Musto that came in third. There we go, up on the screen there. That is the Jude Morris Racing Under-21. Keep obviously giving as much as you can to the Jude Morris Racing Foundation. You'll go and find them online on social media. Lucy is here today.
Lucy Barker, 10th.
Yes, she was honestly like hauling.
Nothing she does surprises me anymore.
No, and what I will say, and I'm going to keep saying this up until the British GP, remember, we have the Women's Motocross Championship at the British Grand Prix this year. Get your tickets, get there. Lucy has a great shot of certainly getting on the podium and maybe even winning that thing. And the more we get behind her, the better. And there'll be other British girls racing in that as well. And of course, we're going to see a host of 125 riders as well. So that was the MX2, as we said. That is as it stands coming out of Hawkstone. Tommy Searle down there in ninth. Way too early in the day to rule him out of it.
Oh, look, this thing is wide open all year. I mean, Charlie Richmond there in sixth. He had a quiet start. I thought it was only the fact that Jamie Keith was so unbelievable in his debut that overshadowed how good Charlie Richmond was, jumping up to a 250 for the first time. So Richmond there, he's there in sixth. But it was Doonson, Heyman, Rizzi. Ben Musto had a terrible first race, bounce back with a good motor in the second. Josh Vale again finding his feet in MX2. He had a bad 2025, but he's up there again. The old man John Adamson, who isn't that old at all, but he's there on the two-stroke. Keith only with a single moto score. Tommy Searle had a mare, and Liam Knight, he had a good day.
Yes.
He was on the outskirts of the top 10 all day long and got a 10th overall.
Liam's always been good in grinding conditions, deep sands and that kind of stuff. Obviously the 125s we've already covered. We're bringing them up now, but we've already gone over that. But there you go, Drew Stock as we said, comfortable 1-1. Can he do it this weekend? He is nursing a wrist injury, a damaged scaphoid. I can tell you that unfortunately he's going to miss the next 2 European rounds. I was speaking to his mum, Rebecca, last night.
Yes.
That's a team decision. He wanted to race. It was actually JK, his team management, that said, rest it up. Let's get you fit for the remaining ones. So
we'll have a chat about the EMX stuff maybe a little bit later on.
Yeah.
Here's our MX1 results, and then obviously it was a day of first. Obviously, Doonson and Jamie Key taking their first wins in MX2. MX1, first win for Ben Watson, first win for Auriel Oliver, sharing the spoils, tied for the win. Ben takes it on the second moto. Great return to British racing for Ben. Conrad Muse, a little bit off the pace by his own admission. Taylor Hamill, riding so well.
He is riding great.
And obviously tied Conrad Muse for third. What a day. And again, we've got Jeffrey Erlings in there as well. I mean, don't forget to let us know in the chats who your top 3 for all of these classes are, and we'll obviously mock or thumbs up whoever gets it the most right or the most wrong.
Yeah. So for me, like you're right there, Taylor Hamill riding particularly well. For those of you in British Motocross, those watching from around the world, you may not know, we have an event in the UK called the Hutt Cup Mike Brown Memorial, which is a fantastic event, always held on Easter Good Friday. That was down at Marshfield in the southwest. Taylor Hamill took the opening race win, straight up beating Conrad Muse. That would have given his confidence a boost.
Yes, definitely.
Conrad won the event overall with a 2-1.
Yeah.
And Josh Gilbert, obviously, there's another rider that just didn't go his way for the whole Pico team at round 1. Yeah. Talking to team manager Dylan Brown earlier on, it was just everything that went wrong, including their vehicle getting scratched by another car on the way out. I mean, they literally had one of those days.
I'm not going to talk to Dylan Brown until I see him in the pub when things have improved.
Yeah,
lovely.
Well, hopefully today things will improve for the Pico team.
So that's kind of where we are at. Don't feel like I say, Jeffrey Erlings is in here, and this is going to put the cattle on the pigeons in the MX1. Like I say, we had our Michelin fan zone signing, so we had that earlier on. Like I say, Jeffrey Erlings, he's here with the HRC Petronas Honda Roger team, the big team boss. Roger Harvey isn't the big team boss. He keeps saying he's not anymore. I'm just here to keep an eye on things. I've seen him for, I think, the last 3 races that I've been to, because he was obviously, I think he was at Hawkston. I've seen him somewhere else since as well.
I can sense a comeback coming on. I even said it to him.
Well, he was sat next to Rob Hooper in our Michelin Hospitality earlier on. I'm like, if the devil could cast his net.
Yeah.
But yeah, so obviously Roger's here again, overseeing that and doing good work, and keeping, like he's like kind of a liaison between the Garibaldi team and the Honda Japan, just making sure that everybody's got everything that they need, and we're really looking forward to seeing Jeffrey round here again, and we're hoping that Conrad Muse or Ben Watson or anybody else can give the man who is a 5-time world champion a good day's racing.
Why not, Phil? It happened last year.
It did. It was,
like there's the Conrad. We all know. You know, any of it. Sterry is a great starter. He could be in the mix. And obviously, like you've got Gilbert will want to bounce back. Auriel looking great on the bigger bike, I have to say.
He had some bad. Now I don't know. You might be able to tell me that. Somebody told me that when he crashed, he didn't lose his seat, but I saw a bike in the pits that had no cover and no foam on it. And somebody said, he lost his. Somebody told me that the seat came on. Now I don't know whether that was true or whether that was just somebody pulling my leg. But he went down and he did have a problem and whatever. And obviously, apparently, it wasn't a small crash. So I don't know whether that's true.
No,
or
I never saw the bike at the winner's circle, bizarrely, because obviously the riders just walked in, so I didn't see any damage to that. We were told that, weren't we? But I've known of seats coming off, but actually to have the cover ripped off.
Well, I saw the bike.
Never known
that. There was no cover, but there was a base on it. Now whether that's some kind of hot tip for cleaning, but surely you just.
I see what you're saying. Maybe the foam just come off the plastic bottom. Gotcha.
Anyway, we'll find out. No doubt, somebody will buzz us and tell us that we're talking absolute rubbish, which is fine by me.
That's fine with us.
But having said that, to tie, if that did happen and he tied for the win, props to him.
Yeah,
he's been a real surprise on that 450, and he had a good GP. I think in Spain he was up there at the front at his own GP. That's got to have given him the confidence.
I think he's a brilliant addition to British Motocross. I personally really like how he rides. I like his style, and I also like his style off the bike. He is he's just a really nice guy, really sort of quiet, sort of humble. I particularly like, when we come and do the winner's circle interviews, he's always like informative, and he gives us plenty of feedback of what went on out there and whatever. And fair play, I'm pleased that Sean and the team kind of kept hold of him, because obviously the initial plan with the team was it was like a youth team, not a youth team, but a development team.
Yes.
and they've kept hold of him and moved into MX1, and that's great for British motocross, and it's also great for Sean Simpson and the SS24 Gabriel team to have a rider of that caliber. So
he's not been that long ago. People forget how good Sean Simpson was. MXGP winner more than once.
Yeah.
And so he is a man that he's got good recent experience in MXGP at the level where he was fast enough to beat the best that there ever was on the tracks that were as hard as anywhere. I mean, at Leerop, when we were on the Yamaha, we were there. That was unbelievable.
Yeah.
So good to see that he's got a good team and some good riders, under that awning, and Ori Oliver certainly doing a good job.
So what you're seeing on screen right now is the RFX 125 riders. They're getting ready to go out, which will be the opening race. 3 motos, obviously, for each. 3 per block. So we have 3 classes here today. The RFX 125, then we have the MX2 class, then we have the Apico MX1 class. Each of those classes will get 2 motos, if you want to call it that, races if you're old school. So there we go. And that's what it says. 6 races today we'll be bringing to you. We obviously didn't show you the qualifying races, LCQs. We'll get them to you later. Highlights throughout the day, of course, to look out for. Me and Phil will do our very best to keep you up to speed. We're going to have the Phoenix Tools fastest lap in each race. So what that will be, obviously, whoever's got the quickest lap, we'll inform you, let you know, and there's a reward for that. Obviously, Barry and everybody at Phoenix Tools getting behind the fastest lap. So that obviously normally happens at the start of the race, but every so often we do see the track develop and somebody go even quicker towards the end of the race. So expect that to maybe happen.
We'll have that little graphic will pop up, and we've even got the control of how to do that. So I tried it last week and killed it with fire, but it's all good. And like I say, we've got a super automatic cue system and everything. Right, so here we are then, RFX 125 on the line. We've got our Phoenix Tools fastest lap. So don't forget to like and subscribe wherever you are watching the racing. And we will be going shortly with our sight lap for our RFX 125, guys.
Yeah, so let's see what this is. What Drew Stock can do here. As we said, listen, we are not making excuses for Drew by any stretch of the imagination. He didn't say, "Oh, can you ham it up? Can you play it up?" He didn't. He's toughened it up. He's out there. But let's just see. He was quickest in qualifying. That's 1 lap though on a relatively flat track. Let's see how he's going to cope with this injury and just nurse it through. Conversations with his mum and dad last night was, look, we could have obviously sat this out. The team kind of really actually want us to do that, but we do not want to drop enough points that we're playing proper catch up. So it's going to be potentially a damage limitation weekend.
Yes, and if you can get through, and obviously sounds daft, but if you get over the jumps and land them nicely, it's easier to ride the track properly than try and kind of tough out a 15th or whatever. But he's daft enough to go out there and try now. He knows that if he gets himself in a little bit of a situation where he didn't work it out, he's going to stop, and nobody is telling him that he needs to be out there, which is really good from a parental point of view and from the team.
We breed them tough, Phil. This is a tough old game.
It is a tough old game.
Parents need to accept that their kids are going to have to go through the ringer a bit.
Yeah, so we had our Michelin fan zone autograph sign at 11:30 outside the Michelin Hospitality Suite, and all the top 3 from each class were there to sign stuff for a lot of kids that come in. We're getting a lot of families coming in to watch these races live after seeing the live stream, and that is what it's all about. It's encouraging people. I always say, look, there's nothing better than being at the track, Jeff, but if you can't, watch us on MXGB-TV.
Well, that's the beauty of it. This is not, we don't have to subscribe. It's free. You can still watch the live stream when you get home or any time post-event. So get yourself here. You might even see yourself on TV. We're not encouraging you to do stupid things. Yeah. But while we pan around the camera and whatever and the crowd, let yourself be known, because you can come to watch the event when it comes, like Phil says, to your area. Come out, be part of it. And then if you still haven't got your motocross fix, go home and watch it again.
Exactly that. And I actually watch some of them when we got home because Auxton was that good. I wanted to see what we missed. So don't forget to like on this, like and subscribe if you are watching on YouTube or any of our other platforms all across that there internet. Our website, mxgb-tv.co.uk, for all the info, and FIM-Moto TV.
Also, very quickly, I just want to highlight as well, come out and watch, but we've also got activations going on here. We've got the guys from Stasic here as well. So if you've got real young kids, and this could be their first journey into the sport, because we do little electric balance bike tryout areas as well.
That's great, over by us where we're camped up.
You know, some parents might even look at that as a little creche. Just drop them off.
Just drop them off. Come back. Yeah, we haven't got a beer tent, but we're working on that. So that's where we're at. Like and subscribe. Make sure you tell your friends, share out our links, and just try and get this as far and wide as we can. We are very grateful to all of our sponsors and partners here that bring you this coverage on MXGB-TV. Brought to you by Dirt Store. We're going to take a break and have a word from our sponsors, and we will be back with the gate drop for the first RFX 125 Moto of the day, and hopefully 6 races of cracking action. So welcome back then to Preston Docks for round 2 of the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship, and we are in the holding area waiting for our RFX 125 guys to go out on their sighting lap. We've had, like I say, a lot of action here this morning already, Jeff. We had a real hoolie of a wind blow overnight that's caused havoc through the paddock, but we've got good conditions here racing, a decent crowd coming in.
We had as much going on off the track as we did on it. Mostly a lot of team personnel trying to hold down pop-ups and easy-ups, which was entertaining in its own right. Not ideal. Obviously, some teams got here last night, started to put, and then they went, hold on a minute. That's an accident waiting to happen. So a lot of them had to set up this morning. Those that did set up last night, some of them have lost some of their equipment and whatnot. It was pretty wild out there.
So, so these guys then waiting to go. We've got 40 qualifiers for our RFX 125 Championship round race. Championship round 2. Drew Stott went 1-1 for, I wouldn't say what was an easy win at Hawkston, but an expected performance from the man on the JK Yamaha. He's kind of the cream of the crop with the other two guys who were at the top end of that, Charlie Richmond and Jamie Keith, moving up to MX2. Hayden Stat had a bit of a mare. Chambers KTM rider had a bike failure in, I think, in early laps of Moto 1.
Yes.
And came through. I think he had a 5th or a 6th place or something in Moto 2. But was he second? 20 points, 20...
Yeah, third.
So I'm expecting better things for him today.
Yes, absolutely. Look, I've got to say, he did, although he might not have topped qualifying, he looked good. He might not have been the quickest, but he was certainly churning out more consistent laps. I saw some of the riders were just doing literally 1 or 2 flying laps. Hayden seemed to get in a bit more, what I would say, kind of race trim. He did more laps. So that was from the last round. Okay, what we got next, Phil? Sorry.
Yeah, so getting themselves sorted out to go back onto the grid. Engines are going to start.
Yeah, well, we're going to get them out on track any time now. As we said, they've been holding their little race schedule a little bit different than the round 1 because we've had the extra LCQs for the MX2 because we've had that many riders.
Yeah, so don't forget to pick up on our Prox Pit Pass, which goes out usually on the Tuesday or Wednesday after each round. It was a great one from Hawkston Park. There was a lot of stuff to compress into that. And obviously Jeff doing a sterling job of doing that Prox Pit Pass.
Yeah, you say, I mean, it almost needs to be longer when you have that amount of stuff going on.
I know.
It's hard to condense that into like a little segment of what actually happened. We're obviously, we're trying to build this thing. Me and Phil have just been talking about maybe trying to convince the powers that be that we can do more post-analysis and really break it down for you a bit more, get some kind of studio show going. It's all these ideas that we're throwing out there, of course. We're up for doing that. Again, let's hear your suggestions, like anything that you've got, ideas that you think would make the British Championship better, the live stream better, let us know.
There's our start list then. Fastest qualifier was Drew Stott, with Harley Marjak in second, Finley Pickering in third, Elfie Geddes Green fourth, Ollie Waters fifth, Joel Winstanley Dawson and second of the men with broken wrist, because obviously Drew Stott carrying the injury, in seventh, Lucas Moncrief in eighth, Alfie Heron in ninth, and Chris Brindley in 10th. So those guys are out on the starting on their sight lap. We are going to take another quick word from our sponsors, and we will be back with the gate drop for Moto 1 of our RFX 125 Championship here at Preston Docks.
Welcome to Club Dirt Store, the new way to shop off-road. Stack up points with every order. Then bend your points for discounts. Join the club for free today.
Okay, here we are. You can see they're out there. This is not a race. Don't panic.
Yeah.
You haven't missed the start of the race. This is just the sighting lap, of course. The track has changed. They were first out on track this morning. Since then, we've had MX2 qualifier, MX1, and we've actually had 2 LCQ races already. So this track is going to be a little bit more chewed up than it normally would be, because we've had those extra great races, because we've had that many enter in 125 and MX2. So, yep, this will be good. Track's primo. You can see the clouds in the background. That is, I think we're over the worst of it. We did have a little hailstone storm a little while ago.
Oh, I got caught out in that. That was entertaining. That did sting a little bit, but as you can see, it's a bright and breezy day. Those easy ups, I think we lost one of those last night. I was looked at them and thought, that's not going to last. But I think we escaped very, very lightly. And a decent crowd here at Preston Docks. You can see everybody on the bank on the far side of the track, and we've got everybody in the area down here. The bank behind us is full of people as well. A good crowd coming in. Obviously, there's a lot of motocross goes up in this part of the world, and it's good to get to bring the British Championship to where the people are. So,
there was a real steady stream this morning, Phil, actually coming in, a sort of healthy queue. It was moving, it wasn't like you were waiting there for ages, but like, this is refreshing. Look at this, people nice orderly queue to get into a British Championship motocross. Fantastic.
But you kind of go like, if you turn up, we always go to Hawkston, we get to Hawkston nice and early if we go in there as a spectator, and you're like, if you get there and you go straight in, you're kind of like, oh, there ain't going to be many people here. And then obviously if you rock up at 8:30 and it's rammed, you're like, oh man.
Yeah.
But it's nice to have a good float, and obviously we saw a good steady rise in all of our on-track numbers last year at the Motul ACU British Championship events. So hopefully we will keep that going. But here we are at Preston Docks. It's bright and breezy. Please bear with us for our coverage, because obviously we've got cameras all over the place that are stood on top of towers, and we will have to obviously I'll be swinging around a little bit. So gate positioning then, where are you going to start on this one, Jeff? Where do you think?
For me, Phil, I would probably favour middle of the... Obviously, we've got the doghouse in the middle where the starter presses the pedal. I would go middle of the 20 left-hand gates. That's where I would go. Not dead tight up the inside, because it does pinch up a little bit. A really good course design here, actually, because it kind of like sweeps across and comes round the back of the first jump. So not to be confused, that jump you can see in the middle here, that one, we've taken the branding down because
before the branding before the branding took it down.
Yeah, that was obviously had like banners up before that, but we've taken that down. But you see to the left of that, so they actually go round the back of that jump. Then next lap around, they go over that jump.
Yes.
So not to be confused. Don't think they're going to turn immediately left and then launch it into a jump. They sweep round the back, but that little corner you can see there on the outside, that only gets used on the first lap.
It is quite a short hop to the start straight here, so if you don't get like elbows out the first couple of bike lengths, you're already buried.
Yes, and I think they come then down the straight into 2 tabletops, then a bit of a tight switchback. So, yeah, it would you always want to get a good start in motocross, clearly, but if you are buried mid-pack, it can be more damaging than maybe it would be at some other tracks, because you go over those first couple of tabletops, and of course with a load of riders in front of you, you can't always jump it, so you're already losing time. Then it goes into that switchback. So, you want to get a good one.
Here they come then to the gate. That's the 357 of Finley Prickering. So exactly as you say, look, Drew Stock then going to the gate. He is about 5 gates over from the centre on the left-hand side. And all of his protagonists deciding to go inside. So what this will mean is that Drew's going to have a faster sweep into the turn, and he will have to brake a little bit. We will be able to brake a little bit later. Ali Marjak there as well. There's the 111 of Alfie Geddes Green. He had a decent Hawkston.
Yes, he did, yeah.
So they're on the RIS Yamaha. And again, all of these riders 13 to 18.
Yeah. Obviously, some younger than others, as we said. A good crop that have moved up from the big wheel class.
Yeah, there's Hayden Stat on the Chambers. KTM had a bit of a mare at Hawkston, but hopefully they are over that. The 581 of Harley Marjak on the S. Briggs Juniors Team Yamaha. Joel with Stanley Dawson then giving the thumbs up. And Grandad Kent still in Australia. He's got some tut. He's gone out to Australia from up. He'll be watching on the live stream, so good for Ken.
I saw a social media picture of him the other day. I hadn't seen him for ages. He's got this big old beard now, I noticed.
So I replied to that, did you forget to pack your razor, Ken?
Yeah.
So that's it to Ken Winstanley. He's obviously a big man in motocross up in this neck of the woods. Got a big practice track there at Abram in Wigan, just down the road. But the rest of the grid all lining up.
Yeah, it's a full stacked out grid. Remember, because we actually had to whittle this down with an LCQ. Some of those riders obviously having a bit more track time now. So have they got the fitness to do 2 grueling motos? Because they've already done it, albeit a little short sprint one.
Yeah, so the LCQ riders coming through from the LCQ: Kieran Bullock, Corey Wheatley, Harrison Hawksworth, Riley Machin, Ollie McClurg, Jack Bullock and Sam Verbeeten. Cole Nally, I think, well, he's down to 33rd, but he's parked up by me and didn't actually go out, but he's there in the grid, and he's made it through on his Seika Racing Team Yamaha. They've got 2 bikes in bits there, but anyway, here we go then. We're getting ready for go time for the first of our RFX 125 races. 5-second board will go up. The guys will look down at the gate and we will be away. Here we go then for the first action of the day. Oh, away they go. Somebody's got left on the line. Somebody didn't get away.
Somebody went a bit early and hit the gate there.
Yes, they did, up into turn 1, and there they go.
Looks like Drew Stock round the outside. Is he going to hold it, though? Carnage in the first corner. Any big names as such? Yeah, was that Stat? I saw a 5. I saw a 5 on his back, and that's normally a European number.
Yeah.
It looked like it might have been Hayden Stat. I'm not calling it definitely yet, but it did look like him down on the first corner.
Yeah, so it's Drew Stock then that leads. That looks like the 111 of Alfie Geddes Green in second place then on the RAS Yamaha. And then as a KTM there in the background, that does look like that might be Hayden Stat. I don't think it was him that went down. We will see as they go through. No, I don't think that is him.
No, I don't think that is.
Chris Brindley well up there as well.
That's Ollie Waters. Yeah. That's Ollie Waters there in third, I'm sure, in the bright orange Fox kit.
The 531 going through there. He was quite well up as well.
Yeah, running for the JL Cox team, doing good things, that team.
Down the far end of the circuit, Jeff, it's a lovely bit down there. We were hoping to have a drone here this weekend to cover that as we did at Hawkston, but
it'd end up in Preston, wouldn't it?
Exactly, the weather conditions look... It's amazing. So this camera shot that we've got here, we've got 2 cameras on this. We're so limited to where we can put our platforms, and obviously we actually lost one overnight to the wind.
That is no understatement. Yeah, the whole scaffold tower came down. We've had to regroup.
So Stock then leads them away for the first time as they go round back towards the start. And this the track, you can see a little bit of dust kicking up. The wind has kept it really, really nice and dry.
Yeah, and it will whoop out, particularly that tabletop there. Always gets nasty holes at the bottom of it. Come the second block of racing, they'll be having the wheelie into the face of that tabletop.
That'll get bad. And we saw a couple of tip-offs down here as well. Last year, we had a head-on shot. Oh, we've got the head-on shot as well. Excellent. So obviously, this is the first time. I did watch this earlier on, but I don't think we had all the cameras on. There's Stock then, already starting to just get a little bit of a gap over the 111 of Alfie Geddes Green.
Well, as we said, look, we're not going to over-egg it too much, but just remember that Drew Stock came into this very much with the damage limitation weekend, and he's going about it the right way. He's got a clean start. Is that risk of causing problems? Well, the best way to have a damage limitation weekend is at least be at the front and pull back rather than trying to cuff it through the other way. So the wind is really getting up there. If you hear a lot of banging through our microphones, that's
our door. Yeah.
That's our trailer almost getting blown over. So it is going to be an issue for the riders out there, no question about it. But Stock right now looking very good.
So our top guys then across the line. Stock then from Alfie Geddes Green. Ollie Waters there in third. Then it's Joel Winstanley Dawson. He comes across the line in fourth. Another man with an injury. Then it's Chris Brindley, Fabian Junior Morrison, Archie Stapley, Lucas Moncrief then on the Madison 3-throw Yamaha. He's there in eighth. And then Jai, Heron, Wood, Lees, Wilson, Panther and Oakley Kettle. Harley Marjak, you were quite correct, he was down in the first turn. He is 16th, and Finley Pickering is 17th. Hayden Stat 19th, so a lot of work for those guys to do in this 20-minute plus 2 lap first moto for our RFX 125.
Yeah, so I think, as you said, Phil, I think that was the 2 of the big hitters, like we said, Marjak down and I think Hayden Stat on that first corner.
Stat, Pickering and Marjak all down in that first turn. Like I say, with the wind and everything that even the smallest gust in the wrong time when you've got somebody next to you can make all the difference. But we didn't see exactly what caused that, Jeff.
No.
But
the corner does pinch up a little bit. Like, you've got to be committed, and as we said, stuff like that. Weather report, I'm no weather expert, but I've been hearing from a few people throughout the day that we're okay now, I think, for showers or a little bit more rain, but the wind, I've heard, is going to get a little bit stronger mid-afternoon, so that's not a great thing to hear.
Well, I'm sure that all the people that matter will be making the decisions that they need to make. But if there's racing going to be going on, we'll be bringing it to you, subject to our cameras being able to function in the wind. But a nice little whip there by Stock as he completes another lap. And the K-Tech Tower shows that 2 minutes 3 seconds then so far. That's the first fully complete lap for our opening moto.
So the best time is going to be Phoenix Tools' fastest lap of the race. Currently, as you'd expect, is Drew Stock with a time of 2:02.53. There you go, that's Drew out there with a clean track doing his thing, and he is currently set the fastest lap of the race. I would be surprised if that comes down, but you never know. He might find his zone and just trying to ignore that wrist. It's his left wrist, so that's a little bit better, if you could say that. At least it's not his throttle wrist.
Yeah, he's under a lot of pressure from himself to not want to let this championship go away before it even starts. And he knows we've got a month break between, almost a month between here and round 3. So if he can get that rested up and get some treatment on it, he will be hopefully back to fitness and able to resume his British Championship chase, which is obviously something that he desperately wants to win. And obviously his EMX campaign can get itself back on an even footing. And that was something I said we were going to talk about. The EMX Championship, I'm very much in the camp that if you have a couple of good rounds, win a few races, get yourself seen, that's what it's all about. And the question I have for you, Jeff, is can you tell me a man who, after winning an EMX Championship in EMX 250, how many people have won EMX 250 and gone on to win an MX1 or an MX2 title?
Oh yeah, God, okay. I've got no idea, so I'm going to take a wild stab. So this is one of those questions you're firing me. It's either none or it's a high number. So I'm going to go with. I'm going to say none.
You're close. It's one, and it's Roman Febvre.
There you go.
Roman Febvre, who was, when he won the EMX, I would say was a relative unknown. He certainly wasn't. He was a privateer KTM rider when he won it. But all of the other guys that have come through on MX1 and MX2 ever since have all been either done a bit of EMX 250 and gone on straight up to MX2.
Yeah.
Or you've got Tim Guys who I think he went almost from EMX 125 to MX2 straight away. Don't get me wrong, there's some great names
obviously,
in that championship.
Yeah.
But it was something that I was looking in my research and I'm like, wow, you would not believe that.
Yeah.
So the point I'm making is that not winning the AMX Championship is no barrier to having a great career in MX2.
Definitely
or MXGP.
not, because what a breeding ground. I tell you what, those EMX Championships are. And I've said this before, and I'll back it up again. I think in some cases, they in many ways, they're actually tougher because there's more competitors in it. Certainly the qualifying process.
Oh, yes.
You know, the margins between the riders in all the EMX categories are so fine. So maybe that's why it just breeds that, that brings you up to speed effectively.
So Stock then starting to eke out a decent lead.
I don't know who our cameraman or woman is over there on that tower in particular, but they are getting battered. I don't think that's like they've maybe got a hangover or something and they're a bit shaky. That is just how windy it is on that section of the circuit over there.
So these guys and girls roll out yesterday at the British Supermoto Championship in similar conditions.
Yeah.
And we had a camera pod right outside the comms box and that got a bit of a shake on. But we will see. As long as the weather doesn't get too bad, we should be good to go. There's your race leader, Drew Stock, with 12 minutes left on the clock.
Well, if you were new to this and you were watching it, you would be watching a rider there thinking, there's a man who has two decent wrists. Not one bad one and one damaged one, because he's making it look very easy at the minute. And he is keeping that gap. I think he'd have more in the tank, but yes. I'd also love to think that Drew is now mature enough to know look, this is probably going better than what I expected. I don't need to win by 30 seconds. I just need to nurse the risk, get the points.
I just think that the adrenaline will have kicked in now, and he will just be trying to ride the track to make it decent, and try not to have too many hard landings. We're just trying to find a battle to show you further down the field, but as it stands at the moment, this one's starting to string out, which is unusual for an RFX 125 race. Ollie Waters, now, in fact, Alfie Geddes Green has gone missing, so there was a yellow flag, so Geddes Green is down to 8th. There is a new second place man, Ollie Waters, and there in 3rd place, another man with a broken wrist is Joel Winstanley Dawson on the 236 on the Winstanley Motocross Gas. So he's fine stuff. Chris Brindley, he was the man that I tipped for good things at Hawkston, and he had a bit of a stinker, so he's there in 4th. Fabian Junior Morrison in 5th. Lucas Moncrief in 6th. Archie Heron on the TM in 7th. Pickering at 8th. Marjak 9th. So those guys starting to motor through.
He definitely is. Yeah, he is starting to catch them up. Marjak is a strong rider. I said for his age in particular, 13 years of age, so new into the class this year. So long way to go, and we got a habit in the UK of maybe getting a bit excited about our potential talent sooner than we should. But at 13 years of age, he is looking really good here in his second championship race on a 125. Moved up to 9th. I'm just trying to see. Hayden Stat is now up to 18th. That was categorically, that was him on the inside of the first corner crash. Work to do. So it's not going all his way currently. But with Geddes Green falling out of second, that's obviously given Drew Stock even a little bit more leeway to work with at the front of the field. This is the battle for second. So there's Ollie. So this is, we can focus on this because Drew Stock has got a nice lead now, so we don't need to follow Drew anymore. Let's keep an eye on this. Waters and Winstanley, 2 good names there. Joel, a really gutsy, gritty ride, just keeps pounding out the laps.
Yeah, he's done a lot of laps this winter, and he's definitely been putting the time in. But he had a crash a couple of weeks ago and dinged his wrist, so he's been in the hyperbaric chamber and all sorts of other stuff. But it is our second place man, the 455 of Ollie Waters, and I think he's quite a young rider as well, Jeff. Yeah,
I think I think he's just a little bit older, 14. I need to check on that, but I'm sure somebody would tell us if not. But then again, another rider. I mean, Ollie had coming back with an injury. He was going really well, and then he kind of had to sit out a bit. He had a bit of an injury and missed some time, but he's coming back to good form now.
Yeah, there's Joel Winstanley Dawson. He's not quite on the pace of the second place man, Waters. It looked like he was gaining, whether Waters made a mistake or not. But the man on the 455 KTM, certainly he'll be happy with the second. Can't remember where he finished in the opening races at Hawkston, Jeff, but he's certainly somebody that we've seen in the top 10.
Yeah, well, I've got the results here from the first round. I'm just looking at the timing screens here as well. Good ride from Fabian Junior Morrison. He's hanging tough in there in 5th. That is a solid ride for Fabian.
Yeah.
Looking good, because basically round 1 at Hawkstone did not go his way at all. He came out of Hawkstone 20th in the championship and only scoring in the first race. So we've got wave yellows there, big wave yellows. Riders. Now, last night in our ACU Academy, we had all the 125s and under 21 riders in there. A lot of them attended, and we actually had a little bit of a seminar. We had our track crew in there and all our medical crew, giving their perspective on how they worked throughout the weekend. And I have to say, all the lads were really attentive. They had another little rundown of what the flags mean. Wheels on the ground, all that stuff. Yeah. Just a little reminder, because they sometimes get a bit too keen and forget about the safety out there, and good to see all of them obeying those wave yellows through that section.
Yeah, and obviously motocross, it's a brutal sport. Some days you're the guy on the ground and some days you're the guy riding by, and you just need to treat yourself, treat the people that are down at the side of the track the same way that you would want if it was you. And it never hurts to put those reminders out. Here's Joel Winstanley Dawson then on the 236 Winstanley MX Gas. So looking at Marjak and Pickering, they're now 8th and 9th. And that's they're coming through, and but still not really seeing Hayden Stats.
Okay, looking at further down the field, I can tell you, hopefully we can get our camera crew here, although without them getting blown off the top of their towers. There is a good battle going on, shaping up nicely between Morrison, Moncrief and Heron, actually, and Marzak is closing in on. So I can pretty much tell you that the battle for 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th, I'm pretty certain is suddenly going to become pretty interesting, because there's only a kind of second or two between those 4 riders currently out on track, so that's shaping up to be a good one.
Here's Winstanley Dawson closing in a little bit now. That's a lap rider. So Joel then in 3rd.
Yeah, there's only 2 seconds particularly now between Morrison, Lucas Moncrief and Heron, so that's a bit of a 3-way battle there for that 5th place starting to unfold. So we'll maybe try and get eyes on that for you guys at home.
Only 5 minutes of this one to go. It's gone in an absolute flash, Jeff.
Yeah, it's certainly that was Moncrief going through there. I think he's actually made the move there on Morrison, but they've got to roll through here, and they're all doing that. There's Joel just having a little bit, maybe a little bit of arm pump creeping in there. He had a little shake off, or maybe well, he wouldn't have tear-offs because we don't have them anymore. So sometimes you see a rider, they got their thumb goes in and the tear-off stays on their hand, but I don't think it was that. I think he was just little bit of arm pump, just cramping up a little bit.
Well, obviously he's a man that's riding with an injury, so
yeah,
maybe that is what he's doing it.
Meanwhile, Drew Stock is controlling the situation. He's keeping a constant gap at around 7 to 8 seconds. He's not pulling away, but he's not losing significant amounts of time either. So good race management from the JK Racing Yamaha pilot. Remember, he took both race wins at Hawkstone. Obviously, any rider would love to clean sweep a season. Very early to speak about that, I know, but
Joel has made he's made some ground on that lap.
Yeah.
What's the lead?
It's like I was saying, about 7 or 8 seconds, Phil, but he's just managing that. Yeah. There's no 2 ways about it. Drew's just keeping it at that gap. There's Winstanley there.
He looks a little bit closer this time than he did last time, so maybe is the fact that he probably spends 90% of his school holidays here is starting to pay off, and I think he is closing very, very slightly on high water.
Well, let's look, last lap around. Yeah, he did. He took a second out of him last lap around, Phil. There you go, he was a second quicker. So that would have shown. It's a good spot for me on that one. Yeah, Moncrief, as I thought, has gone past Morrison. I think I saw it out the corner of my eye there when we were focusing on the leaders.
Is this that battle there now, Jeff? I think it is.
It could well be. No, that's still Winstanley in 3rd.
Oh, right, okay.
Like I say, Brindley having a great ride.
Yes.
You did call it at round 1 that you was expecting good things from him this year. Hawkstone didn't quite go maybe to the potential that you thought he could, but this time around he's made a good start. Haven't seen much of Christopher there in 4th, number 142. Is that Marzak? No, there we go. So that's Lucas Moncrief.
So he's the man that is now up to 5th place. So that's the battle. So you've got Moncrief, and then who's the next rider through?
Morrison, and then Marzak. So that's Marzak making moves now. So yeah, this is going to get interesting because Marzak was down in the first corner on the S. Briggs Yamaha.
Here we are. Then this is the battle. Top darts from our crew there picking this one up because it's really difficult.
Look, that's a whole queue of them behind them. They're all in only one rider out of them lot, I think, is in that traffic.
And that's the 771 who gets himself out of the way.
There's Heron, number 10.
Yes, and he's having a good ride. He's a man from Northern Ireland, or Ireland,
yeah.
On
Switched
the
to TM, this year. And there's, I think that's Marzak, or is that Stakely? I think, no, that's Marzak, up to 8th now. And Finlay Pickering is just behind them.
Yeah, Alfie Geddes Green then, the man who was running in 2nd position at the start of this race. He's now found his way, he's down in 10th, as they all come across the jump. And there is that Hayden Stat?
No, I don't think that's Stat there, just there. There we go. There's Pickering.
Yes.
So Pickering just off the back of it in 9th. And then Alfie Geddes Green is a bit further down. So it's really a 3-way thing going on there between Moncrief, Heron and Marzak. Morrison was in between them as well. So Fabian's dropped 3 spots. There they go. That's all 3 of them there.
Yeah.
That's it. So that is the battle for 5th. The free flow Madison Crescent rider Lucas Moncrief leading that bunch, but all over the back of his Heron, and there is Marzak making a push as well. So let's stick with this. 3 riders are going to come screaming in the shot now through these fly rollers.
Oh, yeah, this is better. And obviously the sun's just gone in as well, which means we can actually see our screen in here as well, Jeff, because that is not Aidan our job. So there is the 5:31 of Lucas Moncrief. And you'd say on any given day he'd be happy with 5th.
Not anymore. His debut year last year, he finished 7th in the championship. Last round at Ling, he got a 3rd and nearly got it on the box. Now, Lucas expects to be top 3 and pushing on for race wins here. He leaves here, goes home very quickly back to Wigan, and then sets sail on Tuesday down to Sardinia for the next EMX, and then on to Trentino.
Oh, but busy time for these guys then. And like I say, for all of the teams and families and everything, it is really a slog. But here we go, it's just going to be a change of position. It is Heron looking down the inside of Moncrief. He's got that TM well revved up, and I think he's gone down the inside, Jeff.
He has. All of a sudden, Moncrief looks like, I reckon he might have a tech issue. I'm not sure, but that bike suddenly looks like it's not driving like it should, unless he's got arm pump.
Well,
the two of them have just blown by him like that.
That's believable round here, because it is a really, really tough track. Even Jeffrey Erlings is going to get arm pump round here today. So it's no shame, but a good move from Heron. He's going to close down that inside line. We've got 17 seconds left on the clock as they come to the finish. So it's going to be 3 laps to go. Our race leader, Drew Stock, already a country mile ahead, but 7 seconds and controlling the...
yeah, he's definitely in control there. I mean...
Oh, and that was a tangle with the back marker.
Oh, so it's Moncrief making a move, or was that Moncrief and Pickering? No,
I think
definitely Lucas Moncrief going in there with, we think, may potentially a rider being lapped.
I think that was a lapper, because he got to the top of the berm, and to be fair to Lucas, he didn't stick it in there. I think the rider almost toppled over onto him, so that's going to sting him.
Seriously going to affect his result.
So there's Finley Pickering going through as well. So
whoa! Good save, Harley.
I don't think he knew a lot about that.
I'll tell you what, he is a unit. He's a strong lad for his age, and that showed there, because he rode that thing out. He's making moves. Remember, he was down on the first corner. We're pretty sure of that. And he has come through well, Marzak, up to 6th, and now pushing all over the back of Elfie Heron for 5th.
So time is up. Our leader should be getting the 2-lap board. We're going to stick with this battle, because hey, it's a battle. There is Drew Stock.
Well, if he can bring this thing in, he'll be probably more happy with that maybe than even his performance at Hawkstone, because he came in with this as a kind of like, well, let's just see how it goes type feel with that wrist injury, and so far it's going beautifully.
Yes, it is. So he has a 6 or 7 second lead then over Ollie Waters. Winstanley still there in 3rd, but it is the 4.18 of Drew Stock on the Yamaha then that fires his way through the waves. Oh, that's really... And I watched Jeffrey Erlings through there and thought, oh man, he looks so good through there, but even these guys on 125s, they've got the technique that we could only dream of having back in the day. I mean, obviously you were a top
You're
line
right
rider,
though, Phil.
but you were a top line rider, Jeff, and I look at this thing and I'm looking at it and go, why can't I do that now? Because they make it look so easy.
Yeah, and obviously the sport's evolved, the bikes and the suspension, everything has got better, but obviously technique has. I mean, back in the day, if you did a cross-up and you actually did a one-hander, it was like when Rob Herring came to the UK and was laying down all his moves, it was like an alien.
Oh, well,
and yet now we just take it as the norm. Of course, then James Stewart come along with the Bubba Scrub, and now you see kids at it all the time. It's just that's just how our sport evolves. It's crazy. Of course, the circuits were very different back then. We were old school scramblers, Phil. Give them a grassy off camber and they won't be so confident.
Exactly
I'll tell
that. So our race leader then, Drew Stock, has made a pretty decent start to his day here at round 2 of the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship in the RFX 125 class. Moto 1 took the whole shot and eked out a nice lead over Ollie Waters, who's run a very, very clean race. Inherited 2nd when Alfie Geddes-Green tipped over. Geddes-Green back up to 8. Hayden Statt now into the top 10 in 9th, so that's a good recovery ride from him. I will say from Hayden Statt, even his EMX results over the past couple of weeks, he's had to chase his way through from quite a long way down, and has done so pretty well. So I think they'll all be very happy with his speed in the Chambers KTM team, but just need a little bit of luck on the gate drops to get him where he needs to be.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like I said, he's worked his way up into the top 10 now, as you've just mentioned, 9th. Let's see if he's got a genuine shot at getting higher than that. It's going to be a tough ask, I think, to get better than 9th. He might just be able to pull back, get his green, but I think the gap with 1 to go or 2 to go is just a little too big.
Yeah, we can't actually see the checkered flag from here, Jeff. I've just realised that. Our camera position is obscured by the jump. But it has been a good performance from Stat when it could have easily not been. So Stark Waters, Winstanley Dawson, Brindley, Marjak, Heron, Felix Pickering, Geddy Screen, Hayden Stat and Fabian Junior Morrison, your top 10. Arthur Moore, another man carrying an injury. He's come through to 11th.
That's solid, because he is, I tell you what, like for a first year rider, he's still tiny.
Oh man,
he's still
very,
really small.
very small.
So he's got that growth, to catch up with the others. I saw him going around in practice in qualifying, and him and Drew Stock were on the same circuit together, and it was like, wow, that just goes to show how they can grow at different stages. Drew obviously getting towards the end of his 125 career, whereas he's just coming into it. So
right, you've got to go and talk to these boys, haven't you? You've got to find out where it's going to be.
Yeah, the winner's circle's out the back here, so I'm gonna preempt this and warn you right now. The wind, I think, is going to be sweeping through where we're doing the winner's circle. So I'll do my best to make sure you can hear the lads, but you might also get a little bit of wind coming through the mic, but we'll do our best.
Right, so Jeff is going to get out there into the blustery yonder, and I will bring this one home as always. So the K-Tech Tower then shows that whilst it's been a decent race for Hayden, for Drew Stock, the guys that all went down at the start have chased their way through into the tail end of the top 10. And Geddy Screen, Fabian Junior Morrison, Hayden Stat, Pickering, Marjak up to 5th now. Our race leader then should be over the tabletop, and I think this is for the final time. I don't know whether we're going to get the checkered flag. Here he is. There we go. Yes, we have got the checkered flag. There he is. I thought he was on the other side of the other jump. So that is a win in Moto 1 then for Drew Stock. Second across the line should be Ollie Waters on the KTM. There he is. That's a good ride from him. Then it should be Joel Winstanley Dawson on the gas. He comes across the line in 3rd. Yeah, Joel Winstanley Dawson across the line. Then it's going to be the 142 of Chris Brindley. So Brindley across the line. You can see by the flag there how bad the conditions are here. So Marjak across the line in. He got Brindley on the final lap, so Harley Marjak comes back to bag a 4th place finish. That was a great recovery ride then from the youngster on the Briggs Yamaha. So he's 4th, Brindley down to 5th, Finley Pickering 6th, Archie Herod in 7th, Alfie Geddy Screen 8th, Fabian Junior Morrison 9th, and Hayden Stat in 10th. And we're going to try and get young Jeffrey lined up on the roving mic with our top 3, which will be Drew Stock, Joel Winstanley, Ollie Waters and Joel Winstanley Dawson. But a great opening race. Obviously, when you've got somebody of Drew Stock's calibre getting the whole shot. So we're going to go and take a break and have a word with our sponsors, and we'll be back with Jeff, hopefully, in the winner's circle.
This is Dirt Store. We're your one-stop shop for everything off-road. Find all of the latest products from the top off-road brands. Whether it's gear, parts, protection or accessories, Dirt Store has everything you need to hit the track. Shop fast, ride fast.
Okay, here we are in the winner's circle. Again, apologies if it's a bit windy, it's a bit blustery. I'm here with the race winner. That's 3 for 3. You got the wrist brace on there. So, you know, Drew, that was, I say go beyond damage limitation. You came into this weekend, I spoke to your mum about it. You just wanted to not fall out of this championship with this wrist injury. And I mean, that couldn't have gone any better.
Yeah, I'm happy about that race. It was really good. I got a really good start and rode my race, put a gap and just maintained the race. Just done what I needed to do. That's it really. Yeah.
I mean, obviously, it's obviously playing you a bit of trouble and havoc, but like the pain, is the pain or does the adrenaline take over?
The adrenaline kind of takes over for the first bit, and then 3 laps to go, it was kind of a little bit sore. I was kind of struggling to grip on a little bit on the jumps, and I was gripping more on my legs and a little bit less on my arms, so it was all right. You
couldn't have played it any better. He's playing that down. It was all right. It was a good one. Look, you go and get ready for the second motor. Barely a speck of dirt on you. Well done, Drew. Let's bring in second place. Let's bring in Ollie Waters. Ollie, great stuff. Good to see you in the top 3. As we said, you know, you're working your way into this 125 class. You had a little bit of a setback previously with injuries and stuff, but does that feel good to make the top 3 like that? And that was a solid performance.
Yeah, it's just such a weight off my shoulders as I missed the whole winter to do this. It just feels amazing.
Out there, I mean, so are you conscious of that? Do you get nervous? You're a young man, you know, obviously you're still learning your trade, all that kind of stuff. As that race whittled down, was you getting nervous because you wanted to just bring it over the line and you were getting some heat from Joel as well?
Yeah, the end I was getting quite tired. My hand come off actually in one of the corners. I was like, I just got to calm down, just bring it home.
That was solid. Got a good team behind me as well. Let's give them a name check.
The Joe Cox Motorsport, Fox, Carl, Ad Astra, Spectra Performance, and everyone else that helps me.
Good stuff. You go and get ready for second motor. Hopefully you can do that again. Let's bring in Joel. Going to bring Joel Winstanley in. So let's see. Joel, obviously we talk about, you know, granddad's out on Australia watching. You'll be happy with that one. That was solid. You pushed all the way to the flag there, but couldn't quite get over the line to get Ollie. But are you happy with that? Because again, running a wrist brace like Drew, you also carry an injury. Tell us more.
Yeah, to be fair, a third in that race with a broken wrist. I'm happy with that.
It's good stuff. And then, like I said, you ride here quite a bit, but still, what's the track like with the conditions today in this wind? Is it really noticeable over the jumps? You having to deal with that?
Yeah, the wind's quite bad, to be fair, but the track's actually really good. It's a bit choppy, but it's good.
Good stuff. Well, look, go and get ready for the second motor. Hopefully you'll be back up here in a good overall result. So there you go. There's Joel Winstanley. He's going to get ready. That's us done here in the winner's circle. I'm struggling to hear anything. It's actually that windy. We'll go back to the booth or back to some adverts. Get ready for the MX2 coming up right away.
Okay, so here we are then. Warm up for our MX2 race 1 then. Here we are. Preston Docks. It is. We will go and have a word from our...
I'm still a kid, but I'm tougher than you think.
Let me fail, let me fall, and learn to get back up.
Let me find my own line, let me go full throttle. Never tell me what I can't do, and let me win. Never hold me back.
Let me try.
Let me try. Never underestimate me. It's the ride of my life.
This is madness. It rages within us. From the world it seeks to consume. We dream, sweat, achieve.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. That was a pretty tidy first MX125 race brought to you by RFX. Some good stuff going on there. Looking forward to watching those lads go at it again in the second race. And that leads me nicely into this one because we've got a guest in the booth now, a former British 125 champion who always likes to watch certainly the Yamaha riders. I'm joined by Brian Jorgensen in the booth for this one. Brian, obviously you always watch the 125s with interest, particularly because of your role. Very quickly, let's talk about that at Blue Crew. Explain more what you do with Yamaha across Europe.
Yeah, so basically I work with Yamaha and look after all the Blue Crew, and actually we started up in Scandinavia quite a few years ago, and it's been coming really good success, and also helping Yamaha UK and taking care of the masterclass and basically the super finale. So be there as assistants and helping the riders, and just really enjoy it. And obviously being a 125 rider myself, I really love the sound of the 125 and the racing, you know.
Tell us more about what that actually is, though, the super finale and a masterclass. What actually is that, for those that don't know?
Well, so basically around all Europe, you know, you can sign up when you buy a Yamaha. You sign up and you can be, you know, in the local events around your country. Like in Denmark, for example, you know, you get picked out from the Danish Championship in the 125. Also here in the UK, I believe. And then you have a chance to come to the super finale, which is Motocross of Nations in Erne this year.
Yeah.
So it's a huge opportunity for the young riders to ride in front of. I mean, last time I was there, it was 100,000 plus.
It was mad,
fans.
wasn't it?
And, you know, imagine being, you know, 9, 10 years, you know, 12, 13, whatever years old, and riding in front of that crowd must just be an incredible feeling. So, and then, you know, when you have 1, 2, and 3 from each round of the masterclass, like each class, you get picked out to do the masterclass, and then you get the opportunity to get picked out and have a chance like Justruck have this year.
Exactly.
You know, with JK and we support the 85 and 125 rider, 65 rider as well. So I believe it's a great opportunity for the young riders, and I really enjoy it. You can see Drew Stock really grown a lot over the last couple of years, and did a great race even with the problems he's having.
Yeah, so we'll talk a bit more about that as we go on. There's the MX2 start list. So that was obviously what went on this morning in regards of qualification. All the big guns in this one, as you'd fully expect. So as we said, this is going to be an interesting thing in the MX2, Brian. I mean, you follow it as well, of course. There's some names that you're going to obviously clearly watch, and you'll see at European Championship. But you're also here. The reason that you're watching the MX2 is because you love watching the 125s, but you've also helping somebody in MX1. So you've got to be back out on the track. So tell us more what you're doing and who you're helping in regards to your coaching in the UK for that MX1 class coming up next.
Yeah, so basically, a long time kind of a collaboration with Bobby Bruce and helping him. We did the 125 European Champion together. Was only some points short of winning the European Championship, and after he moved up, it had a little bit of bad luck, and actually helping him with here today.
So here we go. So we're going to go straight in. So we're talking to Brian about that. So we didn't get any ads in, but we'll do that a bit later on. Here we go. Gate drop then for MX2. Remember, incorporating the Jude Morris Under 21 Championship. Gate safely down. We had a first corner pile up in the in the 125 class. Who's going to get round again? They're muscling in there, Brian. You know how important a good start. It looks to me, again, there's a bit of a yard sale up the inside, but it looked like Charlie Heyman, there he is with that blue and yellow plate, signifying he is the Jude Morris Under 21 Championship leader, and that is Jamie Keith behind him. You'll know a bit about Jamie because obviously he won the Masterclass. You was one of the riders. Sorry, you were one of the coaches that said, this is the dude that Yamaha need to get behind. It didn't quite go his way, but he's now out there on a 4-stroke Honda and looking good as well.
Yeah, he looks really good. Like I said, he obviously he didn't have the good opportunity last year with injuries and so on, but that's racing, and it's great to see him back actually riding and doing really well.
Yeah, he come out swinging. You wasn't at Hawkstone, but he came out in the opening race of the year and just straight up waxed everybody. He got it done, and I thought he was in the lead there for a minute, but Charlie Heyman has absolutely laid the hammer down already on the SC Sports Home Husqvarna, trying to break the rest of the field here, and he's a title contender. This MX2 Championship this year, Brian, is looking really good. I mean, you got Dunson in it, you got obviously never rule out Tommy Searle, you got so many good riders. Josh Vell coming good. We got Brooks in here as well, doing good stuff in European Championship, of course. Billy Askew, yeah. I mean, what's your take on it very quickly? You've been away from British Championship Motocross for a bit. I know you kind of jump in once in a while. Yeah. Are you seeing like the championship, the improvements in the championship? Are they noticeable to you? Yeah, definitely. And there's a lot of young riders coming up. I've seen obviously Tommy Searle, being really successful over the years in Britain since he stopped the World Championship. But now I think he has his work cut out with all the young riders and the huge talent coming through. Yeah, well, Brian, we can't go on forever. We think we can, can't we? But age gets us in the end, very much so. You're doing a lot of good things, though, staying in shape very much, aren't you? You still do a lot with your coaching. It's not just the riding. You like to stay in shape yourself. Virtually every time I call you, you say, I've got to call you back, I'm on a bike ride. Yeah, well, I love training, and it's been such a big part of my life, and I'm lucky that I still have the motivation and discipline to do it, and I try to go on for as long as possible. So there we go, no surprise, the Phoenix Tools fastest lap of the race, the opening lap, of course. Of course we can register that because they go straight over the finish line off the start. And it was your race leader Charlie Heyman with a 1:55. I think that's a fifth. My eyes, 1:55.57. So he was a couple of seconds quicker than anybody else on the opening lap. Hence why he's started to get away a little bit. But let's see what Jamie Keith. So the running order. We'll hopefully get the timing tower up in a minute for you. But it's Charlie Heyman leading the way ahead of Jamie Keith. A much better start for Tommy Searle in third. Then it's Brooks for fourth. Adams fifth. Davey Puches there is in sixth ahead of Ben Musto, then Glenn McCormick. Askew there, then Dunson, who won the opening round, of course. He is down there in ninth, so not such a good start for him in this one. Plenty of time to go, but it just goes to show, Brian, how this championship is, it could be a number of riders. Obviously, as we get deeper in the championship, it's going to become less. Yep. But right now, I mean, on their day, any of those top 10 could actually like win a race and stick it on the box.
Yeah, I'm really a little bit surprised of Heyman, and he's pulled away like so quickly. Obviously, he got a good start, and that's a really important point here. But also ACU is down at a 10th place. It's gonna be funny to see how he gets through the field here. If he's just gonna go straight to the top, or it's actually gonna be a little bit of a workout for him to get up to the top 3.
Yeah, so you're a stickler for, I know this, technique is a big part, and riding, obviously fast, but technique gets you away, and that's a big part of your coaching schools and what you really emphasize a lot. So I guess when you're looking for riders out here, when you're looking at this, you must enjoy watching as we get to higher standard riders. There's always little refinements they can improve on.
Yeah.
But let's say if you were coaching Heyman now, I mean, you're watching it, what are you, as a coach, analysing right now?
Well, obviously he's in the lead, so he's doing quite well. But it's going to be managed. It's going to be funny to see how he's going to manage the race, and if he have the physical demand to actually keep that speed going. But in far of technique and stuff like that, yeah, I think he have a good sense of how to choose the right lines, and let's see if he can use the efficiency to keep the speed going for the whole motor. So, but in this moment, I'm quite surprised that he pulled a little bit away, and hope he have done his homework.
Yeah, I'm sure he will. Well, you can see some of those ruts already forming out there. Obviously, as this race develops, we will move a little bit further down the field and try and find some battles that are happening, because Heyman is starting to get away. Keith there in second. I'm going to look at some of the timing here. Searle still in third, racing hard with Brooks. Remember, Guillaume Dussin is also leading the under-21 championship, the Jude Morris under-21 championship. Not Richmond. Heyman out front. He's running that yellow. That's our colourway to signify the current Jude Morris under-21 champion. So, but he's not leading it right now. But he could well be after this race, because he was just 3 points off the lead in the under-21 championship. Well, effectively, as it stands, he's going to go back and lead the under-21 championship, and he could well be also leading the overall championship after this race. But of course, there's long way to go. So the fastest laps there, you can see Searle, not bad, 1:59 for the old boy.
Yeah, it's riding good. But Charlie, you can see that he got that little bit of a gap, and if he's done his homework, he's going to be able to manage that gap through the whole race, and not let's say go back and lose it all. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how he's going to keep up his speed here.
Well. Yeah, exactly that. Well, there's Tommy. I'm glad we've gone back to Tommy, because this is where the battle is actually. Yeah. The top two are kind of like separated a little bit. You can see them there in the foreground. This is where we need to be, because the battle from third down to seventh is starting to tighten up. He is coming under pressure. That's Tommy Searle, by the way, on the dirt store.
Yep.
Triumph is coming under a little bit of pressure from Joe Brooks there, who's doing, like we said, young riders starting to do good things in the EMX. Obviously, Tommy no longer a GP rider, certainly no longer an EMX rider. He keeps going though. He said about he's not actually put a date on a retirement just yet. He's defending champion, of course.
Yep, and he have the experience. He have the experience to manage the race and finding out when he should push and when he should be a little bit, just holding back a little bit to be able to keep the, let's say, the speed through the whole motor. So it's going to be interesting to see.
Well, last night, Brian, it was your first time we invited you in to do what we do at all the rounds now, a little kind of a mini academy for the 125 riders and Jude Morris under-21 riders. We invited you in to be like a guest talker, basically talk through. Yep. How was that? It looked like you were really enjoying it. Like literally you and Justin sat down on the table with a bunch of riders and just sort of assess them and talk through it. That was kind of cool, I thought. They were giving you some honest feedback. How did it go?
No, it was really good, and actually sit and talk with the riders and trying to find out what their goals are, have they reached their goal? If they have not reached their goal, what we're going to do at this round, and actually having just a Q&A talk with the rider. I think, with Justin and myself having, a lot of years of experience in riding the World Championship, we can kind of help them and guide them to how to look at pressure in the right way, and also making sure that your goals are set at the right point out from what you have already achieved. So So it was really interesting and really fun to sit and talk with the riders. And I must say the riders was really open, and it was just a really nice. It was just a really nice evening, being able to talk with all the riders, and hopefully we could help them a little bit.
Oh, you definitely did that, no doubt. Just got to say, there's not, like, the race is good, but right now, as you can see, there's no real bar-to-bar action, so we're just keep talking a bit more in depth here until we get some genuine moves being made and we can raise the excitement level here, because they're a bit spaced out at the minute. But as you can see, Tommy, with all that experience. Brian, you're looking at the track from a rider's point of view, or an ex-rider's point of view. Track conditions, how would you the track? I mean, have you been to Preston before?
Yeah, I mean, I've never actually raced here or practiced here, but I had a couple of training schools here.
So how do you think the track's developing and the track conditions today thus far?
To be honest with you, I actually thought it was going to be more bumpy. I think with all the rain, it kind of hard packing down the track, even if I think they did a tremendous work yesterday. They ripped up the track, and after they closed it because, they wanted to get the moist and the rain in the ground. But I actually thought it was going to get a little bit more bumpy. But, we have only done qualifying, and this is the first race of 125 and 250. So there's still a long way to go. So for sure it's going to get more bumpy, and it's going to be more about the rider that have really done their homework, or let's say know how to manage the race and being able to look at the line and not going through all the bumps to save a bit of energy for second motor.
Would you say the track's a little bit deceptive? I've always kind of felt that, although for the viewer at home, it's not as deep as you think, and it's actually got quite a hard surface underneath.
Yeah, like when we walked the track yesterday, it seemed like really deep because they have ripped it really good. But and that's why I thought it's going to get more bumpy already, but it will develop for sure, and it's just a perfect condition for the riders as well.
As you can see, it's starting to go. Now we are getting a race on, because Billy Askew there, of the second of the Dirt Store Triumphs, is now on a march. His EMX thing is gone okay. I think, obviously last time out, not great for him. He didn't manage to actually even qualify. That was an issue, but then I think it was obviously had a third at one round, then couldn't kind of back it up. You and Justin were talking about that last night, about finding that level of consistency, not necessarily picking out obviously Billy, but we were highlighting how actually the end goal, if you're going to get anywhere in a championship, is you just got to keep getting that consistency. Otherwise you really haven't got a chance of ever winning a championship if you're good one week and bad luck the next, and those kind of things, or can't perform the week later.
Exactly, and it's difficult when you're doing well in your own country and you try to go out in the European Championship. You kind of have to find your way, and we all been there, where we think we're really good, and then we come out and then people are just going past you, from each side, and you're kind of don't find your group. But next time you'll be a little bit better, and you get used to the pressure, you get used to riding with other riders, and slowly you're picking your way, and suddenly hopefully he will be one of the guys in the top and be consistent there every time.
Yeah, and I think, it's a big year for Billy. We know that, he's into that EMX 250, and we know he's capable of doing it. There's John Adamson, always very entertaining to watch John. He doesn't hold anything back, but it looks like he's getting turned over there by Ben Musto on the Acer Gas. So Ben going up a spot. You can see it. That was the battle there. Well, I think maybe was John a lap down because he's not showing there. Oh no, sorry, he was 7th. So that was Musto going into 7th. So that was the battle behind the top 6. I still think this battle from Searle back to Askew is going to tighten up over the next few laps, because it seems to be that Billy's the one carrying the pace out there. Ollie Colmer definitely not where he wants to be, down there in 21st. He had a pretty solid opening round, regards of certainly performance level. Didn't quite go his way, winning the actual overall result, but he was obviously in the mix there. It's like I said, it's a pretty stacked out class.
But I think that those, Mustang and Billy Askew, they had quite a bad start, so they will definitely, show their way of coming through now. And Mustang is going really well as well.
Okay.
Good young rider.
He is. Right, I've just noticed the difference on our timing screen between Jamie Keith and Charlie Heyman. It's down, it's like I think it was 1.5 potentially, so it looks like Jamie Keith is starting to close in on our race leader, so hopefully we can get our camera crew to go back to the leaders, because I got a feeling that Jamie Keith is going to want that. He tasted victory first time out in his first ever pro race, which was something special. And he's had a little taste of that, and he wants more of it. Obviously, it didn't go his way in the second race at Hawkstone. He crashed on the second corner, and then damaged the bike, and then had bike issues. But according to timing, the gap is coming down, so we'll try to get back to the front of the field. So that's 574. That's Dunson, I think. Yeah, there he is. So he's currently to work his way. He's now up to 7th. He's your championship leader coming into this one across both classes, both MX2 and the Jude Morris under 21.
And also David Puches, which has been out actually for racing a couple of years, was one of the young talent from KTM actually, where they invested a lot of time in, and caused to some injuries. He's been out for a few years, and now it's great to see him back again.
Yeah, it is. You're right. I mean, and it's great to have them here at the British Championship. I mean, testament. I mean, that's always been a thing of the British Championship, certainly from the 80s, late 80s through the 90s. Riders like yourself. And I guess that's no disrespect or anything to the time at the Danish Championship or whatever, but at that time, the British Championship was arguably stronger. You came here to potentially better yourself.
Yep.
Ride for, a British team that was doing Grand Prix at the time, and it worked for you.
Yep. Yeah, and like British Championship was at some stages, early 2000, it would either like when you did 12 or 13 rounds at World Championship and 9 rounds at the British Championship, you kind of had to pick and choose which championship, to go for, because it was so difficult to race every weekend and be completely consistent in both championships, because British Championship back at that time was with Jamie Dobb, was Mike Brown. There was a lot of World Championship riders, Luigi Sagui, and it was a mini World Championship, British Championship. So it's great to see so many international riders traveling over as well. And we have Jeffrey Hurling here today,
which just to watch Jeffrey ride, let alone race, is kind of cool. So we're happy about that. You can see our camera man or woman up there getting blown everywhere. Right, let's get back to this, because this is really shaping up. So that is, like I said, Dunson trying to fight through. He's got is that Askew in front of him now, so he's really joined the party. Searle, let's look at the gap, because I tell you what, between Searle down to Guillaume Dunson is not a lot, so we're going to stick with this. Camera crew, stick with it, because this is where we're at. Let's see what Guillaume can do here, because he's all over the back of Askew, and just up the road from Askew, where you can see is Puches, and then Brooks and Searle. Look at the gaps, there's not much in it. Heyman, this is a nightmare for our camera crew. We haven't got enough cameras to cover it all, because look at this. Jamie Keith is making a move for the race win, and Searle is there as well. That's Tommy closing in. This is going to be awesome. I thought this thing would come good.
And then there's a bit of a gap between third and fourth, but those three are really definitely go for it. It's going to be interesting to see how many laps are going to take Jamie to pass here.
This is great. We can't take eyes off this. This is about for the lead, and I'm super impressed. It's no surprise with Tommy Searle. Look at the old boy. He's dug deep. He come out of the opening round. Obviously, people not happy where he was. Some people saying, well, already, maybe he's gone a year too long. And here he is. He hasn't won it yet. He hasn't overtaken these two in front of him, but he's out there. I mean, Jamie's like is nearly half his age. That's the bottom line of it. That's something close to that. As Keith goes up the inside, lovely line, Brian. Now that's good track craft right there.
Yeah, that is good.
Yeah, so there you go. New race leader Jamie Keith on the Goswell Honda goes into the lead, but Heyman fights back. Shows him a wheel there, and meanwhile Tommy Searle right there, number 100, to pick up any pieces if these two get together. This is going to be a barnstormer for the rest of this moto, and I wouldn't rule out that pack behind even maybe closing in on them while they all kind of trip over each other.
Yeah. No, it's going to be very interesting, and like you said, when you're in that part where you have such a bunch of riders, can either make them go forward, it can actually slow them down a little bit, because they all try to ride a little bit defensive, so then they can maybe lose that group, but let's see how it develops.
Listen, we've said it before, it's a long way to go to win a championship, level of consistency, all those things, but right now, going off the back of, certainly when he really jumped on the scene when he got onto a 125, he then obviously had that amazing battle with Levi Townley at the Motocross of Nations in the Blue Crew Super Finale. But at this point, as it stands, you'd have to say that Jamie Keith is showing that he potentially is the real deal. To come to his pro career, you know, he won the opening race, he had bike issues in the second, he's now worked his way to the front in this one. I mean, regards of pro debuts go over a couple of rounds, that's pretty tidy.
But, you know, as well, you know, Jeff, it's all about consistency as well. So he showed that in Hoxton as well, that he had the speed, you know, good start. So that's a good point to have. And now we need to show and finish this motor, and then, you know, loading up for the next motor and trying to get, you know, an overall good position for him. That will definitely bring a lot of confidence to him.
Well, we're obviously focusing on this battle at the front, quite rightly so. While that was happening, as Searle tries to go past Heyman, so Kian Doosan did make his way past Billy Askew. So we missed that because obviously we had two battles going on at once. So all you Kian Doosan fans, sorry about that. But we were focusing on this battle for the lead. Wave yellow, so the riders all trying to do their best to keep their wheels on the ground.
Yeah.
So, yeah, as you can see, Askew now pushed back to 7th. Brooks doing his best to hold there in 4th. He's got a little bit to work with over Davy Puchez there. And now Kian Doosan is all over the number 46. So expect that to change between Davy Puchez and Kian Doosan for 5th and 6th. But right now, we're looking at Tommy Searle in 3rd on the Dirt Store Triumph, trying to make his way past Charlie Heyman. So coming out of round 1, just to reiterate and remind you, it was Doosan with the leading the championship, with Heyman in 2nd by 3 points back, then 11 points back. Is it a red flag incident? Okay, so there we go. That is well, I can only assume, because they're all slowing down, including our race leader. With 4 to go, I think that would be a result that probably stands. I mean, rules would suggest that it is. I'm going to rush outside. Bri, you stay where you are. We're going to bring Phil back in. I'm going to go find out and speak to the potential winners if it's official.
Yep. Cheers, Jeff. So, yeah, a little bit of on-track drama there. And rider went down on the far side. I'm sure you saw the medical flags there. That was a cracking race, though, till it wasn't,
yeah,
Brian?
That was really good. You know, some of the fastest rider for previous races, they didn't crash in the start, but got a bad start.
Yeah.
Jamie Keith showed again. You know, he's a good starter.
Yeah.
And he's very aggressive in the first 10-15 minutes, and actually was wheeling in Heyman.
Yeah.
So it seems that he lost a little bit of a. Yeah, how can you say? A little bit of a speed towards the end. So Jamie took advantage of that.
Yeah, and you can oversee Tommy Searle, the grand old man.
He's still hanging in there.
Look, this is the thing, and I was always kind of the guy that was like, oh, come on, you've had your time, let the other. But having guys of his calibre in this championship still tells you where everybody really is, the level.
Yep.
Tommy Searle is still a top-line guy.
Definitely.
And the fact that he's pushing on for race wins, that's respect to him.
Yep.
But it also shows you that these boys are really at a decent pace. Would have loved to have seen what was going on screen. I was actually outside watching, and it was brilliant to see. But obviously, race then has been red flagged. Rather than went down at the back end of that tabletop there, and obviously not in a great position.
No.
But yeah, brilliant race, and obviously as it stands at the moment, I'm thinking that we're going to have to count back, but it still will be a win for Jamie Keith. We'll wait to hear the actual official results on that one. But so as it stands at the moment, well, it's showing Charlie Heyman as the race winner and Jamie Keith in 2nd, but it will go back on count back to the last lap that was completed. So that is really going to be one for the judges. Obviously, Preston Docks, this wasn't a track that was on the schedule when you were racing back in the day.
Unfortunately.
This would have been a bit of you, this.
Yeah, I loved, this kind of circuit. I think the closest that we got to this one was up in North. What was it called? I lost it now. But I love this kind of like not deep sand, but like kind of a mix where it gets really rough, because then the hard work that you do in the background really comes to be beneficial.
Yeah, this is a place where lots of people come and bust out the latch during winter and get themselves prepared for the season. Right, so with this little bit of a change in schedule, we're going to have a quick word from our sponsors, and we will be back to let you know what is happening with regards to the results for our first of our MX2 races. So we'll be back in just a few minutes.
This is Dirt Store. We're your one-stop shop for everything off-road. Find all of the latest products from the top off-road brands. Whether it's gear, parts, protection or accessories, Dirt Store has everything you need to hit the track. Shop fast, ride fast.
Right, we're down here in the very windy winner's circle. A winner again, mate. 3 motos into your pro career, and you've had 2 moto wins. Obviously, you wanted to take that all the way to the flag. We're assuming that's an official race result, obviously because the red flag came out. But that was another solid performance. I mean, it's going probably a little bit better than even your expectations. Having said that, Jamie Keith, winning your first pro race probably got your expectation levels up. How does it feel to win another one?
Buzzing. Absolutely buzzing. I mean, Charlie and Nat, they're fast and all that, but I seen on the pit board, I seen the times, I was faster in every way, and I set my pass up, and there it was. And I think I could have gone the whole way with them behind me. I was quite cool and calm. I'm not really that tired, but yeah, I'm ready to go again in the next one, and we'll try and not go first and then DNF again like Hawkstone. But I mean, anything can happen, but I just have to keep my head on, and we'll go out and we'll try to do it again.
Yeah, that was genuine hard luck at Hawkstone. Obviously, people have crashes, first corner crash and whatever, but the bike got damaged. Just tell us quickly more about going back to round one, what actually did happen.
I got roosted like first corner, but I was still third, but I couldn't see coming into the second corner, so I went for a pull on my roll off, and I snapped just this little bolt here, and then obviously because I'm on a cable clutch, the whole clutch come out. And I mean, if anyone knows and they've been around Hawkstone, you can't go around there with no clutch. So it is what it is. We go again in the next one.
Well, I had Brian Jorgensen was in with that one. Obviously, you know Brian a little bit from the Blue Crew days and all that kind of stuff. And we were just saying, like, man, like we always knew you had the potential, obviously, working with you a couple of years ago. But it must feel good because, obviously, last year you didn't really get the opportunity to show your potential and talent with JK and all those things, the injuries and whatever. So never mind the results, just must be nice just to come back and to be riding consistently, but to come and do that must be even next level for you.
Yeah, it feels even better as well when you've got all these people talking just rubbish, week in, week out. And first race at Hawkstone, went out and battered every single one of them, and go out there again, rip a start, and I've just done it again. So if they want to keep talking, they can keep talking, and I'll keep proving them wrong. It is what it is, isn't it?
Fired you up. Well, let's, mate, go and get ready for the next one. Put your mum's coat back on. A lot of people didn't see that at home, but I did. Go and get yourself. It is cold here, mind you. Another race win for Jamie Keith. I think he's the only rider we've got here at the minute from the top 3, because obviously the red flag incident, they all went back. So we're going to go back to the booth to Phil or to more adverts, and don't forget a Pico MX1 class coming up next. Well done, mate.
Thank you very much.
MXology, next generation performance in off-road. Find us at www.mxology.co.uk.
so high I cannot see. Adolf, now I got these rappers all breaking up a sweat. Cause every time I get up on the mic I come correct. And I learned it from the best, always dressing something fresh. Looking for a little dime, big button, nice chest. Yes, they heard I used to rock Guess, but now I'm rocking clothes that ain't in the stores yet. Travel back in time, I'm in a vortex, trying to make it work out, think I need more reps. Used to take a bus, now the boy.
So welcome back then to Preston Docks for round 2 of the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship. Sitting alongside me, Brian Jorgensen. He's just been watching that race and obviously stopped due in the interest of safety to an injured rider, which has now been sorted out. But off the back of that, we've just had the official results handed to us, and Brian, it's going to be an official win for Charlie Heyman. So I think that is his first MX2 win. Yep. It was a cracking race until it got stopped, unfortunately. But he's going to take his first win. It has to go back to the last complete lap before the red flag was thrown, which means that Jamie Keith will take still a good second, and obviously he will go into the second moto feeling that he's got something to prove. Tommy Searle third, Brooks fourth, good ride for Davey Pooges in fifth, and Billy Askew in sixth. But that was a cracking race indeed. There is our MX1 start list then for our first of our Apico MX1 races. It's going to be Jeffrey Hurlings from Conrad Muse, Ben Watson, Oriel Oliver, Adam Sterry and Taylor Hamill, the top six. I'm sure that you're itching to get out there and watch the big boys go around. So, Brian Jorgensen, thank you very much for coming in and spending some time with us. Nice to see you back in the UK. Obviously, we remember you fondly from your time here riding for all the British teams. And enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Thank you.
So that's Brian Jorgensen then. He's going to toddle off and enjoy himself for the rest of the day. Got a few riders here that he's been looking after. And here we are then in the holding area for the first of our Apico MX1 races. There is the Honda being pushed to the start line for the number 84 of Jeffrey Hurlings. He was fastest in practice this morning, and he will hopefully give us a good race to enjoy later on. The gate drops, and we're just waiting for everybody to reappear. Oh, and another guest. Bear with me a second and we'll get everybody sorted out.
Welcome to Club Dirt Store, the new way to shop off-road. Stack up points with every order. Then bend your points for discounts. Join the club for free today.
Right, so welcome back to Preston Docks. Alongside me, Tim Lightfoot, Chairman of the ACU. Welcome, Tim. Thank you very much for coming and joining us here in the booth. Having a nice time?
It's a fantastic time, yeah. Thank you very much, Phil. It's great to be here.
And so, 75th anniversary of the ACU, and obviously you're very much here on the ground now. We see you at a lot of the races, not just at motocross, but grass tracks and all sorts of stuff all across the UK. And it's good to see that the ACU getting involved with the grassroots of the sport again.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, this year marks the 75th anniversary of the British Motocross Championship, so it's a real kind of landmark year. But, the ACU, the national governing body for motorcycle sport in the UK, we're actually 123 years old, so we've been around ever since the sport began.
Since there was 2 motorbikes.
Since there were 2 motorbikes, and it seemed like a good idea to compete them in some way. We cover all disciplines. Motocross is one of our premier off-road disciplines. 75 years in, it's really fantastic to see how the series is returning to really good health and good strength. And if you view that in terms of entries, the fact that we've got qualification races in MX125, MX2, it's really fantastic to see that. Racing is first class. Spectator audiences are up. The commercial support, it's really great to see the industry and the sport and the federation working together, and the results of that are really positive. So and the audiences both at the track side but also online are incredible. We haven't seen this ever, I think.
We had some fantastic numbers from Hawkston, and obviously I always stepped out for the last race and watched actually from outside, and I watched with the guys doing the on-circuit commentary. And look, I love doing my live streaming, it's great. Nothing beats being at the track. There's so much going on that we can't show on camera. There were so many things, so many battles, the atmosphere of the bikes and everything. So the weather up here has been awful for 2 days, and we've still got a massive crowd here at Preston Docks. I've had people come up to me this morning walking around, we watched Hawkston, and we only live 5 miles down the road and we've come to the race. And this is what it's all about. Come and support your local races. We know that people aren't going to travel all over the country doing every round, but when the show's in town, come and see it.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a family sport. It's a great day out, and there's no better way to spend a Sunday. I mean, obviously we do this a lot, and this is kind of most Sundays, most weekends for us. But it's fantastic, and and actually, what's really important, it's a great shop window for British Motocross, for the ACU as a federation. We're working really hard to regroup, rebuild the sport here in the UK. The UK has played such a strong part in the history of the sport internationally. We're really pushing hard to try and help develop the next generation of talent that will go on to represent their country internationally. The national championships are really, really an important part of that. That it's the platform that we need to see riders really performing on before they take that next step to compete against their peer group internationally, in Europe and ultimately in MXGP.
Yeah, and obviously the ACU Academy that obviously has been started up this year. The foundations of building that to give a proper structured kind of platform for everybody to kind of all work together, so that everybody's pulling in the same direction, giving riders the chance to kind of work through in a structured way. Obviously, British, we've got our RFX 125 Championship to lead to MX2 here. Those guys are doing EMX 125, and all of that is getting backing from the ACU, so that when these guys get to where they need to be, they've got the people on hand to help them as well, because this has always been the difficult thing, because some riders have a level of talent but don't have the support and guidance behind them to maybe stop them making mistakes that they just simply don't know they're making.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the whole point of the academy is to really try and help riders that have got the potential to do something internationally at a point in their career when we can make a material difference to that. And it's not about making good national riders better national riders. This is very much about international performance. And for young riders to go and compete against the best in Europe, the whole process is unfamiliar. They're racing at tracks they may not have been to before. The timetable, the hour difference, between the UK and Europe even. So particularly like the 125 riders are first out, so they can be getting ready to go out on track at 7:30 in the morning. The whole process in terms of preparation starts, days before that, in truth. So what we're trying to do with the academy program, there are three components to it really. There's the sports science part that we're working with Loughborough Sport. There's a medical science part, and we made an announcement in the last week that we've got a new performance director in the form of Dominic O'Dowd. So Dr. Dominic O'Dowd is working with us on the medical science component. And then the elite coaching, which is where you kind of put those things into practice. And that's really where, Stephen Sword and his expertise as a former GP winner is just invaluable in helping to take the kids through those kind of processes when they compete, in Europe.
Yeah, and obviously the guys that have been there and done that have been there at the sharp end. We had Brian Jorgensen in for the last MX2 race. And again, he's a guy that won British Championships, won GPs and stuff. And having somebody that can tell you what that's going to feel like when you get there, that is absolutely invaluable. So it looks like our MX1 guys are on their site now. I think we're probably going to break and take a quick word from our sponsors, and we will be back for the gate drop for the first of our Apico Factory Racing MX1 races here from Preston Docks at round 2 of the ACU Motul British Motocross Championship. So here they are then coming back from the site lap. And let's have a look at our qualification then this morning. Jeffrey Hurlings was fastest on track with a 1 minute 50, but only 0.632 of a second faster. Just the number 50 going through there. Was that Martin Barr of this here parish? I think it was. The man that retired at the end of last year. Martin Barr qualified 18th, retired as a professional rider at the end of the year last year, and came in, and he's riding this weekend as a wild card.
I knew that would happen. I should have put money on it. All this, I'm packing it in. I'm thinking, all right, Martin, we'll see. Sure enough, if that was him, that's no surprise.
He definitely was. I saw him out there this morning, and fair play to him. He did say, look, he was going to be coming and doing some riding, but he's got.
We did know.
He's got he's got kids that have got their thing going on. Obviously, Jeffrey's there sucking his teeth. We've just tucked in some really nice biscuits. Brought to us courtesy of Marcus Smith from MX Generations.
Please give this man a massive props. Over to you, Phil. Big him up. Because
look, he runs a Facebook group called MX Generations, and he always gives us some goodies. He posts a load of good stuff on there, and he's just a general nice all-round bloke, and he gives us some nice biscuits when we come here to Preston Docks, and he does a lot of promotion for the live stream for us as well.
He has excelled. I can say, listen, we were meant to spread these out amongst the whole crew. Me and Phil have just kind of brought it into our little booth, and I've been tucking in there, obviously, because we need our energy to get through this broadcast.
This is hard work.
We don't get a chance to stop for a proper lunch, so what we're doing is sugar loading. I've got to say, those all butter ones are absolutely outstanding. Have a shot on them later on.
We'll have a shot on them later on. Getting back to more serious things, with big props to Martha Smith for dropping those off from MX Generations. Jeffrey Hurlings then fastest in qualifying this morning, 0.6 of a second from Conrad Muse, 3 seconds ahead of Ben Watson, Oriol Oliver and Adam Sterry. That's a big old gap at the front of the field.
Wasn't expecting that. Let me rephrase that. I kind of could see Hurlings going 3 seconds, but I'm glad to see that Conrad's gone with him effectively.
Yes.
But yeah, a bit of a bigger gap like expected between Muse and Watson, I have to say. But obviously qualifying's one thing, racing is another, and particularly if you get a good gate drop round here, lay down some heaters early doors over the first couple of laps, you've got a real shot at it.
Yeah, there is the 83, the KTM Factory Juniors rider of Oriol Oliver on the Gabriel SS24 KTM. We spoke about him earlier on. There is Ben Watson on the Dirt Store Triumph. The people who bring you this live stream, and there. The HRC Honda of Jeffrey Hurlins.
Have you got fully used to, like, you know, seeing him now with a monster claw on his lid?
No,
and
I will never
Honda,
get used to that. There's Conrad Muse on the Crendon True 7 Honda. He will be prepared for battle today, and obviously he did not have the best of days at Hawkston by his own admission. Recovering from injury, there is the bullet. Jeffrey Hurlins on the number 84, the Honda HRC Patronus bike. He's the grand old man of the sport now, but still...
Oh, he's still hungry. I mean, it's worked for him, clearly. Fresh motivation, you can tell it. It's all like the right time to make a move, of being with KTM for as long as he was his entire career. It's definitely given him a shot in the arm, and I think he's got plenty left in the tank. Let's just give you a quick recap of coming out of Hawkstone, the championship positions. So Ben Watson is leading this championship, tied on points with Oriol Olivier, but obviously took the second moto. So he's got the red plate, but they're on the equal amount of points, which is 47. Conrad Muse came out of Hawkstone in third in the championship, another 9 points back. Tied with Taylor Hammer also, who's also on 38, and Taylor took a win, like we said at the Hutt Cup, turned him over.
Yeah, one thing that we didn't get to, Jeff, was he actually had a goggle issue in the second one, which cost him a bit of time as well. So he did not have as good a race in the second one for reasons outside his control. There's the three of Josh Gilbert. Let's not talk about Hawkston for those guys.
He needs a fresh
There's
start.
Oliver down the inside. There's Ben Watson. Just looking at Jeffrey Hurlins then, he has gone to the left of the doghouse as we look from the first corner, and Conrad Muse has gone outside of Jeffrey Hurlins and left a gap. So there's Ben Watson, the Dirt Store Triumph rider.
Looking very Larry. I have to say,
bright.
that's full 90s get-up going on there.
He has, we're not going to be able to not pick him out. And look, so he's great. But there's the 555 Mackenzie Marshall coming in, the 91 of Sid Putnam. There's the 811 Chambers KTM of Adam Sterry, and 579 of Bobby Bruce, a rider that I didn't realise that Brian Jorgensen was helping training as well. So nice to have him. I hope the race that you were watching on screen, I was outside watching that MX2, and that was an absolute barn burner of a race.
Yeah, it took a little while to warm up because they were a bit spread out, but then obviously with like 10 to go, we had all that drama. But as we said, ultimately it was Heyman taking the race win.
Yeah. So here we are then, everybody lined up for the first of our Pico Factory Racing MX. Yeah, I know. Here we go. We're back on. So we've got. Okay, so here we are then. It's Taylor Hamill that leads it. Got massive echo back on my headset, massive echo. So it's Hamill from Carl Husband, from Oriel Oliver, then Jamie Carpenter. We had a massive power outage here at Preston Docks.
Yeah, apologies for all you viewers at home. I think you might have still have actually had the feed.
We just died.
But we completely lost everything in our... so apologies about that, for the lack of commentary on the early parts of this race, but we can't commentate on stuff we can't see. So apologies for that. Hopefully you still managed to see the actual action. Many of you would probably say, well, I'm glad they've stopped talking. But either way, it's an exciting couple of laps, that's for sure. So if you've been following it, well, you can see on your screen, Taylor Hamill leading the way, making a really good start. Husband in second. This is going to be some race.
Yeah, the fucking plug broke on there.
Yeah. So full on. Let's get up to speed now. Then now we're back at least at it. This is going to be an absolute ripper, Phil.
Yeah, I got lots of feedback through my headphones, Jeff. So Taylor Hamill then, the man that I've been bigging up all season, he's the man that's currently leading then on the DRT Kawasaki. There's Jeffrey Hurlins. He's obviously, he's fighting his way back. He's now up to third. And Conrad Muse comes through. He puts a pass there on the number 6 of Carlton Husband. But all going on here, we just sort of say, literally the gate dropped and the power went. But Taylor Hamill still then leads with 18 minutes and 13 seconds left.
I don't know what was more entertaining, the opening parts of the laps or the look on mine and Phil's face when we lost power. It was quite, especially with the race from Hurlins getting a bad start and all the drama, so apologies for that. But we're back at it now. There's still got plenty of race to go and Hurlins is on a march. Taylor Hamill, don't look behind you.
So Husband under all sorts of pressure from Adam Sterry. Sterry makes the pass, and there's Watson through as well. So where was Watson? Watson's 8th.
Yeah, he made a terrible start coming through. Hurlins as well was quite a way down on that opening lap. I mean, this is a great opportunity for Taylor Hamill. I mean, it's a big ask. Quickest lap of the race was actually set by, let's get it up, Phoenix Tools. Quickest lap of the race goes to Oriel Olivier. So they're in second, not necessarily the race leader. Last lap around, he set the quickest, so he's getting up to speed. It was actually his last lap around, Phil.
That's Watson. And Sterry just making another pass. By the looks of it, around the outside of the 579 of Bobby Bruce. We need to see the battle at the front. There's so much going on in this MX1 race.
There is. This is brilliant. Like we said, not quite full lineups yet in MX1, but we're getting there. But like even so, now with Hurlins coming in and adding a different dimension as well, Phil, just mixing it up a little bit, particularly by not getting a good start. Conrad trying to go with him, of course. Now Taylor Hamill has just got to get the hammer down. Yeah, he's leading the race. His confidence is so high. I mean, I saw him cross the finish line at the Hut Cup. Big old fist pump. He's starting to believe that he can do it on the 450. And he is leading the way here for the DRT Racing Kawasaki team. Carlton Husband looking behind him to see an eyeful of Jamie Carpenter on that second Crendon True 7 Honda racing machine. But here we go. So this is Watson, obviously brilliant in the sand. He's proved that from a young age. Very much his preferred surface, although obviously still really fast on any ground. But that's another move for him. So that's moving him up into 5th, the championship leader.
But Taylor Hamill absolutely killing it at the front at the moment, Jeff. The man on the DRT Kawasaki.
Hurlins goes quickest, so there you go. Phoenix Tools' quickest lap of the race is now Jeffrey Hurlins with a time of 1:55.4. There you go. So Hurlins now getting up to speed as well.
So all sorts of gremlins.
This is going to be a tight run thing. Here we go. Taylor Hamill's lead is 1 second. 1.3, well actually 1:35, so let's call that 1.4. But Auriel Olivier is closing in on him on that SS24 Gabriel KTM. There's Adam Sterry, he's just been pushed back to 6th.
Right. So there's Taylor Hamill. So 23 of Hamill. It looks like our live timing is not telling us the truth, because I don't think that he's lost the lead and gone back to 4th.
Well, I think he might have done, because I just saw Watson behind him.
Ah, right, okay.
Because you can see Ben Watson in that Larry kit, O'Neill kit, really easy. So, yes, I think that is right. Hamill has gone down.
If we sit on this shot, so here's the race leaders then. Like I say, all sorts of chaos going. It is Auriel Olivier that is in the lead on the Gabriel SS24 Factory Juniors KTM. The Spaniard showing his prowess in the sand, and there he is, the man behind him, the Bullet, Jeffrey Hurlings. So Hamill tipped off.
So yeah, there you can see how he's now closing in on him big time. So Hamill down to 4th, as we said. Now he's got Watson all over him. Muse there in 3rd. He should be able to come into shot about now across the front of the screen, because these top two are starting to just check out a little bit.
Yeah, 13 minutes and change left. A load of drama in that one. I'll say, everything just went off. I'm surprised we haven't had more issues with the wind. But anyway, whatever happened, we've got it back up. Apologies for the break in the transmission. We were running around like running round things here. And we're back with the battle at the front. It is Auriel Olivier, number 83, who will love to take this scalp of Jeffrey Hurlings if he can hold on for another 13 plus 2, Jeff.
Well, yeah, and Conrad is right there as well, not as far back as I first anticipated. We've lost track. Obviously, we didn't see the opening lap, so we're playing catch-up as well. There's Conrad laying it on as he tries to close, and look at that, he is laying it on, because Conrad Muse has just set the quickest lap of the race with a 1:54.32. Phoenix Tools. We are only, halfway into this race. We've had 3 or 4 different Phoenix laps.
Yeah, and the track is going to be breaking down. Here they are, top 3 then, as they make their way down to the far end of the circuit. The number 83 of Auriel Olivier still at the front. Jeffrey Hurlings is getting closed in by Conrad Muse as they come through this wave section. Here we go. Muse there in the background. This is your top 3, Jeff.
Oh, look at Hurlings over there wheeling over that other jump. That's what Conrad was doing last year. It was almost like a rhythm section, slightly different timing. It's a kind of split lane. So varying ways to take that. Good for Auriel's confidence no matter what happens here. He's led a good few laps, well, 2 at least, since Hamill made that mistake. But he's got the Bullet right behind him, and Conrad definitely closing. Then it's Hamill for 4th, Watson 5th, Sterry 6th, Bobby Bruce in 7th, Jamie Carpenter at 8th, 9th his husband, and Ben Edwards having another solid ride.
Yeah, he's on that KTM, Mark McCann, and is it KTM Extreme? Not quite sure, can't remember the two. Absolute KTM. I need to do my homework on that one. I've walked past the truck 4 times and think, oh yeah, I'll remember that. Never do. But here we go then. Race leaders battling through the wind. You can see the camera shaking, but Auriel Olivier, he's still, he's not under pressure from Jeffrey Hurlings, is he?
Yeah, if anything,
he's
pulled him a little bit. I will say this much, obviously, like the wind, it's not showing on your screens at home. It is, as they predicted, getting stronger out there. It's why we had that technical issue. You can really start to see it. A lot of the banners now taken down. Riders will cope with it. They're obviously pros. They know how to kind of like lean into the wind over the jumps.
There's only so much that you can do though, Jeff.
Yeah,
Auriel Olivier, watch him through here. He'll double through these waves. Saw Hurlings trying to triple through there this morning, and he's took a load of time back. He's right now on the back wheel of Auriel Olivier as they go down into the back section. Where's Conrad Muse? There's Muse, the Crendon True 7 Honda rider, man who finished 3rd overall at Hawkston.
There's the bullet up the inside.
Oh, it is. Pass for the lead.
Short route, just literally everything we've seen from Hurlins down his career, taking the shortest, roughest route, smoothing it out, basically bouncing and wheeling over bumps that others don't. And he just took the short route and kept it lit. So now he controls this race. Is he going to control it at a steady pace, or is he going to try and just basically just drop the hammer and break the resistance of now Oriel and Conrad Muse behind him? I said Josh Gilbert because out of the corner of my eye, I saw him on the screen. He has DNF'd this moto. Oh yeah, things aren't going well for him right now.
No. Torrid time for that team at the moment for no apparent reason. They're one of the best prepped outfits in the paddock. But here's our race leader, Jeffrey Hurlins, then on the Honda HRC Patronus bike. Got Roger Harvey here overseeing him. So for me, the crux of the race now is how long does it take Conrad Muse to get by Oriol Oliver? And well, I've got to be honest, this looks like Oliver is coming back at him. Oliver he's still right there, Jeff.
Yeah, I mean, what a confidence booster. Like, you've got to try and go with him. Easier said than done, but if you can, I mean, that's his best thing he can do right now, because that's going to at least try and fend off Conrad a bit more. I mean, it's high intensity right now. I don't think these guys are leaving that much. You know, they're putting it all down. I certainly believe they are. I think Hurlins is like, maybe he's got a bit more in the tank, but I think they are pretty much riding at this point in the race on 100%.
Yeah, Oriol Oliver then will definitely not want to lose out too much. Hurlins down into the back section. Conrad Muse needs to get past Oriol Oliver, but the first thing he needs to do is get close enough to make a pass, because Oliver, he's lost, 20 metres maximum in that one lap. That's all it is. Hamill still 4th, Watson 5th, Sterry 6th. A good run for Bobby Bruce on the 579 Honda in 7th. Jamie Carpenter 8th, Carlton Husband 9th, and Ben Edwards rounding out your top 10. But we are not taking our eyes off this battle at the front, and there's no apologies for that.
No, we are not. And obviously pro riding now. I can see straight away Oriol Olivier just lapped up around, changed his line instantly to where he got overtaken.
Yes.
Right, so that obviously is not working because he got overtaken there, so he switched to the inside. I've just been told that right now we've got a record amount of viewers viewing live, which is fantastic. So thanks for tuning in and joining us here at the Motul ACU British Championship.
Yeah, for the best half a race we've ever broadcast.
Yeah.
But, hey, look, technical things happen everywhere. Thanks to our broadcast crew for sorting out the problem really quickly and getting us back up online. Like I say, the weather here and the situation that we're working in, very, very much on the edge of stuff with what we're trying to do. And we're back on. Like I say, we missed the start. Taylor Hamill led for 5 laps. Let's give props to him. He's there in 4th. Taylor Hamill seems to be his place, but he led until he didn't. And like I say, it looked like it was a tip-off, which we didn't see. But he's there in 4th. But this is the battle, and it's still Jeffrey Hurlins. He's not
far
running
back. You know, I can just see. Sorry, but I could see Hamill in the background. So he's there or thereabouts.
He is.
And to be honest, Watson is coming with him as well. I don't think they're closing in on the top 2. Another big shout out to Dirt Store, by the way, because without those guys we wouldn't even be doing this live stream. So thank you to them. Thank you to Motul for getting behind the British Championship, supporting it like they do, and of course all our other series partners, notably Apico, who are supporting this MX1 class. So thank you to Dylan and the team there. Go and check obviously the guys out at Apico.
Conrad having a run around the outside there. Jeff, is he going to try and finagle a pass around the waves? And here he comes around the outside. Oh, this is going to be tight. He's going to do him. Oh, brilliant pass. Moves up to 2nd.
Yeah. And he did, and he muscled that because that was a confidence move, because he had to be brave there.
He did.
Because that was a pinch point, and he kept it lit.
He committed all the way up there and breezed past Oriol Oliver into 2nd. Now he's got a back marker between himself and Jeffrey Hurlins. Oliver takes a quick look over his shoulder.
Right.
And I don't know who that was. It's moved out of the way, but they've just done a great job. So now we've got Jeffrey Hurlins and Conrad Muse, the battle that we kind of hoped we would have.
Well, let's see what he's got, because now that's it. It's up, because he got away a little bit, as in Hurlins got away that last lap as Conrad was held up. Remember, just prior to that, Conrad set the quickest lap of the race, so he's got the pace. Now he has got clear track, if you excuse the the lap riders they're going to have to kind of circumnavigate. But he hasn't got a competitor between him now. So let's see if Conrad can close this gap on Herlings. I'd say yes.
Oh!
Because he's going to come into view from the outside. Conrad round the outside. Oh, wow, what a race.
Wickenauer on circuit. Oh, he ran in the back of him. Wickenauer on circuit, commentators absolutely blowing a gasket in the background, but Muse tipped into the back of Herlings there. Almost went down. That would have been terrible if that had happened.
Well, Conrad showing that he wants a piece of it, and we all know what he's capable of. We say it time and time again, don't we, Phil? British fans left a little bit perplexed by this sometimes, because he comes in, British Championship and all those kind of things, and he just proves that he is just such an incredible talent.
Yeah, let's look. We'll leave that one on the side for now. Here he is, chasing down the 5-time world champion. There's Herlings going down round the right, all the way down the right-hand side. Conrad going through the centre.
Well,
Oliver in there as well. A very good third. They've Gap Watson now, who's past Taylor Hamill. But here comes the leader, and he's closing in.
He is. And this is where he was so good last year. Or was it 2 years ago? I just know. But that is a great section for Conrad. He has that completely dialed. Of course, Herlings has that thing of being the first rider on a Titan track to come round. They're doing a good job with the blue flags. We've seen them there last lap around. But still, when you're the race leader, riders are not fully aware, even though they get the blue flag, exactly how soon they're coming up to them.
So it's literally 10 by lengths in between the Crendon True 7 Honda of Conrad Muse in second, and Jeffrey Herlings then on the HRC factory Honda. That is Auriel Oliver in third. They go round that corner and then they'll come back towards us. Here they come. And there's Herlings. There's one jump between them.
For this outside line, and I don't know if it's because he got held up last time, Herlings, but it worked for Conrad. He switches back to the inside this time. Yes. I think he just went out there because there was a rider between him and Herlings.
3 minutes 30 plus 2 to go. It's about 5 laps then, Jeff, I think. This was where Muse nearly ran into the back of him last time. They're going to come into traffic as they come down past the grandstand. Packed grandstand here. We've got a lot of people here as well. Tim Lightfoot saying he was really, really busy out there on his way in this morning.
There's Marley Barr with all his experience. He will get out of the way, and I don't think he's overly worried about being lapped at this stage of his career by those two.
So Muse then making his way through the traffic. Here's Jeffrey Herlings then. So obviously Herlings is going to come by. A lapper there just making himself scarce on the inside of the track.
What I would say, Phil, going on Conrad's reaction on the winner's circle after the second moto in Hawkstone, we know he was a bit behind the 8 ball. He said it himself with his off-season, but he was, honestly, you could tell he was gutted. He's not where he wanted to be. And he said, like, as this championship goes on, he's going to obviously improve and come back. And he has absolutely, whatever happens here, he's come out swinging this one.
Yeah, and that was a lovely run up there where he passed Oliver a few laps ago. Oh, Herlings makes a little bit of a mistake. Rear end spins up. And Muse had taken that inside line again. Jeffrey's running a bit high, wide and handsome around there. So 2:13 to go. They're going to get 2 laps to go, not this time, but next time. Oliver's still there as well, Jeff.
Yeah, does he not? It's a fair swap here, fair deal. I mean, they are at it. Jeffrey Herlings, number 84 on that, there we are, HRC machine.
Look at the ruts up the face of that jump. That's a real, again, Conrad is not hanging about. He's there. He's right in on him.
A fair play. The lap traffic are kind of not doing too bad at the minute. They got a race to deal with themselves, of course, but I wouldn't say there's been any obvious hold-ups on their behalf.
No.
They're trying to stay out of the way the best they can. So, yeah, maybe Auriel just getting dropped a little bit now. Let's have a look at the times. Yeah, that's the gap between Conrad and Auriel has gone out to 3, actually from the leader, 3.5 seconds.
So there's Herlings over the jump. So Conrad did lose a bunch of time there by the looks of it.
Yeah, so there's, like I said, there's Tom Murphy in between.
Yeah.
Auriel's definitely dropped off the boat quite a lot, actually.
Yeah, so
that last lap was not good for him at all. He lost a bunch of time. He made a mistake.
So in that hairpin at the end of that run, he got held up there or made a mistake. There's Herlings, and we were expecting to see Conrad. He's dropped, but he hasn't. It ain't over. This is going to be 2 laps next time by, and I think that whether Muse got held up by a back marker or made a mistake of his own, and there was other riders there, so even if it's taken his eye, you can kind of legitimise that. But there's Hurlins just bouncing his way through there. You would pay money to watch this guy ride around on his own, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, the master of sand terrain racing, motocross racing, no question about that. Just from particularly when he was, even younger, and he had the way energy. He's obviously mellowed out a little bit, a bit more energy efficient. But in his early days, my God, it was a pleasure to watch because he would just slam anything.
He's a lot more mature now. His World Championship aspirations now relying a bit more on a bit of an older head on shoulders, taking seconds when he would have chased wins and gone down in the old days. But there he is. I think this is where Muse made the mistake on the last lap, because he was right on him as they went into there. At the number 84 HRC Petronas. And Conrad's...
I mean, he's keeping him... the phrase, keeping him honest.
Keeping him honest.
Yeah, it really is. He's not out of it.
Jeffrey will say in the interview, almost certainly, I got a bit of arm pump. Because he just...
I'm going to hold you to that.
Yeah.
Right, let's see what he says.
I'm going to bet you one of Michael Smith's biscuits that he says that he had a little bit of arm pump.
I'll take that bet because there's plenty of them.
Yeah. Props to Freddie Bartlett, and he's there in 16th, the youngster. He's having a good ride. Bailey Sutton in 15th. We're concentrating on this battle at the front simply because these are the people that everybody have paid the money to come and see. Erling's skirting off at the front.
Went a little bit long there. Just that just a little tenth maybe at best.
Still there. What's the gap back to Aurel Oliver? So he's 11 seconds.
11 seconds behind Conrad. So
he's done.
He's settling for a third, no question about it. Conrad digging deep, but with 2 to go, he's going to have to dig exceptionally deep. If he can just get a run on this next lap and be on Hurlins within 2 bike lengths, 3 bike lengths at the finish, it's on. If it stays like this, I can't see how he's going to get it back.
I think that it is now a little bit, not too little too late, but that mistake or whatever for Conrad a couple of laps ago. He's just lost the toe, and do you think that now the smart move would be, I'll keep your powder dry for Moto 2 and see what we've got? But Jeffrey, whatever they've paid him to come in this weekend, he's earned his money with that ride, because he was pressured from literally like half distance by Conrad Muse. No chance to make a little bit of a breather anyway. Look at the ruts up the face of that jump there.
Yeah, and they hook out at the top as well. That's the key thing. Like it's not just they lining up the rut. They've got holes in at the bottom and the top. And your suspension comes in, preloads, then tops out at the top just when another hole forms. And that's why sometimes you might see riders just get a little bit of a nosedive.
Yeah. And there's a little bit of a kick there. But I am used to seeing him on the Honda now. It's no longer a surprise. And he looks, it looked like, same with Tim Geiser on the Yamaha, it took a little bit of time to get used to how they looked on that bike, the new kit, the new sponsors and everything. But it certainly rejuvenated the World Championship. And we're very, very fortunate that Jeffrey has managed to carry on his race every weekend. He's out of here tonight to go and race the Dutch Nationals on back in his own country in Holland tomorrow. So being able to do all of the gate drops that he's managed to pull over the years, the fact that Honda are happy to allow him to do that, and the risk of injury in these races is always like, oh, look at that.
I bet he's glad we built the Channel Tunnel, because I wouldn't really get on a ferry tonight, I can tell you that. So yeah, he'll be whizzing back home to race, as Phil said, tomorrow, Easter Monday. Hope you're all having a fantastic Easter weekend, by the way, and you're spending your time with us. We really appreciate that. Go steady on the chocolate, everybody watching at home.
Yes.
Actually, no, don't. Live a little. Go for it. Yeah, so a little look over his shoulder here. He's got this one in check. I think Conrad, as you said, Phil, that would make sense. There's no, and just hope for that classic. Well, try and get it done in the sec one and take the overall.
Yeah, and obviously we saw that in the at Hawkston, where Ben Watson did just that. So at rundown then, Jeffrey Hurlins is our current race leader from Conrad Muse. Aurel Oliver on the Gabriel SS24 KTM, he is there in third. Ben Watson on the Dirt Store Kawasaki fourth. The DRT Kawasaki, the Dirt Store Triumph in fourth. Taylor Hamill on the DRT Kawasaki, he's fifth. Adam Sterry, the Chambers KTM sixth. Jamie Carpenter on the Crendon True 7 Honda, he is there in seventh. Carlton Husband on the Phoenix Tools Fanatic, he is 8th. Bobby Bruce on the 579 Honda, he's 9th. And Ben Edwards on the Mark McCann KTM, he is there in 10th. A good ride for him. Hat tip to Lennox Dickinson in 11th. A good ride from him as well. So Dickinson having a decent run. Let's just have a look as we're going to come by. This is where we're going to see the last lap board.
I think we're on the last lap now,
That's
Phil.
the checkered flag.
Yeah.
So we missed the board. You need to get yourself gone. So Jeff is making his way. We missed the 2-lap board there. So Jeff is going to get out there and do his thing. So a decent race then. Conrad Muse just running out of puff a little bit at the end, but it was 1.4 seconds. So although Jeffrey probably just eased off for the last few corners, it was very much a push to the end for the number 84. So Hurlings across the line, Muse across the line, Oriel Oliver across the line in 3rd, and then we wait for the very, very bright Ben Watson to come home in 4th, but they are a long way adrift. Our timing screen is waiting for them to update as they come across the line. They've lapped well up. There's Watson on the DRT, on the Dirt Store Triumph, and looks like Taylor Hamill was not that far adrift of him at the end. So a good recovery ride from Hamill, and then it will be Sterry across the line in 6th. And that's Adam Sterry just coming across the line now. There he is. So that is our Pico Factory Racing MX1 Race 1 in the books. What a race it was. We apologise for the loss of coverage at the beginning of that. I will say that we were running around like headless chickens trying to find out what had gone on. And a total power outage to all of the broadcast team here. Caused by something falling on something and pulling the cable out by the looks of it. But we're back and we are running. We're waiting for Jeff to appear in our screens. And we will go down to Winner's Circle to catch up with hopefully Jeffrey Hurlings, Conrad Muse and Oriel Oliver. We'll take a word from all of our sponsors and we will be back with Jeff in Winner's Circle.
This is Dirt Store. We're your one-stop shop for everything off-road. Find all of the latest products from the top off-road brands. Whether it's gear, parts, protection or accessories, Dirt Store has everything you need to hit the track. Shop fast, ride fast.
Okay, everybody, welcome to the Winner's Circle, where it's just me on my lonesome. Don't expect any kind of karaoke number here. Unfortunately, the lads were racing so hard, they raced straight past our Winner's Circle and have gone back to their pit area. So unfortunately, we haven't been able to grab any of the top 3. But this is a great opportunity for us to say, look, hopefully this accepted, that you're really enjoying what you're seeing. So remember to keep liking and subscribing what we're trying to do here on MXGB-TV and, of course, Dirt Store and the ACU Motul British Championship. So, yeah, I'm not going to jabber on too much, but keep liking and subscribing. Hopefully, obviously, for the second moto in the remaining races, we will get the top 3 here in the Winner's Circle. But on this occasion, we've missed them. It might be a good time to quickly put the kettle on. We're going to throw some adverts. I'm going to be back racing with the RFX 125s coming up next. Get that kettle on. Don't go too far away. We'll see you in a bit.
I'm still a kid, but I'm tougher than you think.
Let me fail, let me fall, and learn to get back up.
Let me find my own line, let me go full throttle. Never tell me what I can't do. and let me win. Never hold me back.
Let me try.
Let me try. Never underestimate me. It's the ride of my life.
Welcome to Club Dirt Store, the new way to shop off-road. Stack up points with every order. Then spend your points for discounts. Join the club for free today.
Welcome back, everybody, to a very windy Preston Docks MX. It is absolutely rattling down the River Ribble off the straight in across the Irish Sea there, and coming down here. It's definitely caused us issues. So again, apologies for you who were watching that MX1 race prior to the Pico MX1 class and you couldn't hear me and Phil. It's because, well, we had a major power outage.
We did. Everything in here was on until it was off. But we recovered, and we are halfway through the programme here already. It goes in a flash. We sit around for what seems like an hour, wait for everything to start in the morning, and then before we know where we are, we're already halfway through. So, 3 fantastic races so far. That last MX1 was a ripper. The MX2 race was a really good one. Obviously, you had Brian Jorgensen in for that one. I was out. Look, I know my favourite line. You know, you can't beat being at the track. I'm stood out there with our on-circuit commentators, Ben Rumbold and Roger Warren, watching the racing, and there's so much going on. You just you forget when you're in the luxury of the what we will call the broadcast booth
of a mobile Tupperware box that we said.
That you forget that there's so much going on out there on track. So, but for all those people that can't make it and all the messages that we've had, thank you so much. Now, I did have somebody text me a picture. Lee Jackson texted me a picture of a TM that he rode at Weston, which he thinks was one of yours from the year 2000. Just random stuff.
Oh, really? Yeah, it could well have been. Yeah, that was the year I was on TM. Yeah, Animal TM.
Yeah, he texted me a picture, and he just these.
To be fair, he's probably done more bike time on it than I ever did. I had a terrible season that year, got injured quite early on, and then hurt my back at Desert Mine, so I didn't actually get much riding in that year. That was probably the worst one of my career regards of injuries and layoffs. But there we go. That's part and parcel of what we do. Remember, keep liking and subscribing if you are watching us on YouTube. And, of course, spread the word to other people. It sits there. It's free. You can come back to it any time. Just keep coming back and watching it, and if there's something you want to study. And, of course, remember to keep following us on our social media pages as well. We have on MXGB-TV. On Facebook, on Instagram, website you'll find as well. And everybody watching on FIM Moto TV, thanks for tuning in.
Yeah, don't forget to drop us a comment in the... we'll get a bit of a point out we're looking at down there. That's number 33.
That's Jaden Anderson's dad there, yeah.
So, yeah, don't forget to drop us a comment in the chat. And, like I say, if this... obviously, one of the things that we want to do is to have somebody sitting here kind of getting into it a little bit live, which obviously we will try and do, but a very, very small and tight-knit crew bringing you this here. Apologies for the lack of a drone. Obviously, the weather here not lending itself to having things flying around.
I'll tell you what, if we put up a drone now, it would probably be in Rotterdam by now, I should imagine.
But props to everybody here, all of the riders. Speaking to the guys this morning, a lot of them were saying, yeah, it's windy, but you know what? It isn't that bad. There wasn't anybody coming back shaking their heads going, oh, it's terrible. I'm right up the far end of the paddock in probably the worst place. I would have thought when you walk down to where we are down here, it's actually not as bad. But a fantastic opening race for Drew Stock, who, despite the injury to his wrist, which is going to keep him out of the next 2 rounds of the EMX 125, he took victory from I would imagine, very pleased Ollie Waters.
Very pleased.
I can't hear your feed from the from Victory Lane there. He would be happy, as would have been Joel with Stanley Dawson with a third. So all to play for in Moto 2 of this RFX 125 Championship.
And just to prove Motocross is a brutal sport and we breed them tough, 2 of the top 3 both riding with broken wrists.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah, and I've had that injury, and it's kept me out for a while, and you just, I'll just give it a try. It's one of those things that you have to, at some point, give it best and let it heal. And obviously, Drew Stock will have a gap in his schedule after this weekend to round 3 of our championship, which is on the weekend of May the 2nd and 3rd. And I'm just trying to remember where that is. I think that's Ling.
Ling. We're off to Ling for the next round, which is obviously brilliant.
Which reminds me that I need to book a table at the pub to get a meal there on the Saturday night. And
Phil, if you can remember the name of the pub, you might get an actual free booking.
Oh yeah, I could try that, couldn't I? But it's my good lady's birthday that day.
So you better be on your best.
So I best
you better go and book that.
Yes, she's used to her birthday being on a bank holiday. We're always at the races, so the least can do is treat her a nice meal up there in Ling at round 3.
Look at that. That looks really cool, actually. I mean, it doesn't show the win so much, but that's almost like a motocross postcard you see in there. So, ignore that graphic there. That's all a bit back and front, higgledy-piggledy. That's not RFX 125s. Obviously, that was the race results from the previous moto that we just saw. But, those look at that. That looks really... It actually looks probably warmer than it actually is.
People will be looking at that going, oh, look, we missed a cracking day at Preston Docks. Everybody in the crowd is holding on to everybody else.
Yeah.
To be fair, it is not that bad. We're having a little bit of track maintenance. We can just see that they're cleaning up the track as we speak, just cleaning up the jump faces and just doing a little bit of track maintenance, which at this point in time is certainly something that we could do. We're doing another guest. Coming in thick and fast this afternoon. Welcome to the booth, Jamie Dobbs. Still
is Dirt Store. We're your one-stop shop for everything off-road. Find all of the latest products from the top off-road brands. Whether it's gear, parts, protection or accessories, Dirt Store has everything you need to hit the track. Shop fast, ride fast.
Everybody to Preston Docks, and here we are awaiting the start of our RFX 125 race. And joining me in the booth here is the last man to win a World Motocross Championship from Britain. It is Jamie Dobb. Welcome to Preston Docks, and obviously you're here. Obviously you've got riders here this weekend that you're looking after, I would imagine.
Yeah, I've got a few. I've just started my own academy and just been helping them. So they've had a good day so far. So looking forward to the next race. And it's just nice seeing all the young kids coming through. Hopefully there'll be one out there that will be able to emulate what I did 25 years ago.
That was 2001?
Yep.
Oh, God, I remember it like it was yesterday. I mean, I can remember meeting you I think you were 10 or 11 at a KTM test day when you had to be lifted onto a 125 by your brother, and then you promptly spanked everybody within 1,000 yards. And obviously you were our generational talent back then, and you obviously went on to do great things. You obviously trying to pass that on to riders that are not even familiar with what you did. Do you find that difficult, or are they just not overawed by, I'm sat here next to a bloke that I used to cheer on from the side of the fences? It's a different demographic for the people that you're riding with.
Yeah, I mean, the first person I did it with Tommy Searle. Yeah. So, and I don't think he had a clue who I was. He didn't have a clue who anybody was at the time. He probably still doesn't.
Yeah.
But I was able to mentor him and everything, and obviously he lived with me for like 3 years, and I was able to put him on a map. And all the mistakes I made through all my 25 years of racing, he didn't have to make them. And so it was good times, and obviously he did not so bad. But
again, he came up against probably one of the greatest riders of the last 15 years in Jeffrey Hurlins, who obviously is here today as well. And it's always a case of there's lots and lots of guys who could have been multi-time world champions or British champions if just through timing being slightly different. World level with people like Marnik Bervuts. Such a great rider. Never won a world championship because he was always up against the best of whatever there was at that time. And Tommy coming up against Hurlins at that point in his career, I think if he'd have just got one championship, it could have made so much more difference to the way his career panned out.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the 1 year he narrowly missed. That was a bummer because it was against Tyler Rattray, and that was the year that he should have really won. He just had a bit of bad luck and at one round, and it basically lost him the championship. So it was a pity, and I'd love nothing more. I know it's it's quite cool to say, yeah, I am the last world champion from England, but it's not something I would say I'm proud of in a way, because I've tried many times to help people, and I hope somebody can do it just for the sport as well as anything, because it really needs it now.
Yeah, and obviously, who are you mentoring at the moment then? Who's your guys out there this weekend?
In the 125, there's Ollie McClurg and Chase Panther. So Chase had a really good one in the first one. Ollie had a few issues and got cleaned out.
Yeah, but he's quite a young guy and quite new to this one. I'll race with his dad, so they're from down our neck of the woods.
Yeah,
and he's like fighting his way through the qualification, which is, I mean, that's great to see as well, isn't it? The fact that these guys are having to come and qualify at this level, it's exposing them to, I'll say, the pressures of it, but it's making them prepare right. And you've got something to say, well, you've got to get in the race, you've got to do this, you've got to do that. It's not just a case of turning up and gate drop.
No, exactly. And just being at an event like this with all the people and the crowd and everything, it gets them used to that next step. And I think it's important. Hopefully we can get the younger generations maybe even racing on a Saturday maybe down the line or something, where they can get a feel for this as well, because I think it's important.
I think that that was something that had been tried in the past, but I think we at the moment it's kind of a little bit of everything's just kind of trying to consolidate a little bit. And obviously we've seen a big increase in the number of riders coming from last year to this year. We've had to have qualifications at the first 2 rounds. MX1 class is also looking good. Looking across all the 3 classes, who kind of stands out as like the person that could be the next you? Because obviously when you won your world championship, it was almost towards the tail end of your career, because you'd been like the top guy over here. You'd been in 125s and 250s. You've been to America and raced out there, and then you came back to world championship. Who do you look at now and think he's the guy who might be able to do that, even if he doesn't think he can do it himself?
I think Ali Marzak, I believe you pronounce his name.
Yeah.
I think he's got a chance with his age. He just needs to get the right plan and people around him, and I think with the Briggs guys that you couldn't wish for anybody better. And it's just that understanding and that mentorship to help him understand what it becomes now from where he is to become a pro. Like when you go back to I had Paul Malin.
Yes.
And me and Paul were probably the fastest kids in the world on 85s and 125s. So it pushed us on so much.
Yes.
It was a real, as horrible as it was at the time, it was a real blessing.
Yeah.
And, I think that's what they've got to do. They look up now with Tommy with his YouTube, and they think that's where I want to be. But, Tommy was in the World Championship. It's like and obviously, so hopefully they can see past that and they really want to go. Because that's one of the things that I feel at the moment, just looking at it, that they think they've made it when they get here, and this is just a small step.
To me, this is the kind of the bottom rung of being a full-time pro. I mean, I'm a couple of 3 years older than you and Paul, but you were at all the races that I was at, and we were hanging over the fences watching you guys on 85s or 80s as it was then, and then onto hundreds. And the fact that you had each other to drive you on, nobody else mattered. If he beat you or you beat him, everybody else was covered, because you guys were the class of the field. And then obviously when you both went to World Championship and did all of that, we just had a really, really kind of even the guys that were hanging onto your coattails, 8 of them have got to GPs and score points every week with the 3-class structure.
No, for sure.
And we're seeing more of that now. Lots of guys with the EMX side of it as well. And obviously, Jeff and I talk about the EMX structure. I don't think that winning the EMX Championship matters. I think going there and winning races and showing your speed and you know what you're doing matters.
Yeah.
But the championship itself, it's a great shop window, and what we need to do is to move the guys that we've got here who are doing well here into there and getting top 5, top 10s once, twice, 3 times out of 5 rounds and getting on the map.
Exactly. I was 15 and I got a special license to do the British Championship.
Yeah, I remember it.
And ended up getting 3rd, and then obviously I didn't really do too much of my first year when I was 16, because I was doing all the Grand Prix, and I think some clashed and things like that. And then, fortunate enough, I believe I'm the youngest ever British champion at 17.
Yes.
And 18, because I won the 125 and then the 250.
Yes.
So yeah, it's and then I had about a 15-year gap and then came back on it again.
But again, all of the guys that, the youth development side of it, we've got lots of people here. Obviously, we've got the ACU Academy that's going on as well.
Yeah.
So young rider development. I mean, there's guys out there that are running training schools and doing lots of things. And look, at the end of the day, motocross, it's a sport that is also a business, and it's got to pay. But having somebody obviously with your pedigree, and obviously, you said you made a lot of mistakes. Your book, you were very open and honest about the things that you wish you'd have done differently. And the fact that you've been there and seen it and done that and put it down on paper for all to see, it's like you've got to be somebody that's worth talking to.
Yeah, I think the one thing I see with all the riders, and there's a few great coaches out there, and they all ride fantastic.
Yeah,
the style and everything, it's on point. It's just that next step now is like, do they know how to make them a world champion or to become a professional?
Yeah.
And that's the big thing where there's a bit of a gap now, and then that's where the work and the process needs to be put into with the guys who are working with the guys up front to take them to that next level. So, hopefully in time and everything, they'll, with the federation behind it now.
Yeah.
Hopefully it'll be able to go on to bigger and better things, because it's been too long now, and we need to get people driving and wanting to go and do Europeans and Grand Prix. So hopefully that we won't be far away from that, and hopefully it'll be there pretty soon.
So that's the picture looking out over Preston Docks. It belies, we were just saying that everybody in the crowd's hanging on to each other, stop and get blown away. There's the 548 of Hayden Statt. He's there on the Chambers KTM. He's had a bit of an up and down start to the season. Obviously had a lot of mechanicals at Hawkston Park, and had a decent run in the two AMX races he's done as Drew Stock comes to the gate. Are you going to stay with us for this one? Are you going to go out and what?
I'm easy, whatever you would need me to do. I'm sure Jeff will do a much better job than I. But
crack on, Jamie, crack on. So our 125 riders then coming to the gate. Drew Stott, then our first race winner, again riding injured, which is never a great thing. But his team are kind of, you need to have a break. He's having a couple of weeks off after this and won't be back till the next round at Ling. He's going to miss the next two EMX rounds. Joel Winstanley Dawson, so he's the nephew of former GP racer Matt Winstanley. So he's kind of a third generation rider one way and another. He's the son of Matt's sister, Michaela. And he's just come off an 85 last year. So he's, to me, on the podium at Hawkston and third in the first leg here. On what are not new bikes either. They were the low hours ones that they've picked up. Obviously, Ken Winstanley knows where to, who's got bikes and where, and they've got some nice low hours gases there that they've got sorted out over winter.
I think that shows sometimes as well. People are spending that much money on bikes, and I think there can be more made from getting more out of a stock bike, which is showing now, you know what I mean? It's like, and that's one of the biggest things. Sometimes when you give them all these advantages, it's an unfair advantage, and then when they get on a level playing field, it's like, what happens?
Yeah, when everybody else has got what they've got, then it is different. There's the triple one. Let's have a look. So here's we'll rehash the race results then. So it was a win for the 418 of Drew Stock in race one from Ollie Waters and Joel Winstanley Dawson. Harley Marjak went down in turn one, and he ended up coming right from pretty much dead last through to fourth. So with that speed, you would have to say that he is going to be somebody to watch for. Chris Brindley, my tip for third in the championship when me and Jeff went through that at Hawkston. He's having a better day today. Finley Pickering, another rider that was down. Alfie Heron, the man from Ireland on the TM. Alfie Geddes Green, who was briefly second. But here we go then, ready for gate drop for RFX 125 race 2. Away they go. Let's see who gets the drop as they go up the start straight. Looks like Stock it is on the JK Yamaha. God, it's dusty. Who'd have thought? Oh, and another pilot. No, just one rider down. Let's see who that is. Still 144. There is a few more riders down. But it is Stock then that leads. Oh, Statt puts the shoulder in. So Hayden Statt on the Chambers KTM absolutely rode through the 418 of Drew Stock. That's a Supercross move, that, Jamie.
That's an old school one, that's for sure.
Is that a bit harsh for the opening lap, or is that just a man that knows he needs to get out there and get the lead? He has a look over his shoulder. That was really, I don't think Drew Stock did a lot wrong there. I won't say the door was left wide open, but Hayden Stout on the Chambers KTM absolutely blasted through the inside to take the lead as they make their way round for lap 1 of this second RFX 125 race. Quite sure who that is in second. That looks like that might be Alpha Geddes Green, because Stock was absolutely blasted off the track there. He didn't go down. No, it isn't. That looks like that might be Finley Pickering. We'll see when we get the numbers on the back of the screen. On the back of the jerseys, rather.
Looks like Stock may be in 4th.
Yes, I think you're right, Jamie. He's there or thereabouts, isn't he? And
hopefully he can get away, because he may be having a payback in a minute.
He may well be, yes. And these two did have a few, although I think it was Charlie Richmond and Drew Stock had a few little bar bangs through the series last year. But getting nicely over that long tabletop on that 125. I am still constantly amazed by the stuff that they manage to clear on these smaller bikes. There's absolutely full commitment. And he gets over that double there. Let's see who the race leaders are. We'll get them over the line through the timing, and then we'll be able to read it on the screen over the far side. Yeah, that looks like that was Marjak there in second. What do you think to the track here, Jamie?
They've done a fantastic job, and I think Paul and all his crew at the first round and here, it's a pleasure to come, and in how professional it looks, because at the end of the day you need new eyes on the sport, and when they do come and see how cool it is and everything, and that's what's exciting, because you can show sponsors and everybody this, and it looks really good.
I mean, bearing in mind what we went through overnight, I was expecting everything to be flattened. So it is Harley Marjak in second, Stock now up to third, and then it is the 14 of Jack Leese. Yes, I thought it was. So Leese is in 14th, Lucas Moncrief, he's there in 5th, Picker in 6th, Joe Winstanley Doylson in 7th, our second place man in the first race, Ollie Waters in 8th, Heron 9th, and Brindley 10th, and Fabian Junior Morrison in 11th. But yeah, it's for what is quite an innocuous piece of land, it kind of is the British Lommel, isn't it? It has no right to be as good as it is. But I think this ride, obviously Fat Cats is a track that lots of people go to as well, but I just think this ride's a little bit better. The makeup of the sand is just a little bit nicer, and it tends to become, I won't say less rutty, but it just seems to become bumpier and easier to ride as Stock starts to close down on Harley Marjak. If he can pull another win out here, that will be a statement from Drew Stock to be able to take the win.
Yeah, especially with his injuries and stuff. It's not a track that would be very easy with them kind of things. So I think if he can get through the day and get some good points, I think it'll be great for the rest of the season for him.
Yes, and again, I think the team are. I'm a nose dad from GPs that we've been to and attended together when Drew was a little kid and stuff, and they're just really happy to be on the journey. They've put a lot into it as a family, and to see him having to riding injured and being at this level, they've got to be fairly happy with that. But it is Harley Marjak then that is there in second, and again, he is probably one of the youngest riders in the field. He was not happy with finishing third at Hawkston, so Jeff was kind of like, as an opening round, there's a guy coming. I mean, I just emptied my bag the other day and I've got a piece of paper in it from a race that I did, probably not last year, the year before. It was just in the back of a folder, and it was on a small wheel 85. And you're like, here he is at like top level 125 racing at like 13 or 14 years old, more than holding his own and not letting Hayden Stat get away. He was first year 125 was last year, I think. So he's kind of a year ahead or a year and a half ahead in the journey. But certainly he's acquitted himself very well. There are the top three making their way down the far end of the circuit. Do you still do any riding, or are you just have to stand at the side of the track and point now?
I do a little bit every now and again.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's I'm racing at Farley Castle in a few weeks, so that should be fun.
Yes.
Mr. Briggs is supplying me an old bike to ride there, so.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in for the September one of them, so I shall look forward to that. It's always a good crack. But this is the battle then. Stock on the JK Yamaha. Lucas Moncrief then up to 4th. Somebody's dropping down the order then. Who have we lost? I think we've lost the number 14. He's the man that's gone missing. So he was the guy that was up there in 4th, and that was Jack Leese. So Leese has gone missing from that 4th place. So Moncrief now up to 4th, Winstanley Dawson 5th, Waters 6th, Brindley 7th, Heron 8th, Morrison 9th, and Anderson in 10th. So we'll look to see if we've got who our fastest lap so far is. And Phoenix Tool fastest lap. So the sun coming out makes our screen so difficult to see here in the booth, and 1 minute it's like bright sunshine. Oh, that was a bit of a kick there. 1 minute it's bright sunshine, the next minute it's like dark as night. But the opening MX1 race, the way that these lines developed and everybody was going all over the track, certainly gives us some decent racing. But here is your race leader on the Chambers KTM. I think this will be this will take a little bit of pressure off Hayden Statt, because he's been behind the 8 ball for pretty much every race so far this season, and for him to get out the front and make a break like this will give him some confidence. Yeah, for sure. It's never easy when you have a bad start to the season, you know, and to try and get back. But again, this is which is great with this class, you know, that everybody's got different learning plans. You know, for Drew, having to try and win a championship with an injury, it's not going to be probably the last time that happens through his career. And then with Harry, you know, he's always been used to winning and running up front, so why should this be any different? And that's why he was probably upset with his position at Orkstone, and you know, and wanting to do good things, and that's what you need. But the technique that they've got up that wave section, it looks a really nice bit of track, and like I say, even an old fool like me, you're looking at it, well, why can't I do that? And you have no idea if you've never been and stood trackside to see what's going on. You have no idea just how good these guys are doing what they're doing. And this is one of those bits of the track. If you get the rhythm wrong here, you're literally stopping dead as you come up and hit every single one of these bumps. But a deep field, 40 riders. I think we had 52 signed up this morning to go through qualification. And the fastest 40, there's the 5:31. That is Lucas Moncrief in 5th, coming under pressure from the 6th place rider at the 4:55, Ollie Waters. And like I say, this is we're looking for a battle for the podium. So let's have a look. So Hayden Statt, he's not going to feature for the win. That was a nice pass there. So Waters moves up in to 5th. So currently sitting on a 2.5. Stock is currently on a 1.3. Looking at the overall, but I think he'll be wanting as many points as he can get. But they're not closing in at all on our race leader Hayden Statt at the moment, Jamie. No, he seems to be holding it, and I think it could the last few laps, because I think they're going to start feeling it. It's getting quite rough now, the track, so I would think the last 3 or 4 laps will be tough keeping that same speed going. So if somebody can, it could be make for great racing them last laps. Yeah, it's track a lot of square-edged hard bumps as well. Yeah. Speaking to a few during the break, they were saying it's starting to get quite hard underneath as well now. So we have had quite a long dry spell after obviously all of the rain that we had through February. So we have got a change for 2nd place. Then it looks like Drew Stock has managed to move into 2nd. Right, so Jamie, thank you very much for coming in and seeing us. Yes, so there's 4 people in this booth now, with 6 World Championships between them, and there's 2 of us that sadly have none. Oh, so welcome back to the British Motorcycle Championship.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Hurlings.
Thank you.
How was the first race?
Yeah, it was good. I really messed up my start and made it quite difficult. And I came from like somewhere in the middle. And the first 2-3 laps were quite tricky. But once I got some free track in front of me and was just battling with Conrad and Oliver, it was quite okay. But the track's lovely. We have some good weather today. It's still quite chilly. Yeah, I don't see that on TV, but it is. And it was good. Managed to win. So looking forward to the second moto.
So Conrad He kept you honest in that one, 1 point something seconds at the end, and you guys had gapped out. Oriol was showing good speed at the beginning of the race as well. So definitely worth the trip over to keep your momentum going with learning the Honda.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, as you can see, there's a lot of crowd came out, and I think it was really good because, you know, I'm still learning and experiencing new things on the Honda, and it's, you know, it's still a brand new bike for me, even though we're there for 3 months now. But still, like, I haven't came to many tracks, as in, like, last week in Switzerland was the first time I was with that bike on a track with those steep lines, and also tracks like this. So we're still learning new things and trying to, you know, find the perfect setup, but the team is working hard. They're doing a great job, the whole Garibaldi, Honda, Petronas team. So, yeah, we just keep pulling along.
Yeah, and obviously we're now used to seeing you in these colours. Obviously, the last time you were in the booth at Duns, we couldn't even talk about it. But obviously a completely different setup for you at this time in your career, and it seems to be paying off a little bit of renewed enthusiasm, and it just a little bit of a change.
Yeah, it is.
Giving you that spur on.
Yeah, they just give you a new motivation. You know, at some point you're like, you know, you've done the same thing for 17 years and same people. And even though I respect the people a lot and the bike was good, the team was good at KTM, don't get me wrong, you're just looking into something new, a new experience. And yeah, that's why I decided to change up and just get new motivation.
Yeah, and obviously, look, for us as fans, it's absolutely fantastic because everybody's new, and it's just like, well, who's going to do what? Nobody expected. Obviously, the changes that were going to come at the end of last year, and it certainly breathed some new enthusiasm into the championship. And obviously, we were watching Switzerland last week, and that was, well, it was watching through my fingers. Nobody knew what was going to happen. It was a fantastic GP as a fan. Obviously, I'm sure that you didn't look at it from where you were sat at the side of the track watching your points disappear.
Yeah, that was bad.
But you've got to be pleased with how it's gone. Argentina was fantastic. To see the way that you chased Roman down at the end of that one was just like, my son was on the phone to me and he was just like, yeah, if he catches him in the next 2 laps, it's on. And it was good to watch.
Yeah.
And obviously here at Preston Docks, then you were the British champion in 2024.
Yep.
And came back and saw us for a couple of rounds last year. And it's good that obviously was that part of your deal with Honda that you're totting up of see how many races I can do while I'm still doing it. Were they on board with that, or was that something that you needed to kind of get them to agree to?
Yeah, you know, most teams at the top level at MXGP don't like doing the top riders do so many races besides MXGP, but Honda, actually also KTM, were quite really forgiving in that, and they were just like, oh, if you're happy to do these races, mate, just go do them. And Honda's about the same level right now. They're like, mate, if just like Marshalls, you can get hurt anywhere, on a practice, on a race, so as long as you use your brain as good as you can, and as much as I have them, yeah, just try to go out and have fun. And you know, happy rider is a fast rider, I always say, and I really enjoy doing these races. I mean, yeah, it takes a bit of more energy than a practice, but nothing as good as a gate drop, fighting with the guys, flag marshals on track. So by now they're already getting used to the Jeffrey Hollings program, but yeah, I'm planning on doing quite a few races next to the GPs this year. Yeah,
and obviously you're back to Holland tomorrow for the national race back there.
Exactly.
So again, making the most of that, and then obviously it's a double head of GPs for the next 2 weeks.
Yep.
So these 125 boys then, we obviously you've watched these before, and when you've been here at the British Championship, we've got Hayden Stack and Drew Stott. They're both doing the 125 EMX Championship and enjoying their time in that. Would you fancy this track on a 125?
Mate, last time I did a 125 was in 2013, just for fun there for KTM. Some, I don't know, media day it was. So I haven't run a 125 for like 13 years, man. But those things go fast, they go strong. But those kids, man, they are sending it. So. Yeah, it's nice watching them, and I think it's a good class to step up to the big boys, you know, to go into MX2, and especially in European Championship, you got 125s and European 250s, and then GPs. So I think in MXGP that's organized quite well. You know, you have a few steps to get to the big boys, and I think the national championship here in England is really well organized. You see how many fans again here in Preston Dock, so it's it's a pleasure, and I think it's good for national championships to have also the coverage like this, because there's not many championships we do. So I think the British ones are really well organised.
Yeah, and obviously the luxury of our broadcast booth, impressive as anywhere.
Yeah.
But look, obviously when you come and do these rounds, this is what puts bums on seats. People want to come and see Jeffrey Hollings. Me and Jeff often state that we'd happily pay money to watch you ride around on your own. But the fact that you are prepared to come and put your reputation on the line against these. Yeah, so a text from Dave Thorpe there all said red would suit Jeffrey. Yeah, and it does. And I think that everybody's got that, they've kind of got that look now, that it's no longer a surprise. And,
yeah. I mean, Honda HSC is like a Ferrari in Formula One. I always say, like, it's a statement. It's a statement team. You see with Dorpy back in the 80s, Eric Geboers, Jeff Stanton, Ricky Carmichael, all the heavy hitters, Jet Lawrence right now. Like, so many good guys run for Honda HSC. So it's also a kind of I don't know, man. It's something special to run for them.
Yeah, and it is. And again, that you know, with their history through the 80s and stuff. I mean, obviously, it was a long while. They were a long while without a world championship in the open class. And obviously, Tim, he stood up, and obviously, you were battling with him on KTM for all of those years, and now with both of you, like making those changes, it's kind of give us a little bit more of. It's put more impetus back in. There's 5 or 6 guys that are in with the shout of the championship, and obviously with everybody having a DNF now, apart from Tim, I think that...
Mate, I had 3 almost. I got like 3 0 scores out of that moto.
Oh, yeah, we need to talk about Saturdays, mate. What are you doing?
I don't know. I feel like... but twice I was really unlucky because...
Yes, of course.
I mean, a start crash, and then you got 20 minutes, and then you're like in a 40 riders. I finished 11, just outside of the points, but I still passed like 30 guys, and like the guys who are finishing like P10 are guys like Ben Watson, those type of guys, like really good guys. So if you have to pass 29 of them within 20 minutes, you know, it's not easy. And then obviously I had a crash also in Argentina, so I was a bit unfortunate, and the chain come off in Swiss. So I've not been too lucky, and actually I'm still only 12 points down, so there's a lot of positives. And obviously, you know, won the first race, got second on the second one. I was off the podium obviously in Switzerland because of the chain, but yeah, looking forward to some more racing.
But the general momentum of how the bike's going, how the races are going,
it's going good.
It is going good, and it's it's great to see. But obviously, you know, we want to see Conrad give you another good run for your money in Moto 2.
He will. I mean, he's good. He was good at this track. I remember in 2024, I think I won Lommel and I won Arnhem, both GPs. I went 1-1, 1-1, and I won with quite a big gap at some motors of them. And then I came here and I got my ass whooped by Conrad in Moto 1, and even second moto, I was lucky he crashed, and then I managed to hold him off, even though it was just a small crash of him. But like he's really, really good at this track for some reason, and always he's actually good in England. It's just so strange when he gets out of this country. For some reason, he's a bit struggling more. But man, I got so much respect for this kid. He's so good on the bike, so it's always a pleasure racing with him. Yeah, and it's great that you come over and say put yourself on the line at these races. And let our guys have a shot at you on their home turf. There's our race leader then, the 548 of Hayden Statt. He put the shoulder in good and hard on the opening lap to Drew Stock, and he will take what is looking like a race win with 1 minute and 36 seconds to go in this second of our RFX 125 championship races. Drew Stock will take the overall win. I'm looking down and seeing that Ollie Waters in fourth with a 4.2 I think will be second, and Marjak with a 3.4 will be the rest of our podium, but still quite a long way to go. So when did you fly in this morning, or did you come in yesterday? No, I flew in last night, but straight after second motor I got to fly home because I'm racing again. Tomorrow 8 o'clock I'm expected to be in Holland at a race again, so yeah, we'll be quiet. Oh, some guy went off track. So this is the jet set lifestyle of the full-time pro, and obviously have you got another setup back at ready to go in for that, or you got to get this bike? Honestly, those I got 2 mechanics going to drive all night because it's like literally like 5 to 6 hour drive to Folkestone to the train. Then they're going to hop on the train. Probably they have to wait a couple hours because they got somewhere in a night train because they can't leave before 6. And then obviously they'll have to drive another 4 or 5 hours from Calais to the race in Holland. So they'll have to work all night and all day tomorrow again. So man, I got so much respect for these guys. And yeah, I mean, once I committed to this race, it wasn't planned to have a Dutch race on that Monday. And then after that came out, I'm like, oh damn, and I couldn't go back anymore. But actually I don't want it. For me it's quite easy to say because I take a flight and I'll be home tomorrow at 12. But for them, it's a lot of hard work. I mean, being a Jeffrey Onyx mechanic is never easy. So look, I'm sure that they would much rather be here doing this than just like standing somewhere in a field looking at a stopwatch. I'm not sure if they'll tell the same thing this night at 4 o'clock when they're somewhere on the train. But maybe. So time is up then, so it will be 2 laps to go this time for Hayden Statt. His race lead was about 4 seconds, I think, last time across the line, and he's definitely stamped a little bit of authority back on this championship. 3.6 seconds then back to our second place man Drew Stock on the JK Racing Yamaha. Third place then
Harley Marjak. And like I say, I think so. Our podium is going to be Stock, Waters, and Marjak.
I'm good.
And yeah, so based on what we saw last night, obviously I all stayed on circuit last night, and I thought our camper was going to be in the river. The
wind! I was landing by my plane. I'm like, bro, I'm not even gonna show. I'm gonna die in this plane. I'm gonna have a plane crash. Like, there was so much wind. Even when I get out, my cap just flew off my head. So it was a lot of wind. But today, the weather is mega. It's like absolutely insane. Like 10 degrees, sunshine, track is mint. A lot of fans came out. So it's
I mean, it's like I say, that the fact that we've got so many fans here, it's also, it's not the best circuit for spectators. It isn't a place that has like a rich history, Hawkston Park or Ling or all of the other circuits, and obviously, but it's such a good facility, and so many riders put a lot of time in here that to have a British Championship on this type of terrain, it really is pretty cool. But Stat, like I say, just riding the wide lines, and he will be very, very happy to get to talk to Jeff as a race winner, because I know he's been struggling. There's Stock, so he's not giving this up, you know. I think this is 2 to go. They'll get the last lap flag next time by. But so I was at the British Championship round at Ling when Ben Watson made his 450 debut
on the Yamaha,
and you raced him on a KTM, and that was a cracking day's racing. And it's hard to figure that until last weekend, so the last round at Hawkston, I don't think Ben raced 450 in the UK since then.
No,
that was his first race win.
Yeah, so I think it's good. I think it's good because normally Conrad, like in his own league. I think with Ben being here, it also helps the championship. I think, you know, it's always nice when you see people battle. But like today, it was just, if I wouldn't have been here, Conrad would have had a walk in the park that first moto. But hey, man, it's gonna.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
He's charging him.
He's charging him.
He's not giving up, is he?
And obviously, like you said, when he gets there, there's going to be a bit of payback. Is this the last lap, or we've still got one to go after this? We'll see.
Oh, he's in his rear wheel. He's coming.
He's going to come down the inside now. Is he going to fire it in, or is he just going to do the smart move and just put the inside?
He's going to be right there. Depends if they can get over the double jump. Yeah, they both do. He got more drive.
Pass for the lead.
He's next to it. He gets both of them. He passes him.
Oh, man.
He got him. One to go.
So, the last lap flag this time by then. So, Stat to the front. Has a quick look over his shoulder. A little bit of a brake check there as well. Just tapped the rear brake in the middle of the turn. So, after that big shoulder on the opening lap, put him over the berm. Drew Stock, broken wristed all, has run down Hayden Stat at the end of this race. Last lap flag is out. He's got to get his head down. Has Stat got anything for him?
He's losing it though.
Yeah, I think he just saw him towards the end.
But he came unexpected. Like he had like a nice little gap, and within half a lap, that gap shrunk from like 5 seconds to your rear wheel, and boom, pass him straight away. So it's quite impressive.
Yeah, Stock been putting in a lot of work in fitness-wise. Maybe Hayden's just started to tighten up a little bit. But this will mean it's a 100% win ratio for the JK Yamaha, man. The team will be over the moon with this. There they come for the final time. Oh, yeah, and he's got a back marker in between them as well now. But definitely a clutch move then by Drew Stock. I don't think Stat's going to have anything for him. Another look over the shoulder. I think he's looking over there just to see what the likelihood of contact is.
Yeah. I think he should have. It really depends on the two double jumps. If he got a lap rider in front of him, things can still go sideways, but he's looking good for now.
Well, like I say, I just thought he was settling in for second and he was going to take the overall, but he will be going into... he's coming back. He's coming back. Is the going to be... sticking the tail.
How nice would it be if he passes him back to the last lap on the same way he got past, but...
Two corners,
he's going for the inside. If he goes for the outside and gives the momentum to make sure he gets over the double jump. Oh, this is exciting. Nah, because he couldn't make the jump.
Oh, he didn't go over the double. Is that going to be enough? And he doesn't get over the double again. That's going to let him off the hook. There's not even going to be a chance of a little bit of a shoulder, I don't think. Drew's just got to get out of here clean. And Stat came back at him. And Jeff will obviously get the lowdown on that one.
Nah, he got it on.
Oh, he's got it.
Yeah.
So a double race win then for Drew Stock on the JK Yamaha. He's a happy bunny with that. Hayden Statt will come second, Marjak third, and Ollie Waterford. Jeffrey Hurlins, thank you very much for coming in and seeing us again. Best of luck in the second moto.
Thank you so much, and you'll see me guys for the second moto.
Yeah.
All right, appreciate
cheers,
it.
mate.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. What a fantastic race that was.
Still gotta go. Get some food in quick. All right, see you guys.
So Stock from Hayden Statt. I'm not getting any better than that. Having a race-winning move. A race-winning move being commentated by Jeffrey Erlings. How about them apples? So Stock from Statt, from Marjak, from Waters, and they just come across the line now. Let's just see. We'll move over into the 6. So Stock wins then from Hayden Statt. Marjak comes across the line. He's 35 seconds adrift in third. Jack Lees ended up coming across the line in 23rd. He was up there at the beginning of the race. So Waters comes across the line in 4th. Then it should be Chris Brindley, Lucas Moncrief recovering to 6th. When Stanley Dawson there in 7th, Heron in 8th. That's 2 top 10s for Archie Heron on that TM. So yeah, Moncrief across the line, wins Stanley Dawson. Then again, another rider riding with injury, but that is a statement ride from Drew Stock. Broken wrist and all. Fair play to Hayden Statt for getting the job done in the early laps. He made that pass that he had to make. And yeah, that was a decent ride for him. So when Stanley Dawson across the line in 7th, 8th Alfie Heron, 9th will be Fabian Morrison, and 10th will be Alfie Geddes Green, which I think will give us the overall will be Drew Stock, Ollie Waters, and Harley Marjak. We're going to take a word from our sponsors, and we will be back with Jeff in the winner's circle.
Welcome to Club Dirt Store, the new way to shop off-road. Stack up points with every order. Then spend your points for discounts. Join the club for free today.
Okay, here we are in the winner's circle. We actually got some riders this time. We've already told the MX1 riders off. Drew Stock, what's all this talk about a damaged wrist? Because it doesn't seem to be slowing you down much.
That won't slow me down then. I was focused. I needed to do that. I'm happy about that.
I'm sure you are, because like I said, you kind of come into this weekend with this broken wrist, this scaphoid thing, and you kind of like just want to make sure that I get enough points to keep my championship alive. Well, we're 4 races in and you won all 4. So, I mean, that is some statement. And to come back like that, I missed the start of that race. Jamie Dodd was in doing the commentary, but a bit of contact I hear at the start, and then you got a run on him right at the end. So the old red mist must have came down when he was in your sights.
Yeah, a bit of contact. I love that. I live for it. I do. I really enjoy it. So he put me off the track and I had to catch him and come back to him. He tried again, but I had the edge, I guess. But that was really good. Bike's really good. Good start. Handled great, thanks to K-Tech. It was really good.
That's it, all's fair in love and war. I mean, off the track, you guys have a pretty good relationship. Obviously, got to know you hanging around last year with the Blue Crew thing, but this is going well. And now you get to right now, as we talk, the team kind of asked you or wanted you not to race the next 2 EMX rounds. Right now, coming off the back of that, you're like probably thinking, are you going to be on the phone to them saying, come on, I want to do these next EMX rounds? Because they've advised you to actually take a bit of a breather and rest up your wrist.
Yeah, as much as I really want to race, I know it's such a demanding track. I was there in January, and this scaphoid injury, I can't keep doing this, so I'm going to rest up 3-4 weeks and come back fulling.
Well, yeah, you're going to be a tough man to beat. So there you go. Overall winner as well today, obviously, taking both motos in the RFX 125 class. Well done, Drew Stock. Great one. Let's get Hayden Stat in. Hayden, quite rightly there, just tapping his crash helmet in appreciation. Okay, Hayden, second in that one. Obviously, I know this is always difficult walking in a winner's circle when you've just been pipped to the flag. But in the grand scheme of things so far, because you've had a lot of bad luck already in this series, that's the bittersweet thing. You didn't win it, but you've got some solid points on the board, because right now you've had a lot of, like I said, misfortunate. So talk us through that one.
Yeah, of course, just misfortunate rides, like from Hawkstone, and then the mudders in like Europe. It just hasn't been great, and I finally got a good one in Switzerland for P7, and I was running P8 in the second one, but unfortunate conditions, and I just wasn't able to bring that back. But it's nice to just be able to be in the top 3 for once, because it's been like a long time since I've been in the top 3, and yeah, it was a good battle at the end, and well done to Drew.
I mean, yeah, like you must be, results haven't gone your way, but like you know this kind of speed's there, so how have you been managing that? It's hard to keep the frustration at bay, I should imagine.
Yeah, of course, it's just frustrating, obviously not getting the starts that I wanted lately, and I was able to get one there. I was able to get a good jump and like an alright drive, and then got into the corner. I just didn't show off and let everyone show off, and I went through. Came out in P3, and I believe in the third corner, I made the move on Drew, and just tried capitalising on all their mistakes, and just tried keeping the riding to like not overriding, just nice and smooth. But in the end, dropped off a bit more than what I should have, and wasn't able to get the win in the end, but it was a good ride.
But a bit of momentum to carry into the next EMXs, so we wish you the best of luck with that. You feeling good about them?
Yeah, of course. Sardinia coming up, good sand round. Now I've got Trentino the weekend after in Arco, so that'll be a good round and all, so I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Well, good luck with that. Safe travels over. Let's bring in Harley, who got third in that one. It's coming in another strong ride from this incredibly talented youngster, 13 years of age. Doesn't look it. I mean, look at me. I'm 53 and he's already taller and stronger than me. Harley, I mean, that was still a solid ride already. Your results from round 1 coming up from the 85 class, I'm sure, has given you such a boost of confidence, and you want to win one of these things. And you're probably mildly disappointed from the result in the first race to like but that was a much stronger performance. Kind of lost the toe for the two in front, but still a good ride through the pack. Are you happy with that, or again, are you a little bit miffed about it didn't quite go how you wanted?
Yeah, it was alright, and then just lost fight really halfway through, and then that was it.
But how do you feel out there? I mean, we're 2 rounds in now, effectively. You came in with a level of expectation. Are you on track? And the team clearly must be happy with your performances. I mean, I think you're riding great, but so are you happy where you're at now after 2 rounds in?
Yeah, I'm happy. I feel strong, and that's all.
You definitely look strong. Okay, well, look, as we said, these guys doing good things with them and bringing a bunch of young riders up and onto EMX. So the team are doing good things. You're doing good things. What's next for you? Have you got an EMX coming up, or what's your next race?
I'm not sure.
Classic reply from a teen. I don't know where I am next. I'm just riding. Well done. Solid performance. So there you go. There's Harley Marzak coming in third in that one. Okay, you can probably hear the bikes going out behind me. We are now getting down to the second moto for the MX2 class. They're on track on their sighting lap. Don't go too far away. That's coming up next. We'll see you in a bit.
This is madness. It rages within us. From the world it seeks to consume. We dream, sweat, achieve.
Back everybody to Preston Docks for the second of our MX2 races here today, the Motul ACU British Championship MX2. First race stopped then to tend to an injured rider who was down in a place that obviously one of the things with Preston Docks here, it's a very, very tight circuit, and they just didn't feel that they could get to him with the race continuing, so the race was red flagged, and on countback it went to Charlie Heyman, taking what I believe is his first race win in MX2. So hat tip to our under-21, our Jude Morris Foundation under-21 championship leader and obviously champion from 2025, Charlie Heyman, taking his first win in circumstances that maybe he would be like, well, it's a win, or is he going to go out there and try and do it? He rode well, Jamie Keith.
Yeah, but to rub salt in the wounds, we didn't speak to him.
No.
We ended up speaking to Jamie Keith because at that point
we didn't know.
No, exactly that. We was waiting for the official result. To be fair, Jamie was the only one that stopped at winner's circle anyway.
Yes.
So it made sense to interview him, but at that point we were under the impression potentially that Jamie had won it. But no, the countback, which we've seen some of you commenting on about the rules and regulations, should that rule be looked at? Well, that is the current rule in play.
Yes.
Red flag, you go back a lap.
And it's not back a lap from when the flag was raised.
Yeah.
It's a complete lap and then back a lap.
Yeah.
And obviously that rider was down. I think that was going to be the second time that they came across it, because they all had to roll that. And I think it happened just in front of us as they were coming over. So it was one of the riders who was like maybe in like 15 to 20 or something like that. I've no information on who the rider was. I do know that it didn't cause any more delay other than they got him sorted out and got him off the track as they needed to do. And as always, our race officials here doing a sterling job. Thank you to all our marshals that have stood out in what is a blustery conditions.
Play them.
But obviously what you've got to remember is that obviously here in the booth, we know probably less than anybody about what is going on at this race sometimes. We're not in the official line of communication with the people that are actually running the races on the track, although obviously we do get to know what is going on.
Well, we don't have windows, so we can't see what's
going
on.
We don't have windows.
We're like Manuel on 40 Towers for those here. We know nothing.
Yeah, we know nothing. But anyway, moving on, it was a great race, and Charlie Heyman took victory then from Jamie Keith. Tommy Searle closing in for the kill in third. Obviously, you had Brian Jorgensen in the booth in here for that one. I was outside watching it on track with our circuit commentators, Ben and Rog, and it was absolutely a killer.
It's shaped up. I mean, in many ways, it is a disappointment. Obviously, it's an incident. Red flags do happen in our sport thing, but it was a shame because actually it was genuinely tightening up, not only at the front, but the third, fourth and fifth behind. It was all getting really tight, and then the red flag came out. So we were shortchanged a little bit of what could have been a proper, really good end to the race, certainly for the battle for the top 3 or 4.
Yeah, so Charlie Richmond, he didn't have a great race. He finished in 16th then on the Crendon True 7 Honda. So here they come to the gate. So yeah, so he had a bit of a mare with the number 30. He went down and ended up finishing 16th, had to battle his way through, as did Ollie Colmer and also Joel Rizzi, which you guys wouldn't have seen sat here in the booth, but we call that live out on track. Rizzi went down, Colmer went down in turn 1, and I think Rizzi crashed on lap 1 or 2, and they both had to fight through, and I don't even think they got into the points.
No. What I can tell you, while you're looking further...
Colmer 19th.
Yes, exactly, so not good for Ollie. What I can tell you, even by my maths, I can work this one out, that after that first race, obviously with the official result...
Yes.
Charlie Heyman was 3 points off the championship lead behind Guillaume Dewson coming in.
So he's now the championship leader.
Exactly.
So
even I can work that one out,
Yeah,
Phil.
so he's going to have to... Yeah, so... and obviously, again, trying to keep track of all the points with the Jude Morris Foundation Under-21 Championship as well.
So he's leading both championships now, effectively.
But I can't wait to see the gate drop on this one, because it was a good race. 3 riders at the front, all going at it. And they were very much... making out while the sun shone and the wind blew. We saw in that 125 race there was even dust. There's a 55 for Ryan Waggett, man who's won races in our RFX 125 Championship. But we are getting ready for the gate drop then for the second of our MX2 races here at Preston Docks.
While you're out there, Phil, I'll just say you're right. While we had Dobby and I was looking at the track, the wind has really dried it out. It's got actually quite hard pack in places out there now. So let's keep an eye on that. Bumps that had given them now don't.
Yeah, Jeffrey Hurlings was saying the same thing, quite hard edged out there. But here we go then, 15-second board is up. The guys will stare down at the gate and we'll be underway for race 2 of our MX2 action here today. Gate down, everybody safely away. Who's going to make the whole shot? They charge up to the first turn. That looked like Tommy Searle on the inside.
He made a really good start. He really hunched himself over that front.
Everybody safely. Did Dave
Look at the dust. Got dust. Tortson's dust.
Boots
Mad.
is right at the back. Big whip from Tommy Searle.
Get on.
Askew there in second, and it looks like it's the 2 of John Adamson as they all come through. Rizzi looked like he was in there well up as well. 32 of Callum Mitchell going through about 10th or 15th. But it is old Father Time himself, Tommy Searle, who will lead them out.
I hope somebody got a picture of that, and because he was cranked sideways, and if that was a point of a picture, a perfect moment to say the old boy still got it, that would have been it. Front of the pack, pitch sideways with all the youngsters behind him.
So just looking through at all the numbers going through, everybody down the front, that looks so rough down there now. But race leader then Tommy Searle on the Dirt Store Triumph. Oh, doubled that was beautiful. And again, over there, there's no way he's not smiling under the helmet.
I have to say this as well. That bike is handling amazing. The way that came through there, that suspension just soaked it up so good. Obviously, Tommy running K-Tech, our timing column. I don't know what's happened to that, but anyway.
We haven't had any times yet because we've not got the first.
No, I know,
but
but either way, So I think they're happy with his suspension. Look at that. That was just beautiful. Seems to be to me anyway. He's certainly making it work. So it's a Dirt Store Triumph 1-2. Big shout out to Dirt Store as always. Without the support of Nick and everybody there, what we're doing, it just wouldn't be happening without them. So thank you to them.
Really rough and choppy on the way into that corner. Billy Askew getting a bit of a hop and a skip on as they can't come in. They get over that tabletop, which I think they've got a little bit of wind assistance behind them as they come down this straight. And Askew there, he needs something decent out of this race. He's had a decent run in the first one, finishing 6th, and he will want to finish further forward than that. Is that Joe Brooks there in 3rd? I'm not quite sure who that was. Our screen
top
looking
2
very dark.
It looks like somebody in Fox kit, and I would suggest that is Brooks. Let's wait until the timing screen regroups. Callum Mitchell way down 21st. We get this split screen, me and Phil, with the timing. It is indeed Brooks. Ignore that. He's gone past Adamson. There you go, right on cue. Better start from Dunson and Colmer.
Yeah, Colmer's in there in 6th, Rizzi in 7th, Glenn McCormick 8th, Jamie Keith 9th. Let's see what he can do. And our first race victor, Charlie Heyman, then currently in 10th, so that is not going to get him any podium pie at the moment. He is going to certainly need to break up into the top 5, but at the moment,
if the flag came out now, which of course it won't,
Tommy Searle
would win the overall, even if basically. We've got a long way to go, but that's the crux of it, and he's in the driving seat, really, because let's see what Jamie Keith can do. He's quite a ways down, as is Charlie Heyman, as you said there. So, Keith down in 9th, Heyman in 10th. Right now, Tommy's in the driving seat.
Joe Brooks also with a 4th in Moto 1, 3rd in Moto 2. He's staring down the barrel of 2nd overall at the moment. He will be very, very happy with that. And of course, he was starting to just drop off the battle for the first 3 a little bit in Moto 1 when that red flag was thrown. But Dunson 5th, Coleman 6th, Rizzy 7th, McCormack 8th, Keith in 9th, Heyman 10th, Pooch is 21st. He's having a mare, did not get a good start. He was almost dead last, so he's put 20 riders between him and the back of the field.
There you go. Phoenix Tools, fastest lap of the race is your race leader, as to be expected at this stage of the race. Clear track, etc. 1 lap, full lap in, and it's Tommy Searle leading the way. But his younger teammate, now this is like a training day. These two have been obviously doing this for a number of years now. Even before they were both Triumph teammates, Tommy was helping Billy, the young protege, has a long look over his shoulder. Oh, it's you, is it? Right, okay.
And we all remember how he pipped his young teammate by half the wheel at Blacksall last year. Joe Brooks is closing in there, Jeff.
Yes, he is.
And if he can find his way past these, that's a 4-1.
That's some permutations in this one.
Yeah,
this will be good.
That has every chance of a victory. Is he going to be able to find his way past Billy Askew? We've got somebody down at the side of the track there.
Okay, this will be a good for many reasons, because we have got riders that want to win the overall here, notably, obviously, the first race winner Charlie Heyman and Jamie Keith. They have work to do.
Hat tip to Adamson there on the Phoenix Talks Fantic 252 stroke. He is there in 4th, still hanging on to the coattails of Joe Brooks, Dunson 6th, 5th and Coleman 6th.
Interestingly, look at that on your leaderboard there, K-Tech Tower. Jamie Keith has gone past Heyman, so he's made a move on him and is starting to move up. I'm going to keep an eye on lap times here.
They've both passed McCormick. McCormick was 8th.
Okay.
So both of those guys have moved up. Yes.
Yeah. So they've gone up, but they are on the move then, and that's going to be...
we're watching 3 screens here.
Yeah, but right now, like we said, there's still a long way to go. I know we keep saying that, but there is. So there's plenty of time for Jamie Keith and Heyman, but there's some really established riders ahead of them. Ollie Coleman won't roll over, and it certainly will Dewson, championship leader coming into this round. Will he be leaving here with the red plate? Well, as it currently stands, no.
And he's not had a bad day.
No.
He's not had a bad day. He was 7th in race 1, which you'd like to think he would expect a bit better than that after Hawkston.
I say won't have the red plate, but of course with Keith and Heyman back down there, maybe he will.
This is a championship nobody wants to win.
Yeah, well, coming into this weekend, Joel Rizzi was 11 points off the championship lead.
Yeah, he's down in 7th in this one and had an absolute mare and didn't score in race 1.
Well, there you go. Yeah, I was just looking where he finished the first one. So this class is going to be like this a good part of the year. I think we'll only really, as any championship, I suppose, when we get down to the wire, that will some of the riders will be out of contention then. But I've got a suspicion that this championship is going to go virtually to the last round. I can't see anybody here being a clear-cut leader going into the last round.
Definitely
I just can't see it.
Well, that excitement of Ling last year still very, very fresh in my mind. Having Jamie Dobb in the booth earlier on before we got Jeffrey Hurlings in, and he was saying that he was mentoring Tommy Searle back in the day to his trying to get him to win a world championship, and now we've got Searle mentoring the likes of Billy Askew, as it looked like Askew made a little bit of a bobble. Sorry, Brooks that had a little bit of a bobble, I think, there.
But he's closing. Joe Brooks, last lap around was... no, he wasn't the quickest rider out of those ones. It was actually the rider in second. Askew was the quickest out of the 3 of them last lap around. But this first section of this lap, it looks like Brooks has closed in, to me.
So, Dirt Store Triumph 1 and 2, and the Privateer Triumph of Joe Brooks in 3rd. Is this a good time to mention that I triumphed my hometown manufacturer?
I think it's as good as any, Phil. I mean, they're 1-2 in the race.
Yeah,
why not?
1, 2, 3 in the race.
Yeah, well, of course. Yeah, officially, yeah. Yeah, definitely a good time to mention it.
I won't roll out the I used to play on where the factory is now.
Now you are showing your age, Phil. I remember when all that was fields.
Yes. But yeah, it's great to see the British manufacturer putting so much effort into British Motocross, World Motocross and AMA. And here they are battling for the lead.
Well, again, I hope somebody's out there getting some media of this, because from a Triumph point of view, this is brilliant marketing.
It is indeed. Now, what is, see, that if Tommy is just going to kind of pole put his way to the win by just riding a wide bike, that is going to let Joe Brooks close in at a rate of knots, and he is certainly not far away. Jeffy's looking at the times to see what that is, and Brooks is he's is he hanging on? It's kind of not going anywhere at the moment. And I would say that probably Tommy has just pulled a little bit of a gap on the third place.
Well, I'll tell you this, Phil, very interestingly, last lap around, the rider in fourth was the quickest rider on track by about nearly a second. So Ian Dewson is on the drive here, and Jamie Keith was the second quickest rider that last lap around, and there he is.
So
they are closing, both of them are closing on the top three ahead of them.
Colmer in there in sixth after his first race disaster, down in turn one. So that's just Motocross.
And there he is. So
Dunson has passed Adamson.
Yeah, and good ride from John Adamson again. Fair play to him on that Phoenix Tools Fantic, having a good one out there. But here comes, as I said, he's got that red plate still on the front of his bike, I think. Can he keep hold of it?
Still only 16 years old, I think, as well, Gern Dunson. Still a very, very young rider in that KTM Young Rider Development Programme that is being run by Sean Simpson's SS24 Gabriel team and KTM Factory Juniors.
So, interestingly, Heyman not really at this point in the race.
He's ninth, yeah.
Yeah, he's made no real movement. Keith has made a couple. But they are still got quite a ways. But as you can see, it is starting to get closer in that from fourth down to seventh. And I'd say that bunch there of Dunson, Allison, Colmer and Keith are just marginally closing in on the top three.
Yeah, if Dunson starts, a little bit of a bobble there from Tommy. So if Dunson starts to close dramatically, I think this is going to get very interesting. So there's the top three Triumphs. And no real pressure. There's Dunson in the back. Yeah, he's coming.
I wouldn't say that's a big gap. That's definitely manageable.
Jamie Keith up to seventh, passing Joel Rizzi. So Keith is on the move. I was impressed with him in race one. He motored through and obviously took the lead, although he wasn't credited with the win. But he has got to be pleased with his form so far this year. The number 100 Dirt Store Triumph of Tommy Searle down into the backfield.
It's good stuff from Tommy. I don't care what anybody says. I know, like, he's got obviously all that experience. We're saying that, but you can't, to still be out there with these young pups. He just gets tougher and tougher. Experience shows, I know, but the thing is, like, he knows he can't let off. He hasn't got that energy in the tank. No matter how hard he trains and all that kind of stuff, just age catches up with you, and he's going to have to dig deep here to keep these young pups behind him.
Askew will be happy with a second. I don't think anybody will be impressed if he throws it down the road trying to pass his teammate. But I also don't think they're wanting him to be swallowed up by Joe Brooks on what is effectively a privateer entry Triumph. Although I think that, to be fair, nobody would be too bothered if it's a Triumph 1, 2, 3, what the order would be. But lovely from Tommy there, right on the inside on the dry bit of the sand, missing those holes. They reshaped these jump faces prior to the RFX 125 race, Jeff. I don't know whether you caught that. So a little bit of track work has gone on, but it is still pretty windy. Our trailer just starting to get a bit of a shake on there as well.
Is, and you can see, like I said, that is not our camera personnel having the heebie-jeebies, and that is just the wind trying to hold on to those cameras up on the scaffold towers. What I would say about Tommy Searle is certainly the latter part of his career, once he came back from GP, he's had to manage the situation a bit more. His track craft has always been exemplary.
Yeah.
And by that I mean he kind of reads the race well. He doesn't stick to one. He mixes up the line. He's good at finding, realising when a line that he's on is maybe not working anymore and switching it up.
So let's see what the gap between Searle and Jamie Keith, Gern Dunson is. Is that coming down, Jeff, do we think?
Well, last lap around again, no, he lost time last time around. It kind of evened out, and it looked like Searle might have been the best rider last lap around. The screen just changed just as I was calling that.
Yeah, so I think so. We'll see them drop down here. There's your first three then, and Doonson should come into shot kind of now, and if he doesn't, there he is. So that gap is kind of plateaued at the minute. I don't think that that's yo-yoing. I think that Doonson has lost the toe that he almost had, and I think that he's not going to, unless they all start to tighten up towards the end of this
no,
this
Billy
race.
Askew. Billy Askew was the quickest rider on track last time by literally I think it was 1/10.
What I want to know is how can Billy Askew be the quickest guy on track, but Joe Brooks looks like he closed
I
it
know,
in.
it's this bit, it's weird, isn't it? I think Joe, I just purely because I think from the finish flag round to there, that is, I like to see sector times,
Yes.
I think Joe's nailed that, because he always seems to close right back up on Billy through there. But we don't have the sector times on our screen as such, just the difference between the two. It's a 1.2 gap between first and second, and then another second back is, as we said, Joe Brooks there.
They're all coming through the centre of this. You see these choppy braking bumps here. You do not get to, usually don't get to see the views like this. And like I say, we've had some fantastic racing here today. We hope you've enjoyed the live stream brought to you by MXGB-TV, brought to you by Dirt Store. But as always, visit your local race. We are at Ling Cadders Hill Circuit in Norwich. I think this is it the 2nd of May, 3rd of May that weekend.
Yes, first weekend of May.
First weekend of May, we are up there for round 3 of this championship. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and also press the little bell that will remind you when we are going on air for all of our championship races this year. All of our stuff is free and also can all be watched again whenever you like. Our whole back catalogue there available on MXGB-TV. And a hi to all you guys watching on FIM-moto.tv. I know we've got people watching in Germany and South Africa. Our MX1 race earlier on, our highest ever viewing figures.
I'll tell you this much, Phil. There's not many live streams where you can watch motocross is one thing. Not many where you actually get riders, world champions come in and commentate throughout the day with it. There's not though.
No.
You think about it, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is pretty cool.
Guests in and we do that, so you get some insight, some great insight from Jeffrey Erlington earlier on. It made me chuckle a little bit. The most nervy thing he's had of the whole week was landing into the UK.
But yes, and obviously the fact that he got to commentate on Drew Stock passing passing Aidenstadt for the win, that would be quite cool for them to, well, obviously for one of them to enjoy. But
either way, he's riding brilliant, of course.
Yeah, just putting.
He's definitely gapped them this lap. Look at that. Normally we'd see them coming over that jump.
So there they are,
and Doonson
There's Doonson, yeah. So Doonson is definitely closing in on the battle for second and third, but he is not getting close. Oh, we've got a yellow flag. So did somebody just go down then, or is that another rider that was already at the side of the track?
I don't think so. Like I say, Coleman now worked his way up to 5th that last time around, pushing Addison down. Keith still hanging in there in 7th. Heyman now finally moving up a spot into 8th past Musto. And as you can see on your screen there, Josh Vale rounding out the top 10.
Josh Vale had a shocking start. So 10th for the man on the Phoenix Tools Fantic. That is a decent run because he was nowhere near the front of the pack as they went through on the first lap. And he's there on the tail end of the top 10 now. But Tommy has just eked this race out. 3 minutes 10 plus 2 to go. And he's not been shown a wheel for the whole of this moto, not looked back or anything. And he has got a decent lead now that he just needs to
3.7.
Yeah, just needs to hang on to this.
And with all that experience, it's very rarely that you'll see Tommy Searle throw it away from here. He knows the clock coming down. He's still pushing on. Totally checking, see if he has another little glance out. Yep, he's using that little switchback every time.
There's always a place on the track where you can have a crafty look just to see.
It's kind of a reassuring thing. You get your pit board, don't you?
Yeah, I'm having a good lap here. That's fine. Is it all right? That was a good lap. Is he a bit further back? Yes. The time that you worry is when you look and you don't see them, and then you go, is it because I've gapped them that much that they're no longer there, or is he that close that he's actually now out of my field of vision? But Tommy Searle then on the Dirt Store Triumph, like I say, took the whole shot. He's still in a good race, even for that. I mean, you'd have to say, well, there ain't been any changes, there ain't been any passing, but this is motocross. These guys get out front, they get their heads down. So Searle, there's Askew, there's Brooks, there's Doonson.
Yeah. So, all right, we're keeping an eye on Tommy.
Yeah.
But maybe, I know we might be a camera light at the minute due to technical problems, but it'd be
No, I
quite good.
think we're back to full.
Okay.
We are back to full strength.
Might be quite good to just peel off of Tommy a little bit, because the battle for second is definitely tightening up now with 1:32 to go plus 2 laps. Tommy's got a little bit to work with. I'm definitely intrigued to see what's going on between Askew, Brooks and Doonson for that battling for that second spot. As I said, Tommy has gapped out. There he is. There's Askew coming through in the background. He's still holding tough, but Doonson is all over the back of Brooks now for that third place.
And obviously the thing for all of our camera crew out there, they're all a mile away from where the action is, and all doing everything through long viewfinders, so they can probably see even less than we can.
Yeah, absolutely.
But Searle getting over that double. Oh, look at the ruts on the face of that jump. So there's Tommy, and here's the battle for third coming in. Look at that, they're all together.
Yeah, look at that. Joe Brooks is definitely...
There we are. So there's our second place man, Billy Askew. So Askew currently second. Brooks is third.
Yeah.
And Doonson is right there behind him. So there's Brooks, there's Doonson. Askew looks a little bit maybe starting to get tired.
There's Doonson.
Oh, Doonson right there.
Yeah, he's all over him now. So let's see, Guillen's going to get a run. He's going to sweep back to the inside. He's got to hit. He's going to miss these braking bumps.
Oh, he's right on the edge of the track.
Oh, I reckon we might see him squeeze out the inside here.
Ryan Waggett,
well covered. Ryan Waggett getting a real wake-up call there.
Yeah. So Doonson then not able, and obviously everything that Brooks is doing to try and hold off.
He's got a run there, Phil, on the rollers, isn't he? Because he went right. This is it. There you go. That is the battle for second, right on your screen.
Doonson's round the inside every lap there.
Tommy has made a break. Look at that.
Hasn't he? Tommy's gone. He's in a different postcode now. This is the battle. This is what is going to decide who finishes second on the podium. So Searle with a third in race one, and the two guys who beat him and not featuring in this battle means that Tommy is going to take the overall victory. But this is going to be for second. Joe Brooks is going to want to consolidate what I think will get him 4-2. Will get him on the podium for second, but he will want to try and get past Billy Askew. He's going to cut to the inside. Askew does as well. Doonson just losing the toe a little bit. That's time up, so it will be 2 to go next time by Jeff.
Yeah, and as I said, Searle in control of this one. He can, if he can just bring it in with all that experience, and I think he will, because to be brutally honest,
little big shout there from
Askew's going to get that lap board. He's got, rather than trying to concern of catching Tommy, he's got his hands full now.
Yeah.
Well, he has for most of the race, but more than ever this time around, Brooks and it's Doonson pushing them all up together, that inside line again. But will he get over the double? Because if you go in tight there, as proven, you haven't got speed to get over the double.
Get over the double on the way out. But in fairness, I think he was pushed to the inside there by the slower back marker, so it wasn't a choice that he took willingly himself. He had to go, well, there's a bit of free track, but he's still close enough to be a nuisance. So I think it's the 2-lap board this time then for Tommy Searle.
It is, and just another little reminder, of course, that the riders in second and third, they are two British riders out there competing at European Championship level. And that's it's good to see. Tommy, is that I thought I saw the checkered flag line there. No,
that's the 2-lap board. Yeah.
So it's good to see some of our EX guys at the sharp end, but Tommy's still showing them a way round. If he can get this done, what a brilliant bounce back from round one, because there was genuinely some people going, as I said, going, well, you know, he just gone a year too far, he was a bit off the pace, it wasn't where he wanted to be.
You never write Tommy Searle off.
Here he comes, look at him, he's round the corner and out round the back of the circuit now. He has definitely controlled this race to perfection.
But hats off to all these three guys pushing for this second place. A good ride from Billy Askew. He really needed this. He's had a tough start to his 2026 campaign, and just needed to get a little bit of a good moto under his belt. Joe Brooks was going, again, he's had some good race results and been showing some speed in EMX. He will be happy to get some good points on the board and take what I think will be second overall here this weekend, with Gin Doonson there in third. I'm saying Askew's first race 6 is going to keep him off the box.
It's going to be tight for that 3rd place overall, I think, as it stands, because Doonson had a 7th in the opening moto.
Yeah, but he's still behind Joe Brooks, so there's no way he's going to beat him for the overall. Tommy will take the victory. The fact that Jamie Keith and Charlie Heyman are not inside, although Keith is now, both Keith and Heyman have moved through into 6th and 7th. 1-6 will not beat Tommy Searle's 3.
Oh, no, not for the win. I'm on about like 2nd and 3rd.
Oh, right, yeah.
No, we know that. Yeah, I'm just trying to work out who, like you said, Joe looking good for 2nd, but it's going to be like who's going to grab that 3rd overall. It's going to be a bit up and down because Doonson had a 7th.
I think it will be Askew because Askew's beat Doonson in both of them as well. So Doonson needs to pass one or both of these to get on the podium.
Little mistake from Brooks has allowed Doonson to
and he's been that close before, Jeff, hasn't he? Right, that I think is the last lap board. 1 to go.
Yeah, it is. Our timing says so. Timing screen right at the bottom tells us there's 1 lap to go.
It normally comes up on the top of our K-Tech tower, but we've had all sorts of all the issues we've had. Some of the things that all the auto settings have decided to un-auto set themselves. But here we are, Tommy Searle, the maestro, on his final lap. We'll see him disappear then. We'll hold this shot nice and long, and we should see the battle come from 2nd and 3rd and see who is going to be coming into shot. So it is still Askew, and then it was
the arm of Joe Brooks.
The arm of Joe Brooks.
So he was still holding Doonson off just about. Here's Tommy. He has some seconds to work with here. No panic.
Oh, that was lovely.
Beautiful, wasn't it?
Yeah, just hopping that over that great big hole.
Yeah, another look over his shoulder. He's got it complete check. He knows exactly where those riders that he's racing against are on track. He knows he can bring it in safely. No heroics from here. Just got to concentrate, ultimately. That's it. No stupid mistakes, no switching off. But he's done that so many times. It probably just come as
talking about switching off. You need to be going and talking to him.
He can wait. He needs to get his breath back. No, he won't. He'll be perfectly all right.
Yeah.
I know one thing.
Yeah.
He'll have a big old beaming smile across his chops. So I'm going to get out there and with a quarter of a lap to go, potentially be speaking to Tommy. So I'll let Phil bring this one in.
Yeah. So Jeff off to victory lane, and we will bring Tommy Searle in for the win. It looks like Askew is still there in 2nd in the background. Well, I don't know how many wins this will be for Tommy Searle, but he is going to come across the line. Let's have a look. Who's going to be in 2nd? Is that going to be a change for 2nd place to come across the line? It's still going to be Askew, then Brooks, then Doonson. No, Brooks got him. Brooks got him on the final lap. So Joe Brooks. So Brooks will take 2nd with a 4-2. Oh, hang on a minute. So 4-2 for Brooks. That's 18. That's 40 points. And Tommy Searle a 1-3. Which is 45. So yes, a big crash on the face of that jump. Is that Colmer? That is Ollie Colmer who's gone down. So not quite sure who else that is. That's Colmer and Jamie Keith. So Colmer and Jamie Keith have gone down on the face of that jump on the final lap. So Heyman comes across. We got so 1-5. Is that that's going to make a big difference? So not quite sure what went off there. We did not see. Colmer rides across the line looking very forlorn. Jamie Keith, the man on the Honda, we did not see what went on there. But Heyman then will go 1-5. That will give him 41 points. I think that it's going to be Searle, Brooks and Charlie Heyman will be our podium. All change at the end. Camera's just catching the aftermath of that one. But another fantastic MX2 race. We're out of breath in here. Jeff's had to run down to hopefully get a word with our race leaders. Let's see the top 10 over the line for race 2. I'll change seats so I can actually read the screen. So it is a win then for Tommy Searle. 2nd, Joe Brooks. 3rd, Billy Askew. 4th, Cian Doonson. 5th, Charlie Heyman. 6th, Josh Vale. 7th, John Anderson. 8th, Ben Musto. Tommy Searle down there just getting chatted to by Neil and Jeff. Notable DNFs in that one as well. We wait for the results to ping back to the top screen. So Addison, Musto, Charlie Richmond in 9th, good ride for me, and Colmer comes across the line in 10th. Right, we're going to have a quick word from our sponsors, and then we will be back with Jeff down in the winner's circle.
Welcome to Club Dirt Store, the new way to shop off-road. Stack up points with every order. Then bend your points for discounts. Join the club for free today.
Do you want me to hold that, old man?
I'll hold it.
You still... okay, so look, as we said, there were some people maybe a bit sceptical. I wasn't one of them, by the way, so don't pull me up on that. Round one didn't go your way, but the old dog has still got the old tricks. Happy with that? I'm sure you are.
Yeah, I'm really happy. I needed it, actually. I've been... it's getting harder for me to do this. It really is. Mentally, as much as physically, feel anxious on race days, and... I really needed to get a win like this. Not even a win. I was happy with race one, a third. I think I probably could have won that as well, to be honest. Had the red flag not come out, still had a bit in the tank. I was happy in my riding. And yeah, like I said, I really needed it. It's getting tougher. Kids are getting older. Less time riding, more time just life. So, it worries me a little bit because I'm like, I want to be prepared. I don't want to make a mistake. But it is getting harder. So the results like that actually mean probably more now than they ever did. And the boys are riding well. You had Jamie Keefe in race one. Brilliant little rider. Bill and Joe in that one. Both kept me on my toes. I think Jamie said that the old boys ain't got nothing for him or something in his interview. Ed texted me.
He did say that, yes.
Yeah, pipe down, Jamie, just now and go abroad if you want the big dogs. But so far, they're all doing great, and hats off to all the young guns, because they are fast riders. You see it, and I think they get a hard time, but they can ride bikes, and I think soon they're going to be showing it abroad as well.
Well, the good thing is, of course, that you're going to give them some of your experience now with the ACU High Performance Academy as well. So that's cool. So again, you're going to be involved with that. Tommy, well done, and taking the overall victory as well.
Yeah, really happy, and a big shout out to the team as well, and my family and everyone else. So a lot of support, and it's appreciated.
And Ed was texting in on last lap. He literally texted me on the last lap, Ed Warren, saying, yeah, the old boy still got the bark.
Yeah, I mean, he shakes his head while I still keep doing it. But I do love it. It's what I know, and I think this definitely will be the last year, though. I've made my mind up of that, but I'm enjoying it while I still am.
Well, there you go. If it is his last year, give it up for Tommy Searle, taking the overall victory. He's going to move out. Let's bring in Joe Brooks if we can. Joe, come on in. You don't have to bring the bike, Joe. Just come on in. You can come in on without the bike, dude. Come on in. Joe, that was an amazing last lap. I kind of missed it because I had to come out and start doing this, but I was hearing to obviously Roger and Ben going wild. Talk us through that last lap and your day in general.
Yeah, it's been a good day. Finally managed to get 2 good races, so I'm happy with that. Yeah, I just come into the end of the lap and I wanted that second place. I was behind Billy the whole race, and we had a good race together. I know Guyan was coming at the end, but I felt good. I felt strong. I felt really good. I'm happy with my riding. The pass was nice to get the pass in the second to last corner, but overall I'm happy with everything. So
yeah, because again, like you didn't have maybe the off season that you wanted, and it takes time to build, and obviously more races that come along, and it feels like for me watching, like you're kind of getting into that nice groove now.
Yeah, I was out in Spain and I had a little injury, so we had 6 weeks off. So I only managed to get on the bike a week before Hawkston. So slowly getting into it now, and I feel like I am where I need to be. So I'm happy.
Yeah, so you should be. There you go, coming in second there. A great performance from Joe Brooks. Let's bring in Billy Askew, come on in. These young riders obviously doing great stuff. Billy, a hard-fought battle, but obviously with a rider per first part of the race, you've done enough laps with him. Just tell me this. I know he's like, you've known him for a long time and he's helped sort of mentor you a little bit, but is it different racing Tommy to anybody else because of your relationship? I've often wondered that.
No, it's quite nice. I practice with him a lot, so it's pretty similar to that. So as soon as I get behind him in the race, it just feels like another practice day. But I was just following his lines. He had good lines because he's old. He's got some good tricks up his sleeve, so he had some good lines. So it was hard to get somewhere to make a pass on him, and then I got into a bit of traffic and dropped off him, but then felt good. I was caught him a bit, but his pace was good, to be fair. He didn't drop his pace, and he was good the whole moto. So what's up next for you? Obviously, you've got another GP coming up. How are you feeling about that? Yeah, I got 2 races in Italy for the EMX coming up next 2 weeks, which I'm really looking forward to that. Coming off a third year and a good start is... We know the pace is there. We just got to string the start together, and then everything, the results will come and follow that, really. Well, we wish you the best of luck at those two. Coming in third in that race, I think, I'm not sure where you finished overall, but Billy Askew, well done. Good stuff. Okay, so that was the top 3 in that second MX2 moto. Again, we've got, as always, 6 races to go. We've got 6 races we do on a weekend. We've got 1 to go, which is the Pico MX1 race coming up next. Can Jeffrey Hurlins get it done, or can Conrad Muse, getting second in that opening moto, turn him over and take the overall victory? We're about to find out. Don't go too far away. The final race from round 2 here at the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship is coming up next.
MXology, next generation performance in off-road.
Right, welcome back everybody to the final race action of the day from round 2 of the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship here at Preston Docks. Jeff, it's been a cracking day of action. The weather that we were expecting to play havoc has been, it's kind of tickled our kind of hindquarters a little bit, but we've got through the day and we're ready for the final gate drop. But it's been pretty impressive. RFX 125 and our MX2 have delivered 2 cracking races. MX1 race 1 was brilliant. We've got 1 more to go. Yeah. Who's your money on?
See, now why have you gone to do that? First of all, I want to say this. Motocross is the sport king of kings. There's no doubt about that. And the British Motocross Championship is ace. Yes. I'm throwing it back to a word from the 80s. It's ace.
It is ace. Ace.
Right. Obviously, my head says Jeffrey Hurlins for the race win. My heart, and for the sake of a brilliant race and for British Motocross, would love to see Conrad win an overall here and turn Jeffrey over if he can take the race win, because obviously he finished second first time out and,
yes.
a 2-1 will seal the deal. Great ride from that man in the Open Motor. Just that little slip off. We think he had a little slip off. We didn't see it.
No. So I've been on social media and seen Ben Watson's tip over.
Yes.
I've seen that, and then also and the Josh Gilbert crash, which was at the end of the wave section at the far one. So obviously it wasn't a big crash, wasn't a small crash, but it obviously winded him when he went down. So that was I think was the cause of his DNF. There is Jamie Carpenter. But a fantastic day of action. And like I say, you guys at home saw more than we did, because I was from
you did at the start of MX1.
Our understanding was because we were dead, you were dead, and that's not the case. We still had all the feed from the cameras. It was just the comms at the end of it that was out. So you got to see Taylor Hamill lead 4 laps without us going absolutely nuts in the booth, which I'm kind of feel bad about because I've been bigging him up all year.
Yeah,
but that was great to see.
And I'm led to believe, I had Mel Pocock Sr. message me saying he could still hear us. I think that's when the power briefly came back up and then went down. You could probably hear us panicking, and if you heard any expletives, we apologise. But that's live TV for you.
Yeah, we apologise for any language.
We're not trained. We're not the BBC here. We're not trained to that level. We were in a blind panic, me and Phil. I won't lie.
Well, it wasn't a panic. We just know we needed to get stuff sorted out. So race 2 then for our Pico factory race in MX1 comes to the gate. We will confirm the overall, however, for the MX2 class, and that all went to hell in a handbasket in the final seconds, Jeff, between you leaving here and getting down to victory lane. So Tommy Searle obviously took the victory with a 3-1. He says it was a 3-1 or 2-1, can't remember, with a 3-1. That was great. But Charlie Heyman, as a result of that crash that took place at the end between Ollie Colmer and Jamie Keith, that gave him 2 places for free, gave him the points that he needed to pip Joe Brooks to 2nd overall. He takes the championship leader's red plate to boot, and Joe Brooks finishes 3rd. I think Brooksy will be very happy to be on the podium, but feel that that got away from him through things that were obviously outside of his control. But that was a very, very exciting race. We did not see what caused the crash between Colmer and Jamie Keith, but I'm not going to even speculate, but they both ended up on the floor in a place that seemed a bit of an odd place to have contact. So maybe one tipped off and the other one ran into him. I don't know. We will find out. Social media will tell us. The Prox Pit Pass will tell us what happened in that one. So that was your overall then. So it was Searle from Charlie Heyman and Joe Brooks, with Askew, Dunson, Jamie Keith, John Adamson, Ben Musto, Josh Vale and Charlie Richmond being your top 10. So that is the MX2 wrapped for now. Back to a Pico MX1, all the riders on the grid. There is the Phoenix Tools Fantic of Carlton Husband.
Very quickly before we wrap up here at Preston, if you are in the basically the south-east next week, or sort of Midlands, and work your way across, or not next week, or for round 3 on the 3rd of May, get yourself there at Ling, Norwich Viking Club again, and a tremendous track. I've been going there for years. It's a brilliant event. So 3rd of May, if you fancy coming out to one of these, we'd love to see you there.
Here we go then. Board is up, waiting for the gate to drop. There we go, they're away. Let's see if Taylor Hamill can win his way into the...
Hurlings with a good start.
Car. That looks like Ben Watson was in there if he was as orange as he was in the first one. Oh, everybody threw the dust.
I think that might have been Eddie Wade, actually, running...
Well, whoever that is in the lead...
It's Hurlings.
That's Hurlings. His start device has not come off.
He had to wheelie his way through that. I think he did that on purpose.
So is he...
It's still locked on.
Oh, what a disaster.
Way.
Oh, it's just gone.
It's finally gone.
Broke. 3/4 of a lap with the start device stuck on. It's Adam Sterry, the Chambers KTM rider, that takes the lead.
Well, he must have that thing set so low. But still, you would have thought it had come off.
Yeah, I don't think it was a case of it's set low, it's just not disengaged.
Yeah.
But when you see it takes 3 of them to put it on, you have to say, what level of braking? I mean, we sometimes get them not click off on the supermoto bikes, and we're running 320mm discs and slicks.
That's going to make him
Sterry,
angry.
then, you're going to... He won't take the whole shot, but he briefly led Jeffrey Hurlings as the bullet in a completely different kit. And people say, oh, you know, your camera crew, blah, blah, blah. This is what makes motocross so much harder than anything else, because every time they come out, they all put something different on, just because it's that easy.
Well, we're pretty much a fashion industry these days.
Well, we are,
every clothing manufacturer brings out, I don't know how many lines these days. I mean,
yeah. I had to race in odd gloves the other day, Jeff, because...
did that annoy you, Phil?
Yes, it did. Pretty much. So
I
Jeffrey
can tell.
Hurlings then on the Honda HRC Petronas bike, then off to a great start. He absolutely fluffed his start in the first one. That's come back from 13th, as you guys saw, and obviously we didn't. So hopefully he isn't going to run and hide at the front. Let's see where Conrad Muse is. So that's Sterry in second. I'm not sure whether that isn't Aurel Oliver in third.
Fifth currently, or showing in the first time sector. So let's see if he's made moves since then. There he is in third. Is that Carpenter, like you say? No.
Yeah.
Is it? Yeah. No, that's
Jason
Conrad.
Meara. Jason Meara across the line in second. Was he up there? I don't know. We'll find out.
I think he was. But Conrad already up to third.
But you'd have to say, if the start device is not coming off after those two big landings,
I know.
Does that just say how gentle Jeffrey is on putting the bike back on the ground? I really don't know. So Hurlings from Sterry, from Muse, then it's Ben Watson, Aurel Oliver. Meara did indeed get a great start. He's there in sixth. Then it's the DRT Kawasaki of Taylor Hamill in seventh. Charlie Putnam on the SC Sport Homes Husqvarna, he is there in 8th. Eddie Wade on the Triumph in 9th, and Tom Grimshaw on the Apico Honda, he is there in 10th.
Yeah, as they go round, the one part of the circuit we can't actually see, but I don't think we've had anybody have an incident round there that we haven't been able to. It's Conrad, he's going for it.
He is
already, look at this, what has he got? He has closed that gap on Hurlings.
And you, obviously, you I can't remember whether you were in here the whole of the time that Jeffrey was talking, but he was saying that, look, he says, I know that Conrad is so fast around this circuit. He's going to want to take the points for being, obviously, he wants to max out the points that he's going to take over the rest of the field.
When you asked him that, he did not hesitate at all.
No.
There was no, he said, no, he is absolutely going to be a thorn in my side today in the second moto and whatever. So he knows that Conrad can turn it on around here and give him a real race. And to be honest, he's worked his way into second pretty quickly. And I wouldn't say he's over-exuberated himself or used too much energy getting there. So let's see. He closed in on in the first race, but then just, Jeffrey controlled it a little bit towards the end. Let's see if Conrad now with a bit, because it took quite a while to get in second, longer to get into second in the first race.
It did. So have we got a change there for third? Not sure what clothes, what Ben Watson got on, but Muse then up to second.
Yeah, Aurel Olivier there as well in fifth. Miro making a good start, as you can see. Charlie Putman making a very good start on the SC Sports Homes Husqvarna in 8th.
He's turning into a decent rider. Charlie Putnam, he's been here, there and everywhere, racing the States and done all sorts of stuff, but he's turning himself into a good, solid 450 rider. Hamill up to 6th then, past Meara on that lap. If whatever result Taylor Hamill gets in this one gets him 4th overall, what can you do? That's more 4th than Ben Watson got in MX2. He was the only guy I know that could go 2-2 in a GP and still end up 4th overall. It wasn't that, but
it's such a stretch though, because actually when you think about it though, the top three, in the championship with Muse and Sterry and Watson coming in. I mean, it's breaking top 3 at any British Championship event is tough.
Yes. And obviously Ben and Adam Sterry, both of them have been on the GP trail for many, many years now.
Exactly.
But Ben not been able to ride the British Championship for a lot of years due to always being on either a factory team or a team that was based mainly in mainland Europe and not doing the British Championship. The last time he rode a full season was, I think, 2017 when he rode for the Hitachi KTM team, which he won the British MX2 Championship on, which I think is his only big bike British Championship, which is hard to fathom. But factory Yamaha, factory Kawasaki, factory Beta rider for many, many years. And he is back here plying his trade, enjoying getting back to being at the sharp end of races and developing that 450 Triumph for the GPs. He had a really good opening round in Spain, not such a great one in Switzerland, and fell foul to what we will know, therefore known as The Rock, which took about half of the field out with the derailing chains, and Ben was no different. He DNF'd, I think, the first race with that. Erlings has a look over his shoulder. And so that was Conrad Muse having a look over his shoulder. What's the gap out the front, Jeff?
So the gap, well, we wait to the time in the flip round because we have 2 split screens here, so bear with me. Okay, fastest lap of the race, no surprise, is Jeffrey Erlings with 1:58 1:56.89. The gap is 6.4.
So it looks like Conrad Muse has not been able to get his claws into the back mudguard of Jeffrey Hurlins. We'll see what happens. I mean, obviously Hurlins coming from quite a long way back in that first race. And here is our race leader. Like I say, as you heard him say in the booth while in the RFX 125 race, he is out of here to go and do a national race in Holland tomorrow, and his crew are taking that fight back by van. I mean, what a job! I mean, he was just like, oh god, these guys must hate it. But like, what more do you want to do? Being around a guy. I mean, I don't know what he's like to work for, but certainly when we deal with him at any of these races that he comes to, he's always more than accommodating and happy to deal with the public and get signed autographs and stuff and have pictures taken. Spend time with us in the booth as well.
Yeah, that was great. As we said, there's not many live streams where obviously you get previous riders coming in as guests once in a while, or if they're injured.
Yeah.
But I can't think of many coverage of where you actually have the riders who are competing on the day coming in and for a chat. So.
And he always does. And again, I think it's more the fact that he's tipping the hat to the fact that so many of the fans have come out to watch him as well. And like I say, there'll be a time when you'll never get to see this guy ride again. And every opportunity that you get to come and stand at the side of events at a motocross meeting and watch this man go by on a bike is money well spent. And the fact that he comes and graces our British Championship says a lot about him, and it also says a lot about the British Championship and the way that it is, the esteem that it's held in. But he is absolutely motoring away. There is Conrad in second.
He has definitely stepped it up this race. I think he's realised that Conrad will...
Yes,
he's the big dangling carrot that he is, that Hurlins is, and he's like, I can't even give him that opportunity. He is definitely laid it on thicker this time. And he's just trying to break him, isn't he?
Yeah, Ben Watson has managed to find his way past Adam Sterry, as has Aurel Oliver. So Sterry back to 5th, Hamill 6th. Jason Meara still, is it Jason or is it John? I can never remember which one.
Jason.
It's Jason Meara. Jason Meara in... he is there in a good 8th. He's just gone back to 9th and overtaken by Bobby Bruce, but that's still a good ride. And Tom Grimshaw into 10th, 11th place again. Lennox Dickinson. Josh Gilbert is a DNS.
So that knocked the wind out of his sails big time. We don't know what's happened to Josh. We can't speculate on that. But whatever that happened in that first moto crash, is enough to make sure to decide that he's going to sit this one out.
Yeah. Not the barn burner that we experienced in the first one, but and again, this is the difference between watching it on the MXGB-TV and being here at the trackside. There's always something going on somewhere. It's just that with the amount of cameras that we've got and the way that this all works, you can't pick out everything everywhere. You're stood by the side of the track, you're watching everybody go by lap after lap after lap. You can follow so much stuff. It's a great view from the top end of the track, Jeff. I don't know whether you've been up there at all.
Yeah, that is one of the obviously higher ground. That's why there's a lot of fans up there. You can see it. One thing that is going to be becoming a problem right now, although it's not overly bad as we saw at some, is the light. The sun, now the clouds have cleared. Sun is starting to go down, so they're starting to get a little bit of low light on some of these face jumps. It depends obviously where they are on the track. This jump in particular, that will be the dark side as they come up to it, because they are riding directly into the sun there. So that will cause a bit of an issue. You can see how obviously how dark it is that side of that berm.
Yes, the shadows then starting to play. Obviously the clocks changed last weekend, so
not so bad.
Not so bad, but obviously pre the clocks changing, and you can see obviously how dark that is there. They've got the shadow coming out of there, and then they'll be going down here, jumping directly into the sun. Not easy when the track is as beaten up as it is now.
No, definitely not. Conrad doing all he can to keep Hurlins honest here, but as we have said, I think Jeffrey's come out in this one realising the threat of Conrad winning the overall and beating him. He probably got a bit angry with his start device holding down as well. Fired him up.
So this is the battle for third, and this is Ben Watson on the Dirt Store Triumph, being pursued by Aurel Oliver as they come up the steps from the far end of the circuit. Look, now this is the additional bit that's added to what is the normal track that gets used here at the docks, and Aurel Oliver is not letting the man from Nottinghamshire off. There's Charlie Putnam riding, so Putnam's obviously had an off somewhere. Brad Todd also a DNS, and the start of Louis Brooks did not start as well.
Well, Louis out there on the Stark Varg, so, well, not in this case.
Yeah.
He didn't start. I don't know what the reasons why.
He looked pretty good in practice. I watched went out and got to watch some of the time training, and he certainly looked like he looked decent through the waves on that, and so I'm not sure what the problem is there. Oh, so this is where, I say, that line, you've got to get out of here right to get over this double coming out, and they're just getting over it and clipped there by Oliver. Ben got over it really cleanly, Ben Watson.
Well, the 450s obviously got more chance of clearing that from the inside. The MX2 riders were, that's why, if they were taking the inside, they just couldn't get over it. They had to go wide to double that. But these 450s, which have so much grunt, you know, like we say, you know, we don't do, as those that follow motocross obviously understand this, there's no speedometer, we don't do all that kind of thing. So trust me, they might not be a top speed as a road bike or anything like that, but when you are riding over terrain like this, those 450s, man, they're a handful.
Well, obviously, since we did our last meeting, first round of the British Championship at Hawkston, I've raced since then on a borrowed 450 KTM.
Well done, Phil.
And I can tell you for nothing that they have not got any slower for not riding them for a while. Great fun to be had, and loaned a bike for a meeting a couple of weeks ago, and I'm just like, yeah, there's a reason why 450, the men who ride these bikes fast.
Yeah. Not for me anymore, I can tell you that.
And yeah, it was definitely one of those things where, you know, even for a wobbler like me, it was something that you kind of go, well, do you know what? I really need to give this the ultimate respect. And these guys are ringing these out to try and get them a little bit faster, a little bit better handling, all sorts of things. Oh, massive jump there. And yeah, they've certainly. You've got to appreciate, until you've ridden one of these things, you really don't know how hard they are to ride at this level on this track. And Ben Watson, then that's where he went down in race one, the exit of that turn. But yeah, but props to Mark Hardy, who just literally walked over and said, I can see you having a bit of trouble there. Before you put yourself too much on the struggle bus, I've got a bike you can borrow. Watches the stream, so that was good, and that obviously got me a bit of an in. But cheers to Mark for stepping up a couple of weeks ago and saving my day. I think you just have a bit of a wobble round on your nice bike. But these boys are riding the wheels off these things week in, week out. And when you see the riders going on about, oh, we're developing things, every time they push the bike a little bit harder, they'll find something else that has a problem.
Absolutely, and of course, you know, certainly from a Triumph standpoint,
they've had a good day. That
bike is still really, you know, in its infancy. I'm sure there's a lot of R&D that Ben is giving back to the factory as well. You know, the first year of effectively of the 450 Triumph in race trim, they started off their whole program with the 250.
Yeah, and that seems to have gone pretty well. The 450's been a little bit stagnant, but the beauty of having Ben on board, the experience that he's got, and knowing what he needs for himself personally out of a bike, and being in a situation, without being too political, to actually get what he wants and needs, rather than being told that, no, you really need this, mate, trust us. He's definitely improved on the Triumph, the Beta that he was on, the factory Beta. Obviously, that's a development bike, it's a factory bike. Lots of stuff going on there that they're always trying to get that bike to the next level. But sometimes coming back to a production-based bike with just your own tweaks and finding a level of comfort can give you what you need. And it looks to me, Jeff, that Ben has got his finger out and has gapped out Aurel Oliver a little bit on that lap.
Yes, he has. I think because he had him breathing down his neck there for several laps, but Ben just focusing forward nicely through there. I think he'd be a bit disappointed today, Ben Watson. You know, obviously first back in a long time racing British Championship. It's a long haul. We know this. 8 rounds, a lot of racing, a lot of variations on different tracks. He's come in with it with the red plate. Will he be leaving with it?
This is going to be difficult because obviously he was 4th behind Aurel Oliver in race 1. So for this one, it means that Watson will not be on the podium as it stands. Ben will be on the podium as it stands at the moment. So he will get 3rd on count back. Obviously, Hurlings will take
It's going to be tight, Phil, because after round one, Conrad was 9 points off of Watson.
Yes.
Has Conrad gained 9 points on Watson today? That's the first question. I don't think he has.
So he will score 40. Ben will score, he will go 4-3, which will be 38. So he's only going to pull 2 points back on him. So I think Ben will still leave here with the red plates. And bearing in mind the day that he had with a crash in Moto 1, let's not forget. He will kind of feel that, and he only went out of auction with a share of the red plate because obviously he finished level on points with Oriol Oliver, the man on the Gabriel SS24 Factory Juniors KTM, as we watch Conrad Muse bounce his way up there. I think that the point at which he needed to chase Jeffrey Hurlings down went away fairly early in the race, and he will take 40 points and beating his main championship protagonist.
So what's Conrad going to get? Because it stands 2 seconds, yeah?
2 seconds.
So he gets 44.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's not going to be... It is going to close up.
Yeah, for sure, yeah. But I think, he had the 9 point gapper. And he's obviously... we're on about here, Ben Watson has overturned Oriel. So they're effectively, it stays like it is. They're tie on points.
Yes. They'll tie on points again, so they'll be level at the top of the championship, and again Ben will have done him on points in the second moto, but this time it will keep Oliver off the podium.
Yes.
There's the 555 of Mackenzie Marshall on the Staffordshire Triumph. That's moved up from MX2.
Always, I think I mentioned it at round one at Hawkstone. Mackenzie, always destined to be a 450 rider. He got big quick as a youngster.
Yes.
So not hanging around and moving up to MX1 quite early.
So what's the gap then? Oliver looks like he's dropped off the back of Ben Watson.
Yeah,
it'd be nice to
quite a lot.
So there is. That looks like that's the Triumph. Well, that's not Watson. Watson's dropped off quite a bit from Conrad Muse.
Here's an interesting fact. I'm going to bring it up anyway again. So Phoenix Nor's fastest lap of the race was set by Jeffrey Hurlings early on, which you'd expect, while the track, certainly while he was angry.
Yeah.
156.821. His last lap around was a 159, so obviously dropped off the pace quite a bit at this point. Still circulating faster than Conrad, but he's basically taken about 3.5 seconds off of his early 2-lap pace.
So obviously lessons to be learned then. Factory Honda, I need to have a look at the start device to see what did it finally release, did it break?
Yeah,
I bet it turned well for the first couple of corners.
It definitely would have done that. I could see it's lovely what he did there. Did you see that? There's a tiny little bump halfway up that, and that is classic Hurlings. Rather than just hit it, little trigger in the clutch, and he just took the edge off the top bit. Brilliant.
And again, this is why, as I said to him when he was in the booth, there's people here who would pay money to watch him ride around on his own. And he is kind of doing that at the moment. He's the class of the field, but let's not forget, he is a 5-time world champion. And for the amount of races he was presented with a plaque from one of his long-time trainers, John Vanderberg, I think it was, 4,500 gate drops. And you think how much time he spent injured.
That's incredible.
You think how much time he spent...
as well. That's the point. And maybe I think it was DT in Dave Thorpe's book, which is great, by the way. The whole should have things of how many championships you could have won. Now, because people have said that to Thorpe in our day, 3 could have been more. But that is how brutal this sport is, and it's the fine margins. And 5-time world champion. And when you think about it, the amount of opportunities that went away from him,
it could have been 10.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well, here's the battle then. We've gone back to this battle. Camera crew doing great to pick that up.
Oh, he's back on him. Yeah, that was Oriel. Not quitting, not rolling over at all. We thought Watson had broken him there. Look at that. But he's looking at that time. Last time around. There we go. So now that will absolutely affect things. If Oriol Olivier does make a move on Ben Watson, if he does, and it stays like that to the end, then we loosely can kind of figure that Oriel would be coming out of here with the red plate.
There they are. They're just jumping down into the back loop. We'll wait for them to come back out.
But it's a big if. He's got to find his way past Ben Watson. He's caught him up again.
And obviously this will be for a place on the podium
And he'll go out with the red plate.
And the red plate.
Yeah.
All right, we can find these guys. There's our race leader, Jeffrey Hurlings. 3 minutes 40 on the clock and 2 laps. He didn't get over the jump that time.
Yeah, so this is it's going to be interesting. We're going to try and get eyes on Watson and Olivier there for 3rd and 4th. Muse is still circulating there, but the gap is now out to 12 seconds. But there's nothing much between the two the battle for 3rd and 4th. That's where it's at. Ben Watson 919 against number 83. And then Adam Sterry is quite a ways back from those 48 seconds off the race leader, Jeffrey Hurlings.
Well, our race leader, Jeffrey Hurlings, then comes through the wave section. He's going to put these two guys a lap down. This is the battle between Mira.
Carpenter, I think?
No, it's Mira and Ben Edwards.
Ben Edwards, right, okay. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, gets squeezed to the side.
Gets a face full of roost, turns his head sideways.
Yeah, and again, props to our camera crew. They're working through such long lenses. It's impossible to see who these numbers are.
Mira brake checked him there.
Did he? Oh, that's going to go down well. There's going to be fisticuffs down the bottom.
Well, not overly, but I think he thought that obviously that was Edwards who he was racing with, and that's what can happen.
Yeah, it can indeed. So it's still Muse, Watson, and Oliver. What was the gap across the line last time, Jeff?
Between Watson and 0.9, so under a second. So that is a serious race going on.
Yeah, not able to pick that Watson battle up. For sake, we've got cameras doing double duty on everything here.
So they just switched those. They're doing that
little hop again.
Yeah.
So so the battle is 30 seconds back at the moment. So this is a battle for, I think, 15th and 16th that we are looking at the moment. So Conrad Muse still not coming into shot yet. He'll be coming in behind these two guys.
Yeah, so Edwards making that move on Mira. There he is, the rider from Scotland. Just a sound bloke, Ben Edwards.
Now here we are. So this is it. We found it. Well done, guys. This is the battle then. So that's Watson there on the 919 and 83 of Auriel Oliver. Top job by the crew there. But that was, like I say, in the fading light and the dust. Watson is desperate to hang on to this. Oliver gets across.
He's pushing.
Here's Watson. He is pushing him, isn't he?
Yes, he really
and like I say, this is for 3rd on the day and the leader of the Motul ACU British Championship going into round 3 at Ling in a month's time. It's a long while to be sitting thinking that you could have kept the red plate. Ben is he's a tough old boot to pass. A lot of experience then. 28 years old, I think, from up there in Nottinghamshire. And a Grand Prix rider for 10 or 12 years now. And he is coming under a lot of pressure from Oliver. Sweeps through the turn. Still 30 seconds on the clock. So Hurlings is going to get the 2-lap board next time by, which means that these guys have got the best part of 3 laps left. And Oliver, after looking like he was dead and buried 5 laps ago, Jeff, he is back in the battle.
Very much so. As we said, if it stays like this, they will tie on points again.
Yes.
For the second race in a row overall. But Ben would go out of here with a red plate on the better second race results. But if Auriel moves it, he will be a clear leader of the championship.
Yes, so for the first time we will have a clear leader of the championship. And Auriel just lost a little bit of time down the back end there, Jeff. He didn't get past that back marker quite as cleanly as he would have liked. And now the young Spaniard, although not young anymore, he's aged out of MX2, so he's got to be at least 23 years old.
They're all young to us, Phil.
Let's not go there. But yeah, look, I would say that he's been as much a surprise to me on a 450 as Tom Vial has in MXGP. I expected him to be okay and decent, but he really has, because obviously he led his home GP in Spain a couple of weeks ago for a few laps. So you don't kind of... you get a whole shot and lead for a few corners, that's great, but he legitimately led the best that there is. There's Sterry on the floor.
Down on the foreground, yeah.
Oh, big stretch. You can see how hard those guys... It doesn't look a big jump from the front. None of them do they?
Yeah.
But that is a proper stretch
Yeah, he just got a little bit his body weight back a bit too far there, got out of the corner, and that was a bit of a classic Evel Knievel Wembley.
Yeah, 2 lap board is out then, Jeff. So
high.
Time is up. Hurlings is already down the far end of the circuit in the dark.
All good, all good. You can see how the dust, as soon as it comes up, the wind is still blowing sideways, which is actually probably not a bad thing, keeping their vision pretty good. It's not dusty by any stretch, I'd say, at this point of the day. You know, with the amount of racing we've had on here, that's not an issue at all. The track's in good shape. Tough, obviously. Oh, again, see that hook there on the edge? That is so easy just to get that pitch sideways with factory suspension. Definitely helps.
Yeah.
Us mere mortals might have had to manhandle that one a bit more.
Yes, definitely.
But having said that, us mere mortals wouldn't be doubling that.
No. So, trying to still see what's going on the other screen.
Yeah, well, we can hear our event commentators, Roger Warren, Ben Rumbold. They were raising their voices, something going on out on track, which we're not seeing, so we'll try and find that. Maybe that was Oriel Olivier making a move on Ben Watson for third. It's not showing on the timing screen yet, or split section, so as far as we're aware, it's status quo. So there's Conrad. No, it's not. It's a teammate.
Teammate
Jamie done. That's Jamie Carpenter looking, same kit they're out in.
Carpenter's at 8th. He's lapped up to 8th. Hat tip to Tristan Purden, then number 41 on the Lexa Honda. He's having a better run in this one. He was 14th in race 1. He is there in 7th. Carpenter 8th. Grimshaw 9th. Robbie Bruce in 10th. Right, so by my reckoning, that was the last lap board.
It was 1 to go, showing on the timing screen that we've got here. Sorry, it's not showing on your K-Tech podium column, but trust us, it is 1 to go in this Apico MX1 class. It's been a good day for Jeffrey Hurlins, but he's got to do it all again tomorrow at the Dutch National.
Yeah, he's going to be on a plane and on his way out of here at Toot Sweet, and
better not keep him too long then, in the winner's circle.
No, you get down there in the winner's circle, say, thanks for coming, here's your money, go home. No, but a pleasure as always to have him grace our British Championship. Even more pleasurable to have him here in the booth again and have a nice chat, both on and off air. Always happy to chat, and like I say, it must be a difficult life where everybody wants a piece of you, but as long as you are respectful of his boundaries, he's more than happy to spend a bit of time with us.
And you must be used to that though, Phil, aren't you? You know, everybody wanting to chat to you and all that.
I still pinch myself on the way home sometimes, Jeff, at the whole thing that we're doing here. It's still a little bit of one of those things that, well, how did this happen? And but anyway, we are here, and thanks to MXGB-TV for bringing you all the action here this weekend. All of our crew out there on the top of some pretty perilous podiums, and they have done a fantastic job. Like I say, it's very, very difficult for us here to, when you're not actually here on site, to understand how big this Preston Dock site is from end to end.
I know one thing.
We've literally got cameras at both ends looking in.
They'll be going home with rosy cheeks up there, I'd say. They'll be windburnt. There'll be no doubt about it. Right, let's go, and I think it's safe to say I'll be talking to Jeffrey Hurlins. I'm out of here. Let's go and find out, talk to them in the winner's circle.
So here we come then. It's going to be a race victory and a 1-1 for Jeffrey Hurlins. He takes the race win then, so let's sit on the that camera. It'll go off. Hopefully he will stop and have a chat with Jeff. Well, let's see if we can get please. Let's come, and they're coming over the line. Let's see who's going to. Ben Watson just holds on from Oriol Oliver. So it will be Watson that will take third on the podium. But holding off Oriol Oliver in that charge. So Watson will take third on the podium and retain the red plate. So they're not separated on points over 2 rounds. But Ben, again, managing to take advantage of the second race advantage by beating Oliver after Oliver beating him race 1. So the overall will be Jeffrey Hurlins, Conrad Muse and Ben Watson, and then it should be, I think, Oriol Oliver It looks like Adam Sterry will have done Taylor Hamill for 5th, and Taylor Hamill will be 6th. So the top 6 in this race will be your top 6 overall in the Apico Factory Racing MX1 Championship Race 2 here at Preston Docks. It's been a fantastic day of racing. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Follow us on MXGB-TV on Facebook. For all of you watching on FIM-Moto TV, thank you for you tuning in from wherever you are in the world. Leave a comment in our chats, and we will get somebody in to answer your questions as we go on. Do not forget to pick up on the Prox Pit Pass later on in the week. Our crew will be doing that one. So Jeffrey Hurlings takes the win then from Conrad Muse and then Ben Watson, with Oriel Oliver 4th, Adam Sterry 5th, Taylor Hamill 6th, and the last man on the lead lap, the 41 of Tristan Purden. So a good result for him. As the crowds start to thin out. So Carpenter in 8th, Grimshaw in 9th. That is a wrap. We will go down to Jeff in a brief moment. We'll have a word from our sponsors, and we'll be back with Jeff in the winner's circle.
Welcome to Club Dirt Store, the new way to shop off-road. Stack up points with every order. Then bend your points for discounts. Join the club for free today.
Okay, here we are in the winner's circle. Jeffrey, first of all, talk us through the first couple of corners of that race. We notice your starting device seemed to be locked down. You seem to be pretty frustrated with that. I think it might have made you a bit angry.
Yeah, was it on TV? You had it? I had it. Yeah, man. I was like, oh, what's this? Finally got a whole shot, and then I couldn't get my start device out for like, 6-7 turns, I guess. Yeah. I was like, oh, no, we're going to DNF. And then at some point, it just popped out. So I was like, oh. So I managed to get back past Adam and managed to win the moto. But, I was a bit frustrated on that because I had a massive crash because of it in Spain. Yeah. That didn't pop out either. So we have to look and, see what went wrong there for today and also in Spain.
But a good day. You're going to hot-foot it now back to your homeland and racing a Dutch National over there. But another good time at a British Championship, 1-1, and it looked like you had fun out there apart from that incident. Yeah, besides that was good. The track was really gnarly, but just the takeoffs were a bit gnarly, but the rest of the track was insane. I think it's a great track. It was lovely to race here. It was a pleasure to see all these British fans. So it's pleasure to be here. We'll let you get going. You've got to catch a flight out of here. Good luck for tomorrow. So there you go, overall winner here at Preston, Jeffrey Hurlings. Let's bring in Conrad Muse. I don't know if he can hear me. Can we get Conrad over? Conrad, again, I know you always want to win, but a better day in the office than Hawkstone. You've clawed back a couple of championship points. Obviously, I know you desperately wanted to beat Jeffrey first race. I mean, you definitely stuck it to him there a little bit. Talk us more about the second moto.
Yeah, first moto was good. Felt really good. I was coming through the pack nice and could see Jeffrey every lap when I was coming through the pack, and when he made a move, I tried to make a move, and I just tried to keep him in my sights. And it was a great race. I felt good. And second moto had a lot better start. Was up there and I got into second, and I just couldn't quite get the toe. He was already gone, and from then it's difficult. I need to try and learn from him and try and latch on and go with his pace. But obviously he's multi-world champion, so I haven't quite got that pace off my own back. And we had a good day. And the first race I showed some promising things, and the second race also good. But overall for the championship it was solid. If Jeffrey wasn't here, it would have been a 1-1 today. So over the moon, and this was more like myself.
For what it's worth, mate, he was very complimentary in commentary over your... So keep plugging away. Obviously, long championship, like you say. So good luck going forward. And obviously, we'll see you at Ling. Conrad's got to get out of it. We're going to rush on with this podium presentation as well. Let's bring in third in that race, Ben Watson. Ben, a very entertaining race for us. You had your hands full there. Talk us through that one.
Yeah, Oriole was all over my wheel the whole race. Made it quite difficult because I was protecting a lot of my lines. But yeah, I managed to hold him off. It's really difficult to pass. It was really sketchy, with the low sun and then some of them takeoffs. Yeah, ran a little bit cautious. I had quite a big crash in the first race. Obviously, I tipped off on the first lap, and then with 3 laps to go, I just jumped off the side of the track a little bit into a soft spot, and it just launched me over the bars. So I've had quite a tough day. Not been feeling amazing, to be honest. But anyway, I'm still on the podium. If this is a bad day, then it can take that as a positive.
Well, our maths, mine and Phil's maths are terrible, but we think you're still out of here with the red plate, still leading the championship, so that's something to hold on to. Going to Ling, a track I know you enjoy.
Yeah, 21 was the last time racing there. Had a really good day with Jeffrey. We went 2-1 each, so yeah, good memories there. And again, sand track with some real technical sections there. So now looking forward to it. Another sand track, and yeah. The red plates doesn't mean anything to me at the moment, but obviously it's nice to still have that after quite a rough day.
Well done. We're going to see you at Ling. You step out of here. We're going to get this thing wrapped up. So everybody watching at home and all around the world, thanks again for tuning in for the Motul British Championship. Phil, we could quickly wrap this up. Another great day at the office for us. Lots going on. We had lots of drama ourselves as well. But overall, another brilliant championship round.
Yeah, Preston Docks definitely delivered. RFX 125 races was great. Drew Stock obviously taking the win there. MX2 was outstanding, and obviously that MX1 class, that's been really good as well. Nobody knew who won right until the end of all of the classes. The sun's out, everybody's here to enjoy the race, and it's been fantastic.
Exactly that, what he said. So we really hope you enjoyed it. Remember, round 3 is going to be at Ling, Norfolk. That is at the beginning of May, first weekend of May. Remember, just keep liking and subscribing to what we're doing. Get that little bell rung so you never miss the action. We're going to see you at Ling. We're going to step aside for the podium presentation now. Thanks everybody for watching all around the world. We'll see you again, round 3 at Ling. We'll see you then.
Bam-a-lam, Black Betty had a child. Bam-a-lam, the damn thing gone wild. Bam-a-lam, she said a word, not a mind. Bam-a-lam, the damn thing gone blind. Bam-a-lam, I said, oh, Black Betty. Bam-a-lam, whoa, Black Betty. Bam-a-lam, whoa, Black Betty.
To move, so I make it harder. Don't hold back. If you think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter. Don't hold back. And you shouldn't even care about those noses in the air and the crooked stairs. Don't hold back. Cause there's a party over here, so you might as well be here with the people care. Don't hold back.
Trajectory and balance look good. You confirmed to go for orbit. Over.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
This is Dirt Store. We're your one-stop shop for everything off-road. Find all of the latest products from the top off-road brands. Whether it's gear, parts, protection or accessories, Dirt Store has everything you need to hit the track. Shop fast, ride fast.